What did I miss? Oh, Wing is playing. Oh, wait, we're playing Pike Raven into Zeri. Interesting. Oh, Tianjin.
Had some decent TF games earlier on and having a great time.
Wait, Tianjin is back and he's playing his Rengar. They actually let him have Rengar?
He's just having
No way they let him have Rengar, bro.
Available for YSKM. So
Crazy.
he's just having fun, drinking his cask, pushing in his wave. Nobody's ever going to come visit him on this island up here, so it's fine. Because everybody wants to be down bot side for that party.
He's a biscuit.
And we also need to look at mid lane CS, right? Because it actually doesn't matter about the kills that Tianjin and On have been able to find. Even the slight gold lead that the Draven has over the Zeri is completely outdone.
Bro, it looks so hard to play Jackson to Gragas. What the hell? How do you even play that matchup?
So it seems like Ding's still in a decent spot, especially now with Xiao having the Kraken Slayer. Knight's Vow just finished up by Xiao as well, showing he's just going to be that full.
Actually, so hard to play this game.
For his carries.
I'm very curious at how they can.
I don't know. I don't know how you play this.
Can buffer pretty easily. Wink
Later on.
be in a position where soon he can kind of chase that down, and utilizing that's going to be really important. Now, you did get those 2 grubs already for IG as well. I wonder if they do want to try to at least change over to that side of the map a little bit, because they haven't been able to really get vision strongly that way because they've been putting so much presence around bot side.
Yeah, and it seems like they're kind of just banking too much on being able to find these plays and protect their Draven. I mean, hell, even a lot of times around mid, but Xiao has kind of been egoing them with this movement and never giving an opportunity over.
They really want to find something here. They're trying to get everything, but Crisp is just playing so stalwart. Xiaohu the same, and this is the approach that Weibo wanted. They are literally standing there in the face of IG saying, hit me, and see what happens. Now, Xiaohu might not want to take that one to the face, as the charm's going to connect as well. Nature's Grasp going to utilize. Xiaohu trying to get his way out of there. Now, Crying going to take a decent amount of damage now. Oh, no, Xiaohu!
Played from Tianjin. Rengar main.
Predator, and that's a 470-pound lion that wants a little bit of meat.
Yeah, they were able to connect the charm this time around, which allowed for
Well played, well played.
to be able to come out. Xiaohu, I think, also seeming like he wanted to
I think Xiaohu might have to just sit there and fight it.
Probably could have ran away immediately after. I mean, we'll see in the replay.
Yeah, Tianjin has Sundered Sky.
Still finding small wins on the map.
They just have to get as much as possible. That Sundered Sky start pretty big for Tianjin, but now he's going to have to be a little careful as Xiaohao wants to get something back for his bot side. A little bit of stability gained for Light, and I think he comes out the better out of this because of a little bit of the lack of dying, I guess, from Weibo so far towards bot side.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? We keep highlighting the stacking around bot side, being around bot lane, but not actually having all that much aggression around this half of the map. And so far, this is just very reminiscent to Weibo and IG playing a week ago. Again, the aggression coming out from IG in the early game, finding a very small lead, not really in terms of gold, but you can feel they have control with where their champions are at with their power spikes. Now just being able to translate it into a bit more.
We're going to get a little look at the replay on that mid lane fight. And, really good combinations there from IG, but Xiaohu just a little quick.
Yeah, and it seems like actually really no way of being able to get out with Tianjin holding on to that ult. It was just a really nice combo, like you said, net into the charm, allowing for so much damage to then be able to come through with both teams' combos.
I'm surprised Tianjin showed back up and they just gave him Rengar. It's so crazy.
Look at the minimap.
I guess into Rengar Maokai Rakan seems kind of impossible. Yeah, it seems really impossible to play this game.
They're feeling a little bit more confident.
Who knows, bro? He's like the best Rengar in the world.
And Light has regained a little bit of that momentum in mid lane. Rift Herald has spawned, so IG will just be rebuffed to the 2 grubbies. And actually just going to start that one up as Weibo right now with the pressure they have from mid.
Maybe judging of, hey, fighting in the 5v5 is too hard because Weibo's comp actually should counteract IG's pretty well. I mean, having to disengage from things like the Gragas and the Maokai, all of that lockdown onto things like Rengar and Ahri that are jumping in. So they're going to be fine going for the trade, but still, it means Weibo really aren't falling behind at all this game.
And we're seeing the bread and butter. Xiaohu in the side lane trying to take down the turret here. He's starting to get a little bit confident in his position on the map. They will end up taking this as well. So first turret to Weibo.
Yeah, I don't know about the
A lot of gold going up there.
Jack's pick in this game either.
Hold comp by himself. Has the cast.
I feel like if they had something else top, maybe it would be easier. But with the Jax, it's like pretty difficult. Okay. Good ult from ZDZ.
And it's giving time for Chris to be able to come react on the map and isn't going to give
keep the wave off the turret.
To make this play again.
Break in 5 minutes.
Good denial with the use of the ulti from ZDZ, and was feeling very confident with this pick of the Gragas into YSKM's Jax, and now you're starting to see the utility come alive for him, even with the AP version. Now Xiaohu making a play towards top side. YSKM, you're in some trouble. What are you going to do here? Counter-Strike is available. Will the real weapon come out, or is it just the...
He's dead as hell.
He's going to try to get the combo onto Xiaohu. Now he's in some trouble in the alcove gameplay. Xiaohu just wants a little bit of gold. There
oh, man.
On him. Mid lane got caught.
Wait, on just lost both sums. That's really bad.
The tempering there coming from Weibo. Don't overchase.
They can go hard. Like the tempo, they have so much tempo right now. They can go hard top lane.
With how aggressively they're playing in that bot side jungle, but not able to get anything off of it. And look at Weibo. That Herald is going to be used immediately.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna take a look at how that happened. Actually, on just not expecting the combo over the wall.
Yeah,
damn, Xiaohu is so fed now. He's so strong.
Play alongside.
Okay. Probably dead. He has to just turn it onto on and send it, I think. It's the only way, but...
Try to run away. On needs to get this kill here. Or crying, getting in.
All right, that's actually really big that they killed him.
750 gold.
So IG
cashed in the Draven, but they lost mid-turn for it.
Hopefully going to be able to accelerate.
Not that easy for Draven to play, but the fact that he just got to cash it and it's like keeps them in the game.
IG going to be totally fine, just getting closer and closer to stronger power points.
But let's talk some brass tacks here then, because we're 17 minutes in. We're getting close to that 25 to 30-minute win condition we set up for IG. They have not rolled over this game. They have not found a big advantage, even though they keep striking at the armor of Weibo.
It's been nice, right?
I think Xiaohu should have just like jumped onto on and just tried to trade.
Try and set up to find the lead, but it feels like Weibo have just done such
probably the only way that they could he could salvage the situation. But yeah, 2-item Tristana, 2-item Draven.
Still though, IG sitting at 2 Drakes, only 2 minutes.
I don't know why ZDZ is going full AP though. I feel like he should be going armor.
Where IG can be able to take this one.
I feel like Roa into like Frozen Heart would be broken here, no?
Probably not what they were hoping.
How insane is Frozen Heart in this game?
I do like the IE second item for on completed because they can just strut their stuff a little bit more on the map itself. And they get one big pick off. That's a huge ticket for IG. Again, they have about that 1 minute 50.
No flash on Draven. Draven's dead. Yep, this is like a game-winning fight. Oh my God, did they kill all of them? Holy! Nice play.
And both, all
good play.
Going between the 2 80 carries, like getting even bigger. Xiaohu getting some more gold under his belt. This bot lane turret is almost.
Bot lane turret's gone.
Even more gold going over to Weibo. Huge swing.
Pulled the trigger so well on that too, and they grabbed the Maokai first and foremost from blue side, realizing that spacing, that availability of playmaking is monumental.
I love calls like this where you recognize, hey, sure, the Ahri might be on this side of the map, but we can engage faster and find a pick while we still have numbers advantage, and that's exactly what they do, blowing them up. Great engage by Xiaohu and followed by Chris to make this all possible.
And again, we came into this one like, okay, Xiaohu.
So even when Draven has flash, like,
earn that position.
I mean, now that Maokai has no flash, it's okay.
He has definitely made
but isn't it going to be just extremely hard to play?
Big prospect from anyone's legend, spending over 2 years with that organization after also being on Rogue Warriors before that. But it's been a coming of age story, it feels like, for Xiaohu and Weibo.
Yeah, and right, a lot of it hasn't been down to him playing bad individually. It's just been this Weibo as a unit hasn't really worked all that well together. They've really relied on some of the strength of their individuals, or again, some band-aids, things like Talia, things like the Twisted Fate, to be able to get them ahead. But definitely having a
Drake in
solid game on Maokai
90 seconds.
Hell, he also had a great game on Poppy in their last series against IG.
Yeah, he did. It's you know, maybe it helps fuel a little bit of that fire there. As
9 seconds arm. Giving Drake. Full committing on Baron.
To come to fruition, but Weibo, they want the fastball play and they want to try to take the Baron.
They're gonna go for it.
This is like a scary thing to do. I don't know. I feel like this is a potential game throw.
Chris, waiting, just gather some information. They're doing this quite fast.
Tianjin's got the predatory.
Get in, get out.
He's gonna get that engage. Here comes the whirling death. It's not gonna
Okay.
be enough. Weibo grabbed the Baron. Now they can take the fight after, but Wink is looking for an angle.
They don't even need, they're fine here, by the way. Okay, that was not good from ZDZ though.
That's who you wanted. ZDZ able to take
ZDZ had flash. Chose to die.
Gets the gold. Now Weibo under turret. They do have a lot of strength to defend here, and Tianjin getting low.
Chris had to take that for the boys.
And another kill goes to On.
I feel like this is like,
They are circling like
it's playable. I felt like the situation was playable, but they just like griefed it.
They're hovering over the tower. They just need to find the way clear, and they cannot.
Imagine if ZDZ had armor though. You wouldn't get one shot like that.
You're gonna be thankful that you're able to take away 2 Barons, but I think Weibo are still walking away feeling completely fine. IG are on sole point, but it feels like we're at a point where Weibo feel comfortable going for team fights. That they're able to match in items, and again, it feels like compositionally, it should be hard for IG to get in, as we see here. All they need is one lone Crisp to press R to make sure that no steal is possible by the Rengar, even if On himself did get close. But then just able to run them down, right? Having a lot of great tools to where they can keep this going. It feels like a big reason Weibo didn't want to take the fight was because of the tools they used to stop the engage, but great charms, great hooks, and that's what this comp relies on, right? It relies on those
Like that route made it so Crisp had to block for Light. That's a homie right there.
Sacrificing his life for Light.
And honestly, a little bit of a redemption play from Cryin, who was missing a lot of those early charms there. It's a couple key ones, as we see, and Weibo back on the map with IG playing towards pressure. Again, they will lose a little bit of that momentum in mid lane because the Baron is still up and available, at least the buff is, for Weibo.
Like I said, before Weibo went on that run to World Finals, they finished 6th. That's going to be the hopium that I'm selling right here in this series. Weibo, this could be the start of a run, Mazel.
Could be, but IG for their first time in multiple years making it here. I think they are looking for a run of their own, as they have not known glory in a long, long time. But maybe with this new retooled roster, they can do so. Nice little bush play from Weibo. Will be spotted out in the end. They couldn't hold it, but they still have the buff for 40 seconds here, Lyric, and they pull the Nature's Grasp, which means that tier 2 goes down.
Very stock and standard, right? Using that Baron, grouping up together. They already have great wave clear and great ability to take turrets with the double marksman. And then just the icing on top is that.
Well, favored to win? Yeah, they're really favored to win.
So sitting
They
at
should win.
almost a 3K gold lead, 23 minutes in, as the side that scales.
It can't, like, this is not, it's not going to plan. We got to find a different plan. There's got to be a gambit somewhere, something, because we said IG grabbed this composition to roll over Weibo. But Weibo have stood the test of their storm. They have a double marksman composition who is on the cusp of 3 items apiece, and that is some damage.
IG do have 3 items on their Draven, so there's at least something there. And, you know, kind of speaking of IG, I mean, hell, the only playoff team that they beat to get into playoffs is BLG, which is kind of ridiculous. How many teams is BLG worth? Is BLG worth like 2 or 3 other playoff teams? Let's be real though. There was some magic going on in that series because Lien just has Shun's number. Like it just has been the case. And you know, he just came in and mind controlled him. It's the same thing of why Cryin is going to have no chance in this 1v1 against Xiaohu. Oh, sure, no. IG can win. But like, right, Cryin coming after Xiaohu into that mid lane role. For Shun and Lien, it was the same thing. Shun coming after Lien.
Wow, GA.
Originally on IG.
Or Xiaohu.
Is real.
It is real. Let's see if it actually comes to fruition here. But Cryin starting to step up in this mid game. I think when we came into this series, we had a lot of props to give to Xiaohu, a lot of the direction he's shown from the mid lane there. But Cryin was also a very important answer into Xiaohu tonight if IG were going to have a chance.
Yeah, and I feel like Cryin is one of the more consistent pieces on the roster. Might not have some of the highs as some of his teammates, but definitely doesn't have the lows. You know, that we've seen from people like YSCAM, Tianjin, hell, even Lien when he was in and was, you know, being so hit or miss. But Wink, very disconnected from the rest of his team right now. It seems like Weibo either not knowing what's up or not caring whatsoever.
The deepest flank you ever seen. He's secret agent man Wink right now. I don't think he actually got spotted out there either.
I feel like they must have had an idea. I mean, see, they have an idea, right? ZDZ used his W, walked into jungle before, like, as he did that. So
Did we cast or curse him? Is he able to get out of this one? Gonna take a couple shots to the back. Does end up using the Spirit Rush there, but now the Dragon was started up by IG, forcing Weibo's hand down towards this pit.
Xiaohu is looking for ult.
We're gonna go for it. Ult coming out from Xiaohu. Tianjin might just get locked in.
He's gonna have to cleanse his way out of that one. He's gonna jump to the bush, but he can't get away. Oh, big
Jax. Wink didn't get his ult off. Ryan was so late here. Nice play from Xiaohu.
The competition. YSKM is trying to hold on for dear life.
It's gonna try to end.
Has come, and it's Weibo. They're out of control.
And Weibo, I mean, they have 30-second death timers. They're gonna.
Maybe they can't end. We'll see.
Even gonna still take the Drake. I don't know if they have enough time to end. They probably don't. But
they're not committing to an end, so this double TP'd mid.
Great progressional fight by Weibo. I love seeing these 80 carries that probably should be scared of all the damage on the opposite.
Is that worth 2 TPs, bro? We 2 TP'd for 1 mid turret.
It's crazy.
Where they weren't even trying to commit to end. It's kind of crazy.
Like they are literally giving
Xiaohu played this pretty nice.
They could ask for coming into this game, and they are destroying them.
I mean, having complete control over the river. I love the use of Malkyle, but then it's here where we see
jumped in, jumped out.
Jump out and then just retool both him and Light, then just jump back in. They are not afraid of the other members being able to get on them. They immediately take down Draven.
Bro, this guy jumped 75 times in the fight.
Xiaohu's flash there to get out Cryan's charm was so clutch as well. Little things go in the way of Weibo, leads out to a 5,000 gold lead now. And I think coming into the season, we knew the potential that this Weibo roster had, even with some of the changes they were having, because Xiaohu and Light are a consistent carry duo, and they have shown out in this first game.
Exactly, right? I mean, just any team that's going to have, especially these two guys as two of your carries, there's always going to be some chances, some games there, and it's why Weibo, even when they're having a kind of down split like they've had, have been able to make...
Oh, no. You just got invited to a bounce house that you want no part of. Tianjin is gone. He's been made into a pelt, and that lion ain't going to have any roar behind him today.
And now they're going to be able to look for the spare, and they don't have the same tools to look for return with both ZDZ and Xiao's ults being down, but Crisp still has his. So IG going to try and come to contest. The engage is still possible.
Baron getting about half health here on. Very scared to even step up. Wink is there. Not going to be able to get anything over the wall there. And the Baron goes over to Weibo once again. That'll be their second.
I think it's over.
So far.
I think they can just run it.
Even kept formation just in case that IG walked in, because Chris was nowhere near the pit. He was actually sitting in that brush.
They're going to base. What do they have? Do they have BT completed on Xiaohu? Yeah, okay. 4 items to 2 items. It's GG.
It doesn't even really matter if IG gets soul at this point. If they have the pushing power, have the damage to not only win fights, but also to just demolish IG's base.
And we were just talking, oh yeah, you know, the double marksman composition, it's almost on 3 items for both of them. Xiaohu just slams his items on the table, says, I got 4 of them bad boys now. And it's going to be very difficult for IG to pick apart. But this is, again, the story we wanted to tell for this first game. They got all the confidence. They got all the comfort picks. They got Tianjin's Rengar. They got On's Draven and Wink's Pike. But you needed to have a massive snowballing advantage with this kind of composition, and you just didn't get it.
Yeah, and, you know, I love the you point out Xiaohu's items in regards to that, too, because Xiaohu knowing, like, hey, I don't actually need to build more damage. It's just all about having more defensive stats now with how IG's comp plays out, the single target CC, the single target damage. He's going to be able to out DPS them regardless. So Bloodthirster and GA definitely huge buys for Weibo, and it's going to be harder for IG.
Ryan can play the game, I think.
See if IG have anything left in the tank here. They're going to focus on ZDZ, but he's a tanky boy. Now Tianjin gets the
Bro, I feel like Xiaohu is positioning so much more aggressively than Light.
He's already losing his team. 2 kills for Xiaohu.
Oh, it looked balanced.
Make it a third, make it a fourth. Let's get him a pentakill.
Is it a pentakill?
That's one hell of a way.
Bro, he just doesn't care. He's such a Giga Chad.
The graceful legend of our league does not care for glitz and glamour. He cares about winning the damn game. And Weibo wiped the floor with IG in game 1.
Man, Xiaohu is so cold.
Smurf.
Like,
completely Smurf.
Is that to like not actually be the only person on your team to not care about your penta? You're like, no, we are winning this playoff game, man. Is
did not care about the penta at all.
When he was dancing around all of like Tianjin and Krine's attempts to gank him.
Or maybe he had game time under
Apathetic guy there.
Capuchungus.
Did not care whatsoever.
Back.
What a great performance from Weibo.
Can't smile till the job is done. Weibo definitely handed in some hefty paperwork in that first one. And I think the biggest conversation before we go to break is that, you know, IG got what they wanted, but they came up short. So how does that progress into the series draft itself? Oh gosh, Anthony, we're gonna have to see so many answers to the questions. We will be back after a short little break.
Feels too many good mids. It's not fair. Yeah, Xiaohu just ignored the penta. That shit was crazy. I haven't seen anything like that before. He actually just ignored it completely and said, we're ending this game. Don't look so good. It's hard to envision TL doing poorly at MSI. Yeah, I think Spawn is really good at what he does. Got the team working together, bro. That's what matters. So, I mean, I could see them doing poorly at MSI. I mean, it depends on what poorly is, right? Like, what are the expectations? I mean, the expectation should be for both G2 and TL to lose versus all the Asian teams, the top 4 teams, right? The 2 LPL, 2 LCK teams should probably just beat everyone's ass. It'll probably just be the same thing as before, where you know, like the bracket doesn't involve any gameplay between NA and EU, and it's just like the Chinese and Korean teams just beat the NA and EU teams, and then they play a bunch of double limb best of 5s against each other. Probably be the format. Oh shit, we got a Spawn interview.
Welcome back to round 1 of the LPL Spring Playoffs. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. And what a kickoff to the road to the Silver Dragon Cup. Weibo, they knew what was coming. They literally watched the car go by them, and they got their objective they needed. They handled game 1 impeccably, and we'll take a look at how exactly they did that, Lyric.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because again, I really can't stress enough how interesting it is. I think that these teams played a week ago. Like it is crazy that you then have to repeat that matchup.
Yes, fam, but I feel like people shouldn't expect Gale to do worse than normal expectations. They don't seem like fraud champions. Yeah, I mean, they should just be, they should have normal expectations. Just lose to all the Asian teams, probably lose to G2, maybe beat everyone else. I think that's reasonable. I think that's achievable.
Once you get the setup that you want, and they were huge in those fights. Xiaohu and Light getting set up beautifully by the 3 supporting members. And I mean, this is exactly how you want as Weibo to start out playoffs.
I got to give some special love to Xiaohu, a guy who I definitely feel like still had question marks towards the end of the split. I mean, he got subbed out for Yudong at least, and I think he had an incredible start to the game that led to the facilitation for these 2 carries to really get off the ground running. A lot of the Nature's Grasp angles were so huge, and Xiaohu playing with utmost confidence in the mid lane definitely had
figured out why APA is the best mid in NA.
This man did not care. Me and you were just talking during the break. There was one moment where Xiaohu just kept like walking forward and hitting the Eski just right in front of Tianjin and crying. Did not care. Felt completely confident in being able to get away from those charms in the CC. And this is the fight that you talked about, right? Goes in, gets locked down, but make sure he doesn't get CC'd long enough, flashes away to make sure that he can re-engage and just start wiping all of IG down. And this is the Tiger King of Spring that you want to see. Hell, that's the whole reason why I had so much confidence coming into Spring for Weibo, just because this is always the split where Xiao usually steps up, and he definitely did it in this first game.
The Tiger King of Spring has ice in his veins. He gets a quadra kill to finish it off, not even going for the pentakill when ZDZ was trying to serve it up to him on a silver platter. It is brass tacks for Weibo, a team who had just seen one of the highest highs possible in all of competitive League of Legends by being in the World Finals, falling to T1. But a team that looks a lot different, that wants to make a run of their own here to start the year off.
And again, they drafted.
They maybe beat LNG in the next round.
Not only drafted and like planned for the enemy, like you could tell they knew exactly.
But I think that would be their peak, bro. I think there's no way that
true to their own
Weibo or LNG could beat JDG in a best of 5.
Being perfect for that, and not just taking.
I think there's no way.
Mindless, like, hey, let's fight. Let's.
You agree?
Compositions, and we got to go back to
Perfect.
The advantage of being 7th seed over 10th, right? Weibo are gonna get to pick the side once again. So it shouldn't get any easier for IG. Yeah.
A little bit of love given over to On there. He came out very confident in his intro, but a little bit of confidence rebuffed by Weibo. I think this is a IG roster who definitely can turn it back around, but you got a question on how they.
Are you stupid or biased? LPL is obviously being match fixed on the regular. PL looks untouchable in their current form. I can see G2. I can't see G2 even taking a map off them in a best of 5. Up 2 at MSI. You are trolling if you think Caps can do well versus APA in his current form. APA looks immaculate. Caps, not so much. When you claim LPL doesn't have a match fixing problem, are you trolling? All the evidence is there. The league is clearly rigged. Bro, bait used to be believable. The fuck is this?
Roster substitutions, and I like that, right? It's one loss. You're still gonna have
need attention that bad, bro? It's okay. I'll acknowledge your existence.
And yeah, they're just gonna have to try.
I know you probably don't have this this done frequently, so hey, great baits, bro. You're killing it out there. April Fools, you're a gigantic loser and no one loves you. All right, let's continue with the match.
Hard as you can. I will not back down. Coming out the better of it. We'll see what they want to go into game number 2. Again, we had said in the past, right, their side lane pressure was huge. The move from Xiaohu to the side lane to get that first couple turrets because of the Rift Herald drop as well really helped snowball the double marksman composition here. But you do wonder if they go back to some of the tried and true, if we get some of those let through picks, maybe the K'Sante being let through once again, and give some more comfort over.
Yeah, it really does just feel like Weibo have so many more options than IG, but again, you kind of got it out of your system going towards all those comfort picks.
Bait needs something to be tasty and attractive. This is just trash. Yep.
Lock it in, maybe get something a bit more stable on the Rift, and then it'll at least be a closer affair heading into game 2. Weibo, of course, are just going to keep the same bans, and even IG saying, hey, our bans aren't a problem. These are non-negotiables. Now we see if Weibo just instantly goes back to that Maokai.
Okay.
No shot. No shot.
We left Maokai up and Tristana.
Man,
I mean, they're gonna run back Maokai Tristana now. Maybe they run Jace.
Here locked in, as well
Maybe they run Jace into Azir.
So, still wanting
Maybe.
to keep up with the aggressive 2v2s, knowing they're going to have the damage from Azir later on to be able to.
Okay. They know they're playing into LPL, so Zeri Lulu picked. Well, is Zeri really just back in the meta? Man, I hate this champ.
Either side of the pairing that IG end up going towards, either the Amelia or the Nami.
Glad to see the Nami come through for this bot lane. Again, I feel like the most consistent or the strongest piece for IG. It would be a shame not to see them go out in a blaze of glory, and I love to see them
Just
get
on it down.
those resources, given
I wonder
that
if IG will ban Jace as well.
Second phase is a signal towards Xiaohu. We'll see what those solo lanes are going to have to offer here.
Do we ban Cassante here for Weibo? I would ban Cassante every time.
Another big one that comes
You're playing, you can ban Rengar as well. I think Rengar is actually a little bit better in this game. I mean, it's not great. It depends on what you're going to go top. Bye, really.
I think for those more generic frontline top laners to make a stand when you have hyper carries on both sides of the rip so far. Right,
I feel like Cassante is such a good ban. Into You Should Know Me, it's like his main champ. It's pretty much all he plays.
On taking away some of these mid lane picks, Jace has been something that Xiaohu's been playing in solo queue quite a bit.
Also, just really
So they do ban Tristana Jace.
so much damage potential.
I think we ban Cassante.
Objectives. And with this composition, it feels like IG are going to want to be at those.
Yeah, there's a Cassante ban.
We do
Okay.
see that Cassante
Yeah, they're just listening to me.
Final ban from Weibo, so that will not be
Rel pick, Rel jungle.
Block Rel for Tianjin, and it's something again we highlighted.
It's okay.
Series.
Not anything insane. I think this might be Talisha, honestly.
Again, we theorized this is why they brought him back in. Of like, hey, you're gonna put Krine on Azir.
Talisha?
You're gonna want Tianjin on one of these more.
Why do I say Talisha?
Play for fights.
Bro, I'm saying Talisha.
So, IG really leaning back to what they were doing in those first.
I have AIDS?
And now
Wait, why do I have AIDS?
So I didn't think there was a
I
possibility.
have AIDS. I got them from you.
This champion ended up coming through, but it actually does.
If I get beat, well, I can just see in my camera if she's coming to beat me.
I haven't played this in a while, but again, I really feel like it leans into the strengths of how Weibo like to play quite well.
And Xiaohu is one of the most lethal LeBlancs I've ever seen. When LeBlanc was super huge, when the AD meta was coming around for her, he was trashing side lanes, literally like single-handedly winning games because of
Emotional abuse, Dom. The wagging
here to go with the combination. So
that I get all the time.
A little bit of the idea of the team fight for Weibo, but that LeBlanc a bit different.
Honestly, I feel like Weibo is way too much magic damage.
I'm gonna have to assume that they're probably.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this is just an IG win.
Even when we do sporadically see LeBlanc's usually.
Dude, if IG can't win this game, like, what game could they ever win? Like, what game could they ever win?
Not a really tanky composition coming out from IG with the Irelia being answered for YSKM.
I really don't like the draft from Weibo. LeBlanc, I mean, it's gonna be 80 LeBlanc, I think. People are starting to play it again. I just don't know why people are playing. Wait, why are people playing 80 LeBlanc again?
You expect Xiaohu to cover for ZDZ in the top lane 2v2s. What might be?
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
It's been such an interesting recency of YSKM, right? It came into such a big splash, I feel like, last year, a mainstay of the reason why IG was winning, but he's seen some fluctuations, he's seen some benching time. Here he is for the playoffs, and here he is with his Aurelia. A lot of pressure going his way, and a lot of pressure for IG in a series again, that if they lose this best of 5, they are done for spring split.
Yeah, IG need to pick it up, need to be able
I think people play 80 LeBlanc out because crit was buffed, and then they just go crit 80 LeBlanc. I don't know, bro. I saw some people doing it.
If they can hold out early, but we'll see if that's even the name of the game when you have something like Irelia in top set that you want to enable to be aggressive.
And it's the path, I think, especially of Tianjin, that I'm going to be very curious about. He has a lot of options, I feel like. And we were talking about the supported pick for the Azir itself, but it feels like that Azir might be the lowest on the totem pole here when you're looking at early pathing around. We get into it. Game number 2 is nigh.
Yeah, it's 80 LeBlanc. I mean, I knew it was going to be 80 LeBlanc based off the draft, because it's like, there's no way they go triple AP topside. Like, Zeri doesn't. Zeri Lulu is not even, like, full physical either, so.
Level 1.
I mean, we'll see. Not really sure about it. I think it's a hard game to win, to be honest.
Yeah, especially because going back to Tianjin and what options he has, it actually feels like he might not have that many. just for the fact of you're playing against Sari Lulu on the opposite side of bot lane, so maybe you're just fine with leaving your 2v2 to just try and win out on their own. And right,
I mean, I'm such an AD LeBlanc hater that I kind of am just like, even though I want Weibo to win the series, I kind of want them to just lose this game, so AD LeBlanc is not a thing.
With IWill's trade patterns to win lane, right? You think of her Q.
I feel like this shit is so annoying.
Putting yourself in harm's way to be able to start stacking up that passive.
Why is Leyen not playing? I don't know. Tianjin just got the start in playoffs. And they were losing every game with Leyen. They had a huge loss streak with him towards the end, so maybe they're just trying something else.
Yeah, because I think Tristana still brings like a lot to a 5v5 setting, to where AD LeBlanc, like, sure, you can weave in and out, you know, get all those charges off, but it feels like they're going to be a lot more dedicated to sides in this game with Xiaohu.
See if that comes to fruition here.
Like, does AD LeBlanc even like turbo abuse Aurelia in a side lane? I mean, I guess maybe.
Top side of the map as well, if Tianjin does go up there. We're looking at the level 2 mark down in the bot side here. Looks like it might just go out of the way. And I think the curiosity...
So normally when Aurelia plays into Rumble, the tech in the matchup is to go exhaust.
Last year with new pieces.
I wonder how good the matchup is when he's just playing Flash DP and Rumble has Ignite.
I think
because normally the tech that people were going was they were going Flash exhaust Aurelia and then they just win. You just exhaust the Rumble's overheat and you beat him to death.
I feel like it's weird to say growth, because again, I don't feel like Xiaohu himself was ever a bad player this split. It's about integrating him into the team and integrating him and ZDZ into the bot side. With the bot
I
side
wouldn't even be surprised if Leyen was found to be match fixing, and now everyone is forced to stay hush hush about it.
So, you know, with more time, hopefully this Weibo squad can
Thanks, bro.
build more and more to make it work. And
You're getting. I mean, it's getting close. I mean, maybe it's getting better. I can't really tell.
IG would be big. They come in heavy favorites. But the nice thing is this side of the bracket, the next opponent is LNG, who also obviously were very inconsistent, had some very rough games. So I think for either of these teams, if you went out here,
I'll do like 20 LCK VODs just to hear the guys say GG. Someone needs to make a compilation of it.
That you would
Perfect.
have to go on like an anime-esque run to be able to win.
Yeah.
I love it.
And I think
Now the Korean casters are
it's the first time in over
I don't know, it's like a whole like performance the way they do casting. I like it.
That in and of itself is a boon and shows a lot of the kind of right piece direction for IG as a whole. Because the slump was still there for IG coming into playoffs, right? They lost the last 5 of their series before coming into this one, and one of those to Weibo.
Hey, heel forced out.
Get some of that gumption back in their tank as the 2v2.
Oh, missed the W here.
Nutty down here is Crisp getting engaged on. They lost vision. On's gonna have to flash. Winkin's now in a lot of trouble here. He's gonna get down potentially.
All right, huge.
The last area is just gonna do a proc
I thought, I thought there might be an angle to. Oh shit! Might be an angle to flash forward, but I guess not. Did Light need to barrier there? Like, what did he barrier actually?
Of the map so far is big, but maybe Tianjin finds his angle.
They have no, or they have flashes. It should be really hard to kill. Maybe not. Oh, good movement. Good movement. Just hit him, Light. Hit him. Hit him, or your boy is dead. Nice.
Wink can't step up with them, and Chris gives them the thumbs down.
Sad for IG. Sad for Tianjin that they're not able to get one there with how far forward.
Pretty much, if you're not dismounted going into that, it's very hard to win it as the Rel.
Bot lane, I'll come down and we'll make it an even fight here. IG wasting a lot of time down there, but
cold from Crisp. I mean, the only way that I think you kill them there is if you started dismounted. Like a good player, it's like the Rel abilities are really easy to dodge.
They would have really fallen far behind, and they prevent that from happening. But look, we move back up to the top side where ZDZ for now is doing a great job of maintaining this pressure, and YSKM not able to connect the stun.
So, you know, some of the things.
You're playing Lucian Nami and getting wrecked in lane. I mean, Lucian Nami is not a laning duo. Like there is synergy in lane, but the lane is not like specifically strong.
I feel like going into this year has been taking multi-parts from different teams. We saw the likes of OMG kind of being split up in ways, Aki as well as Shanji. But here
it's a score 1-0.
AL's top combo is Xiaohu and ZDZ coming over.
I believe that Kryan is an LPL/MSI champ.
Biggest names in the league. see.
Yeah, bro.
Not only, you know, ZDZ
Why not?
to replace one of the biggest names.
A long time ago. A lot of people were
We
champs.
don't care about ZDC right now because Shao
Oh, there's
flashes
going on to
the
Wink. Okay.
Man, those
Oh,
flashes
what is
on
that
this
flash,
guy
Wink?
are
What is that flash, brother?
insane. First blood
You're
goes to
obviously
Weibo.
so dead.
Weibo
Come on,
finds
man.
the first
Come on.
kill. IG will answer with grubs. They have the Rel, who of course thrives at that objective. So a bit of a trade.
I mean, the grubs are actually pretty good for IG. It's good to deny the grubs from LeBlanc. LeBlanc with Void grubs playing AD in side lane is impossible to deal with.
I know On and Wink are going to be kicking themselves. You saw coming into the game, too, a little bit of extra love being given to On. He's definitely got to be feeling it.
Yeah, Flash was terrible.
But they need
Flash was
to
really
find
bad.
Success with this Lucian Nami. They will have to find a way to carve themselves back into this one, where Zeri is not a slouch when she gets a lead in the lane.
No, right? You can absolutely take over from a very early point once we see him get his static shiv, and that's something Weibo, I mean, IG gonna have to deal with, right? The double charges coming through when you're facing an AD LeBlanc in mid lane, and Zeri's gonna be getting the static shiv online quite early too. We're gonna see how much of a hindrance they can be, especially when Xiaohu starts being able to unlock himself from lane.
Little bubble connection there. As Tianjin was getting the Scuttle Crab in the bot side of the map, he is looking for a bit of an invade play, while Xiaohao is looking for a play on a Cry.
Oh my god.
No!
Oh, if Xiaohu, if Xiaohu
Lyric.
flash chained, Krine was super dead there. He should have just E-flashed.
Flashing out of there,
He
but
really should have just E-flashed there.
has Kryan's number all series long so far.
Like, he outplayed the fuck out of him, but that was a solo kill angle for sure.
His head rent-free, like,
Krine was dead as hell if Xiaohu just E-flashed.
An MSI and an LPL title.
Not like this.
There's no way. Hey, I love Cryan as a player. Cryan, you even go all the way back to like 20
Yeah.
star when
Oh, I saw he just did some crazy shit.
incoming player, him and Wade.
I saw he just some fucking crazy shit.
Against Xiaohu.
Gonna have to overcome it here as the season will be over. And somehow RNG never gives up on playoffs. Two of their standing members here now finding greener pastures, feels like, with Weibo and Xiaohu and Kryan on IG. Now Tianjin is bot side, looking to try to make up for some of that lost gold.
Has the ulti, of course.
Crisp is not level 6. If Crisp hits 6, they lose hard.
Crisp also doesn't have flash up. Just
Ooh, I think this is a play.
Xiaohao's here.
Oh, they see Xiaohao.
Not gonna pull the trigger, and they will back away. Xiaohao
Really light at 6. I don't know. It's probably just impossible.
Advance of IG.
IG just not going to be able to find anything. And Xiaohao still wanting to play aggressively because Xiao.
What is Yushinomi doing? He picks solo queue champs. There's nothing but grief his team. Yeah, it's tough, bro. Oh, Wink got hit anyway.
Engage over, and they go straight for Wink.
That was not a good way to queue, but it's fine.
No longer.
Good job on focusing the player who didn't have any sums up. So another kill goes over. They're maintaining pressure in mid. They're maintaining pressure in top. They've gotten a plate each.
Why is LeBlanc so strong? No, LeBlanc is considered one of the weakest champs of the game.
Going superb for Weibo.
Like, it's
I think that feels really, really rough.
I think for a while it was the lowest win rate mid laner, both AD and AP build. It was just the objectively lowest win rate mid laner. So, not considered strong.
On the Nami, and it's going to lead to so many advantages for Weibo.
And I mean, hell, he's even pulling a ban, right? He's Nautilus bans every game so far, but is going to be on the squishier pick. It is going to be a really nice engagement.
I mean, the reason why Zhao queued him that way is he didn't want to walk deep into he figured the guy was dead no matter what, so he just didn't want to queue and knock the guy or like put himself in turret range and just take like 3 turret shots. I think the queue is actually fine.
Again, it really does come the back off.
Light just needed to ult for it, which is completely okay, bro. Having to ult for a kill on Zeri, you'll take it every time.
It was an upset against BLG. Not even, had it been another 1 or 2 wins against some lower playoff teams, maybe there'd be a bit more hope there, but IG just trying to do
I think he picked LeBlanc because he's comfortable on it. I mean, I think he thinks the matchup is just good. Thinks it's he likes playing AD LeBlanc into Azir. He was playing it earlier this season. When AD LeBlanc was good, there's some crit buffs, so he thinks the items are a little bit better now. And I think it's more that he's just really comfortable in the matchup and thinks he can abuse Kryan. I don't know if he'd do this versus a better player, but versus Kryan, I mean, he's just got a massive lead. Okay, DZ is probably dead here.
have a potential 1v1 with Tianjin now coming up to try and kill
Yo,
ZDZ.
ZDZ wants this here. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble. He's using the
No way, right? Guy's a hex shrinker.
Got a lot of damage now.
They still kill him, I think.
Turret though, and ZDZ gets out. He's gonna activate
Oh
though.
my god, wait, he didn't reset his Q.
Now YSKM wants to step up.
He didn't reset his Q. Oh, YSKM griefed so hard. Oh my god, dude. He didn't reset his Q. Dude, what?
It's crazy! What a play! Weibo are stopping!
Light flashes over the tidal wave.
It's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap.
Completely gapped Invictus Gaming.
Weibo are styling on IG right now. What beautiful plays across the map. But ZDZ, a player who is so criticized, what an absolute hero in top lane.
What a play. My God, what do you do? Like, the whole team's just got to be sitting there like, what
I mean, he literally just didn't reset his Q off the range minion.
ZDZ in the 2v1 takes it clean.
It is insane. Able to play around this, not get stunned up by the E once again. I love.
What the fuck is this dog shit region? People think this isn't match fixed. Wow, what would be the point of the lower rated team match fixing versus the like higher rated team? There's no odds for IG. You would make no money.
God, he just pulls the play on YSKM. YSKM didn't hit a single duet there.
Now, ZDZ coming into this playoffs looking hot. And again, I know for IG, their top side of the map has been the weak side, but still, like, what a phenomenal performance from ZDZ in that 1v2.
You know me as such a fraud even on his one trick? Yeah, you should know me as a big fraud.
No, we don't.
Oh, wait, something happened? Something is happening on live during this replay. Weibo got killed somehow?
The flash play from Light was clutch.
They got kills bot Michelle. I saw more kills happen after this. Crisp died. Crisp died in the bottom.
Okay, Crisp died. I couldn't tell if it was Crisp or Light that died in the...
That's a good thing for IG. We love that for them.
It's a little bit of something.
On something, surely this is fixed. I mean, I don't see why this would be fixed.
You can get here. Xiaohao has just been able to be such a menace on this Maokai. Here comes Light.
Oh my god, it's so impossible to play.
Twice in bot side. Double kill goes over yet again.
And it looked like Weibo weren't even intentionally looking for that to start off with, right? Like, Xiaohao just trying to get some vision. Light was even hesitant on walking forward from pushing that wave, but IG give the opportunity over. Now 13 minutes in. 5-0 on Zeri in 13 minutes.
What do you do? What is Cryan thinking here? He's literally just been in mid lane watching his team crumble around him. IG's bot lane, the standard for them, the thing that was so successful is getting picked apart like a rancid piece of meat.
Hey, but you know what? That rancid piece of meat was nice and fresh for a little bit, like right here. Sadly, it didn't stay very fresh. Just like we see, I don't even think Weibo were intentionally gonna start this play off by looking for any kills. They see that the window is there, and
IG better needs copium to think it was fixed. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that. Like this is just the expected result. I mean, IG is just the worst team in playoffs. Like,
it feels like
the question was, would they even be able to take a game? It wasn't even like, could Weibo win the series?
Glaring mistakes from Weibo to be able to.
Could IG even take a game? Doesn't look like they can.
CS in top lane. They got 40 CS in mid lane. They got 40 CS in bot side. It is all Weibo all day long, and IG just want a scrap of something. Nature's Grass comes across. Tianjin actually gets the dragon. Now they gotta be a little bit careful. Tidal wave coming across there. Health bars are not gonna last on long here. Trying to get engaged, but
good Lulu ult.
Can't get onto Light.
Crisp is actually so much better on Enchanters than he is on his melee champs. And he's drawing Nautilus ban, so it's fucking lost, isn't it?
Yeah, if the chain connected, maybe like they could have tried to force a flash there at least from Cryan. Even then, might have been a little bit risky with how low Xiaohu is, but still, Weibo Gaming win another one. And I mean, IG, a team who haven't really shown to be able to know how to play from behind. I mean, how many options do they even really have in this game? Sure, I guess at a point you can try and lean on something like in a 1v1 against the Rumble and sides, but even then they can match Xiaohu against them. You'd never really get the chance to fight with how mobile LeBlanc is. Like, it really feels like looking for paths forward for IG, just with how compositions have ended up once again, it's just hard. And it's going to be here where Tianjin trying to find an angle to fight, but I don't really see an angle here.
Dude, the wild growth from Chris there to deny the crash down was actually so.
Yeah, it was a really good ult from Crisp.
Little mechanical moments happening for Weibo here.
Crisp was good on Leona. I mean, he used to be really good on Leona Nautilus, but like recently his enchanters have been way better than his melee champs. If you look, okay, Games of Legends, Crisp. They get a, I think his stats got better towards the end of the season, but like, yeah, I mean his like Milio, Nami, Renata, his Nautilus is actually only 25% win rate. He's only won 1 out of 4 games. His Tom Kench, he lost both games. Rakan, I guess, is technically a melee champ. Kind of functions as a range. That's his only melee champ with like positive win rate worth over like 3 games. He's only played 2 technically. Hard to say, but like he won a game on Zyra, won a game on Lulu. His Bard, his Ashe, he went 1-1. Like his Nautilus was notoriously bad, but like he just got a bunch of Rakan wins towards the end of the season, so
He's almost dead. You get the
is what it is. They're just getting completely fisted.
Up his team yet again. Light is a lightning rod for Weibo. They take the turret, they take their lives, and they're gonna drive straight down.
I don't even mind this.
Side of the map.
Trying to cancel the Zir E with the Herald.
Wanted to get him.
Yeah, scared crying off with that Rift Herald. Now gonna go for the back. Look at the mini-map though. ZDZ is pushing in topside, even stealing away Krug. So it's small movements like this, right? Denying even more neutral gold from your enemy to make sure that they can't find ways back into the game. They aren't gonna be able to punish him with this recall coming.
That war is going crazy today.
And
Yep.
I'll just say it right now.
LPL
again,
chat, bro.
throw some immense love Xiaohao's way. This guy has been on fire. I think after these first 2 games, there is no question mark that he is going to remain the starting jungler for this roster.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he got subbed out 1 game, but we're gonna see here in the replay Xiaohu going in, really nice setup like you said from Xiaohao, and then Light just able to follow.
Still can't tell if AD LeBlanc is good. I mean, he won lane super hard.
And it looks like we might be setting up for another one.
On just has no hope. Half of his health bar gone down. Light looking at chase.
Damn, the heal from Crisp to try to get him in range.
Try to land bubbles. And Weibo out on the map in full force. They have 2 items apiece for their mid and bot side.
And now, I mean, right, no outer turrets. They can freely get vision in the enemy jungle, which we can see they've already done in the bottom quadrant. Even Xiaohao trying to upkeep that now. And they're going to be potentially playing for picks. Xiaohu knows he's going to be able to get a lot done in that top lane, now being on 2 items. So, might even pinch mid.
Actually, Xiaohu looking for a little bit of those shenanigans we were talking about. And he is at his prime when he can continuously get all this poke down. Now Weibo looking at the side lane.
I mean, Xiaohu was really bad earlier this season, and now he's just like the GOAT every game. Even when they started needing to win games, and like they started playing versus better teams as well, he just started performing. So our team looks pretty solid. Like, I'm not convinced that like with Weibo's current form and how LNG have been playing, I think that series is actually going to be really close. I'm not convinced that Weibo is like guaranteed going to lose or anything.
I also got to point out how
I think they could even be favored
on the map, right? Because we started with Xiaohu in top, everyone else in mid, and Rumble alone in bot.
He'll smokes both these teams, no cap. I don't know about that, bro.
Back to mid.
I think Weibo would probably just destroy TL, but who knows? I think it would really come down to like, because ZDZ does sometimes die in lane, and like he can play like a little Whippo-ish League of Legends, so maybe if Impact smurfed. But I think everywhere else they would kind of just get gapped. Like, I would take Light and Crisp over Yeon, Core JJ any day, right? Xiaohu is gonna be out laning APA, so I would actually really like to watch that series, bro. I wish more series like that existed, because all we get to see at MSI is like top LPL and top LCK teams, and generally top EU and NA teams just can't compete with top LCK and LPL just historically. So
how can IG even hope to take this fight?
They're gonna bring everything they got.
Normally it's just a fisting session for Western teams.
They're gonna throw up the Sun Disc, get some pressure in mid lane. They're gonna try to utilize that to move down and potentially take this outer turret. A little bit of standing gold left available for IG.
They're gonna Maokai ult this. They're just waiting for people to be in range.
Nature Fast comes across. They have 4 members right on top.
Really good Rumble ult. I mean, it could have been better. Still pretty good, though.
Find a way out. He does have flash. The crash down coming out too. Ultra shock.
You gonna go?
Wide, but Light wants it.
Oh, okay.
He wants it. The tidal wave. The bubble does connect.
Good wave.
Connect there. But the tidal wave did and stopped him in his tracks. Now ZBZ, he goes for the flash.
Damn. Oh my God, he just murdered Wink.
Fish on that line, and it's Wink. Ooh, Xiaohu, he's
okay. Gonna play it slow. Light is like thinking about dashing this wall. Should be a Baron start.
2 down, and it's the bot lane of IG.
Xiaohu just getting in there again with that one energized auto. That's where all the damage comes from. And guarantees the kill through. Weibo not going to overstay their welcome, not going to look for this Baron. Instead, just going to get the reset, spend the gold that they've used, and get back out to set up the map, to start taking these, to take this dragon, to take this Baron.
This is rough. There's been 1 kill for IG. Their bot lane is combined 110 and 1. Weibo have completely put the works on the power point of IG, and there has not been an answer.
Again, I think the prep has looked great coming in with their priorities and drafts, what they've left over, how what they've taken away. Great job by ZDZ on the rumble in this one. And even just the individuals are actually performing. We're seeing a very proactive Xiaohu.
Flash auto attack. That's what I love to see out of LeBlanc players. I love to see them just jump in and start auto attacking everyone with 0 counterplay.
Again, it's great to see how well that they clearly even just.
That's the appeal of the champ for sure.
Here we are with a 8,000 gold lead for Weibo. They did just claim their first dragon after denying IG's stacking there. And the objectives have not been the name of the game, and that's kind of what we set up for Weibo as a whole coming into this one. It was the story of the tortoise and the hare, and they were definitely the tortoise. But when that tortoise comes alive at the end of the race, he wins it all the same.
And I got to say, Mazel, we already talked about it. The winner of this series goes on to face LNG. You go just back to last split in summer. Summer playoffs, it was the bottom side of the bracket. Weibo got eliminated by
When this guy was 100 HP.
So,
yeah, you know, like
Weibo gonna get
that.
to get revenge.
The auto attacks don't do 100 HP on LeBlanc unless you're building AD, right?
It's looking like a sealed deal, but that's a rematch. I gotta say, I'm curious to see.
See if Weibo can handle business with 2 more wins.
Or is it 2 turtles together? You know what I mean? They are the 2 slowest teams by game time and champion kills in the league. Is that what we get? Which turtle wins?
It sounds like the turtle races. Have you ever had like a turtle race or been to a turtle race at like a bar?
Wait, those are actually a thing?
That's a thing, yeah. There used to be this place nearby that would do turtle races every Friday. You just like pick a turtle and you have a lot of fun. Maybe that's what we'll get for that one. But this is no turtle race right now. The tortoise has come online. And IG are pressed under their team.
How can they play?
While Xiaohu takes an inhib in mid lane.
And the rest of them starting to rotate over, try and cut off IG's path.
I guess they're just gonna. I mean, I feel like Weibo could just start Baron. Yeah, they just easily do Baron at this point.
Are doing just so well.
They don't need to play for any. I mean, there's no soul in the game, so he's got to start Baron at some point. Just turn.
Xiaohu down to bot, knowing he has TP in case any shenanigans break out around the Baron.
We'll give Cryan one thing. He's definitely caught back up in CS and in items. He's not that far behind. At least 3rd item getting very close for Xiaohu. Cryan maybe a little close to that.
I'll take, but I actually think TL would beat G2 at MSI. Thoughts? I think G2 will end up being pretty big favorites.
It's been,
I mean, this is the best TL has looked. I mean, I think that what people do is they look at like G2 right now and they're like, oh, G2's been kind of like bad lately. If you consider like the last 2 weeks, they just don't look as good as they did before.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. And
they take that and then they compare it to like how TL looks right now, and they're like, oh, I think that TL is just better than G2. It's like, yeah, maybe that's true like right now, but this is not when they're actually playing the matches, right? Like you're taking G2 at their lowest, and yeah, and you're taking TL at their best. Z is dead.
A little bit of lightning to that, as it's going to be a hot pot here. Crisp and Light on the edge and on the verge of death. Crisp going to have to flash away.
I think they have to base before they Baron. Game's extending a bit.
But that was with Light not really being there for the majority.
So like I think that when MSI comes and G2's like in form, I think that G2 will just like G2 at their best form this year has showed me a lot more than TL at their best form. So I think if they both play close to that, I think G2 is better. And also like if you take G2 at their worst form and you compare that to TL at their worst form, G2 is also better than them there. So it's like I would say that generally G2 has just been better than TL this year.
14 kills.
Obviously, there's variance in performance, but
A lot of damage
when you're doing a prediction, I'm just like accounting for like what, like if you took like every possibility, it's more likely that G2 is just better than TL at MSI if you take like everything into account.
It's gonna be rough for IG, but finding small moments like that where Weibo are looking for picks, that's where you can start finding some picks of your own.
Wink's bubble was extremely clutch there as well to stop Light in his tracks. Now Weibo, though, they're looking at a Baron. They consistently were able to pressure IG around.
G2 has some real low lows. I mean, not really.
Looking to do so yet again. Tianzhen could go for the 50-50, but they don't have any vision around this pit whatsoever. Crying going to catch out Xiaohu.
Okay, they're trying to turn. Good rumble ult. Light is just going off.
And here comes Xiaohu over the top rope. Oh my!
Oh, actually, I mean, they ended up killing Light.
And he is untouched. He's gonna
Like, but it's fucking. I mean, maybe that means they can't end. They just have to do Baron here, I guess.
Triple there coming through. YSKM all alone though, left to his own devices, and Tianzhen has to watch as his teammates.
G2 looks so shit right now, but it's recency bias. I mean, even when G2 looks so shit, it's like very easy. They still have pretty good macro. They still play games out well once they get leads, and a lot of their mistakes are like pretty easily fixable. Like for example, them having this issue where they're just like not respecting Prio and they're fighting like 3v3s in River. Like it's a really bad mistake, but I think that because it's a really bad mistake, people view it as like, oh, how bad are they if they're making such a bad mistake? It's really easy to not make that mistake. Just be like, yo, like this is a 3v4, just don't fight 3v4.
Like, look at this guy.
And we're fine.
Splashes the tidal wave. He is past the IG front line right now. IG top jungle is behind.
Bro, Light just sent it. Macro is very sus. Like, I don't think their macro is very sus. I feel like their macro is still good.
So at this point, you know, ZVZ big enough to be able to
like mid to late game macro at least.
We're gonna see in the bottom hand of our screen IG getting another dragon, so gonna be some nice gold from that one, but still 10k down. I guess to be fair, Weibo been sitting at about a 10k gold lead for a while now, but with this Baron is where you really expect it to start opening up.
3.5 items now for Light and Xiaohu, and again, can't stop praising Light, who
Field takes 3v4 fights all the time, just skill issue. I mean, like, they take 3v4 fights that are winnable. Like, you don't take completely unwinnable 3v4 fights, and normally the 3v4s and things that are taken are like when there's summoner imbalances later on in the game. That's when you can go for like these 3v4 fights, is when you have yeah, like when you actually have a reason to, like there's a 3v4 where they're missing flashes or missing ults, and then you can like turn, or like the HP is not even, like taking a 3v4 at level 3 when everyone just is full life, full summoners is almost never winnable.
Not even a poke comp yet, they're able to use it as
like they took one with what, like Lucian, Nami, Rel yesterday, with like an Ahri moving at level 6. Like that's just never a winnable fight. They could easily just not make that decision in the future, is my point. Pretty easy for them to just not do that and then win.
As the cannon minion finally does fall to Crying.
And I get what Weibo are doing right now. They're having Xiaohu even wait around with them top because of how low they're getting, trying to find a pick, but you need to be using this Baron mid as well. I think there's really no excuse for Weibo to not be setting up and then playing through 2 lanes when they have this LeBlanc and they have Baron. Is Tianzhen?
Second time's the charm, double bubble. It's a little bit of trouble. Nice
and kill.
Crying, but he gets
Ryan dying here is actually huge though.
Immediately gets taken down. YSKM now all alone, and they tried to pull the trigger. They do get one back for On, but Weibo, they are pressed.
On dies, the game's over, I think. All right, GG.
Xiaohu, he's on everyone here. The double kill is there for ZD.
I mean, Cryan can never do that, by the way. Like Cryan sacrificing his positioning in order to like try to scoop 2 people is just completely worthless every time. Like he needs to be the one doing the damage. If you look at items, like he's the guy that got the 1k shutdown. He needs to like auto 1,000,000 times for them to win the fight. That was, I mean, they were actually holding out pretty nicely. Like if they held out here, there's no soul point coming up, and Azir just farms, like they could actually make this game extend and like be annoying for Weibo to end. Weibo would have had to end the game through like split pushing and stuff like that, because Weibo's 5v5 comp is not insanely strong when you have the 80 LeBlanc. Yeah, sending it like this is just, it's just a 3-0, I think.
Unfortunately for IG, you know, again, it's struggling to even find your footing at all in this series. You haven't been able to find any of those early advantages. You've tried for a composition.
Y'all are one of the better NA first seeds? I don't think so. Like, one of the better NA first seeds, like, what does that mean? If you're gonna look at, like, NA first seeds, right, like, I mean, the C9, like, if you just were gonna look at, like, spring NA first seed, because comparing spring to summer is kind of, like, unfair, because summer teams are just better than spring teams, because they've had longer to play. If you compare them to, like, C9 last year, I mean, I guess they're better in some ways, they're worse in some ways too. Pretty similar in terms of skill. I would say NA's first seed last year is one of the worst ones. You compare them to, like, 2019 TL, you compare them to 2020 C9, compare them to, you know, like 2021 yeah, C9. I don't know if they're like one of the better ones. I think that people are just like, they saw TL this weekend where TL played well, and they're making it seem like that's their average level, or I think they peaked at the right time. They had a lot, like, I mean, just 2 weeks ago they had a horrible series that they played versus FlyQuest, right, where it was just really, really messy. All right, let's watch this.
All right, thank you, man. I was like, he wasn't cracking a smile the whole way here. Plus, Cloud9 walked by earlier, and you know, I know you understand that part, but I'm glad you're letting it sink in, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm really happy with the results.
Yeah.
I am just a little bit personally sad today. It's actually Easter in Australia, and I've been getting a lot of my videos of my two boys doing like an Easter egg hunt and like putting on their Easter pajamas and stuff, and it's kind of just like hitting me that I haven't been home for 3 months. I haven't seen my 6-year-old son Jasper, my 3-year-old Henry. I haven't seen my partner Jenna in a very long time. So yeah, it's like one of those moments where like you put so much work and effort and commitment into everything, and then you achieve your goal, and then you remember why you're doing it at all in the first place, which for me is to support my family. So then, you know, you have like high highs, low lows, like it just kind of sinks in.
Well, I think it's also,
bro, move the fucking family here, Steve. How hard is it? Move the whole family here.
I think it's such an insight into what it's like being in such a performance-based career.
Absolutely.
Where everyone is just like, look at your performance.
Yeah.
You did it with players that you picked, with guys that were, you know, under a lot of scrutiny and under fire. This has to be the high, and just seeing you out there, just, you know, also being a human.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and the sacrifice that, you know, sometimes winning can't cover up.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy with the win. And I think we also played some of the best League of Legends we played all split. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, like...
Wait, but this is literally what I think, too. This is why I don't think that this is their average level. This is their, like, they peaked at the right time, which is good. It's obviously, like, ideal to peak at the right time, but I don't think that that necessarily means that they are just, like... I mean, people are just saying they're straight up better than G2. Like, I don't know. It seems wrong to me.
Like, I'm super happy with the team. I also was like really nervous going into today because like I completely acknowledge like how good this C9 squad can be when they hum on all cylinders. So we knew we had to give them respect. Even going into the last game, I was like, guys, like unfortunately, when you start 2-0, you don't get like an extra longsword or something. The game's still 0-0-0. You know, we have to go out there and play well against these guys. So yeah, there is that side where, and you know what that does is that fills you up with adrenaline and you know all the positive dopamines and stuff like that. Yeah. So just like if there's other stuff going on, you do feel like the yo-yo effect a little bit.
Yeah. Who are you most proud of, impressed with the most in this series?
I mean, honestly,
who's your favorite kid?
It's so hard to like tell, right? Because like I think that who had the toughest job today was APA. Like he's playing against their best player, and I think that he was a player under the most scrutiny.
APA is playing against their best player. He thinks that Jensen is their best player over Inspired or Bwipo. I think Jensen's like their third best player.
And it's really easy in situations like that to play to not lose, but he played to win today.
He did.
And I think that he like traded flashes a couple of times. Game 1 when he went 1-for-1 and Fudge had to roam mid and burn flash to like kill him.
This is after the C9 series. Oh. Wait, why they didn't release it? I thought that they won
That
finals
was
here.
actually like pivotal in the game. Like, you got Impact 2 plays top lane. Even second game, he's like flashing forward on Jojo and Hui when he's playing through.
Wait, this was released today. Oh, okay.
Like trying to create pressure in that mid lane. So I think that the person with the toughest job today that succeeded was probably Ian. The person I'm probably most proud of is actually Impact. Coming into the split, I think everyone knows Impact's great. Like, he's one of the goats of the region.
Yep.
He was coming off like a really disappointing year for himself from FlyQuest. And I think that he had so much like
Weird timing to release this.
energy when he came into the team, and he was like an authoritative voice, and he wanted to really shape the team into like how he wanted to play.
Yeah.
And I agreed with a lot of what he said, but I needed him to bend in some areas and stuff like that. And his willingness to be able to do that, like the ability for him to get on board with a program of a first-year coach as maybe the greatest, North American player of all time. I think like I can't speak higher of like how amazing that is. And I think that today he had a superb series. It felt like he was just 1v2, 1v3 on the top side of the map most of the series, and was just absolutely dominating. So I would say like probably player of the series to Impact was really deserved, but I think APA needs a shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're wondering how many, Jet and I were laughing about it in our little golf piece, how many solo kills he's going to have, and, had a couple there and really stepped up. Is there anything, do you feel extra affinity, and how much extra affinity do you feel to do this, to go international with Core, with Jan, guys that have been in the system for a while, and with APA, who's a young player that you plucked up?
Yeah, I mean, I drafted both APA and Jan. I got both of them I got Jan from the Riot Games Scouting Combine, and I got APA from the Team Liquid Scouting Combine. And then the person that actually helped me with the Scouting Combines was Core. So he had like direct input in how to build the roster as well. And we make no secret about it. Like, Core's the captain of the team in Australian sport. Like, a player has like a lot of authority in the captain position, and a lot of the time coaches can't interfere when the game is happening. So I need a voice on Summoner's Rift that like sees the game the same way I do, and that's Core. So that trio that we kept together from last year, I was really adamant when I talked to Steve and Dodo that this is a trio that I very much wanted to work with, because I knew not only are they very hard workers, which I need on my team. Like, I get really pissed off when people don't put effort into the grind, because that's what I do, and I expect people to be able to reciprocate that effort. But also at the same time, I needed people that I knew had that high ceiling. And we made no excuses of our flaw. There were some games this split where we just weren't playing good enough, but we always knew the ceiling was high. So the job was to just put in the effort and make sure that we peaked at the right time. And credit to those three guys that they've been able to do that. And also the fact that Umpty and Impact jumped on board. But to get back to the original question, it honestly means the world to me to win with Jan, APA, and Core. It's awesome.
With this series win, you get to go international. You're going to China, Chengdu?
Yeah, Chengdu.
Going to Chengdu for MSI. I've always thought that, as much as the super team of Cloud9 and the raw power that they have would be great there and great representatives, everyone thought that preseason. I think your team grows so much more with the new parts that you have there, guys that haven't been on the international stage for a while. What do you think are some of the benefits that these players, your players, will get by playing at MSI, like, and not just general stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we really discovered this when we went to Worlds, right? That the international game is like so much different, and it's actually like so much quicker pace. Even like the slower pace regions like the LCK, they do everything like small on a very, very quick pace. So we learned an absolute ton, to the point where like we were trying to incorporate it into our game so rapidly that we kind of like broke our own game last year, as you probably saw. So, I think that that's what we'll learn. We'll learn about the pace at which we should be playing the game. I think we've sped up a lot, and I think that's great. And I think we probably could speed up a little bit more.
Yeah.
So, I think that that's what the goal is, to go international and make sure that we're playing the same brand as League of Legends as the international teams. And, then we can live with the result. But when you go there and you play a different game to them and you feel like you never stood a chance, that's when they feel really, really bad. So, our goal is to make sure that we're playing aggressively, that we're playing fast pace, and that, then we'll live with the result. We
got to see that with Golden Guardians when they went to MSI. It just felt like they beat the playing teams, but then they could never catch up with the Chinese and Korean teams. Do you feel like part of incorporating it is this, I guess, narrative that has kind of popped up since playoffs? TL fights a ton, and you guys have been so aggressive. Is that part of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that So there's like different comps, right? When we play our smolder comp with like Ziggs, then we're like very happy to trade for gold, and we want to like extract the most gold out of the game, and we want Umpty on a jungler that can do, you know, certain things, so Yun can do certain things. So, you know, we have different styles we can play. But when we're playing like Varus, you know, Callista drafts, when we're playing Aurelion Sol, like these champions function better when people don't have flash. So the goal is fight, burn flashes, win or lose a fight, and then fight again. And I actually think we saw that in game 3.
You know how long I've been trying to explain this concept? It's nice to see that Spawn understands this. You know how long I've been trying to explain this concept to people? It's been literally years. It's been literally years of me trying to explain that, like, fighting for no reason is not actually fighting for no reason. You're fighting to burn resources in preparation for a more significant fight later on.
Of the Cloud9 series.
It's actually impossible, though.
They chased us down topside. We made
Like,
a huge
you'll
mistake.
never
Don't
get
me
this
wrong,
through
I'm not saying
people's
we
head.
wanted 5 people to die there. But at no point after that where we're like, oh my god, no,
The
they're
guy on Twitter that flamed you for that, I mean, it is what it is, bro. People just won't understand.
back in the game. It was like, oh, they just used every single one of their summoner spells. If we can force a team fight in the next 5 minutes, like, we're going to be able to clean up the game. So that's our like attitude, is like our willingness to take on risk so that our game can be more explosive. So I think that that's been the evolution of us in playoffs, is our risk tolerance in best of series has gone through the roof. And it's actually a proponent of why I've really been against best of ones in the long run, especially when we had best of ones in academy, because you need young players to be willing to take risks where they can make mistakes, but they're going for the right play. Because if you only play best of one, it rewards playing conservatively. But, you know, if you play these best of 2s, best of 3s, and you go for the right play but make an individual mistake or a team mistake, then you have another shot to run it back in game 2 and 3. And I think that we've just been leveling up from that experience of best ofs the entirety of playoffs.
That makes a lot of sense. We feel like NA has sent a lot of solid KDA kind of players, and then that's why the pace of play, the mistakes that Eastern teams make, don't get punished as hard, because you know, we're like, oh look, we're heading, you know, gold for now, or we're heading, you know, whatever for now, and not right.
I mean, this concept, like, C9 literally just doesn't understand what Spawn just said, and you could tell based off their game 2 when they played against FlyQuest in the best of 5 for winner bracket finals. You could tell based off their game 2, they're like, this comp is so hard to play. We're playing Rumble, Nautilus, Sejuani, Yone, and like every time we engage, they just flash out. It's like, yeah, bro, because you're not engaging enough. Like, they literally never got one fight where they burned summoners and then fought again within 5 minutes. They only fought on 5-minute windows, and every single time that they did it, they lost the fight because the enemy team was just able to counter their engage with flashes. I mean, it's such a basic concept, and C9 doesn't even understand that. So, I mean, it makes sense that TL won. It makes sense that TL beat C9. It makes me think that TL would probably just beat C9 all the time until C9 gets better as a team and they actually are playing the same game, because TL is actually considering the more important facets of the game live, where C9 don't even know those aspects of the game exist.
Step on them.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like, you know, there's like 2 things that we've tried to do when we've gone internationally. We've tried to pick scaling and then we get blown out in the early game, or we've tried to be very active from level 1, but we kind of overdo it. And then, you know, if they just hold down the fort, then they eventually outscale. And what you need to be able to do is you need to be able to play like kind of a mixture of both styles, which, you know, means that, again, you have to add risk into the game. Like, League of Legends is not a game you can win by doing nothing anymore. Like, Riot has just made
anymore is the crucial part. You used to be able to win League by doing nothing, which is why games used to have 8 kills at like 40 minutes and last an hour long, because you could just, there was so much vision in the game that there you didn't have to make any type of like estimations in the game. Like, there weren't decisions that you made based off imperfect information. You used to have essentially perfect information all the time. So it was just about like, do you know more about the game? Like, are you doing the right thing, setting up your vision in the right place? Are you like showing up for the right things at the right time? Like, it used to be completely based off that, which is why I believe Korea used to be the most dominant by far in the early seasons, because they just played the most perfect League of Legends, and that's all that mattered.
How strong Baron is, Elder Dragon, global blue buff, global red buff. All of these things like just mean that you have to have like willingness to like play the game at the moment.
December, January, whenever you guys finally put this roster together, realized, okay, moving on from a couple players, have options in other roles. Okay, here's our roster. What was the peak that you saw this team making?
No, I thought we would win, to be honest. Like, I said to Steve, like...
That's a little crazy. That's not crazy. That feels crazy.
Nah.
You knew what they were putting together over Cloud9 and Black West.
Yeah, no, I knew that. But maybe I'm an idiot, to be honest. But like, I looked at our guys and I'd seen the offseason that Yon and APA had had in Korea, and I was like, oh, well, these guys are going to keep leveling up. And then I knew we were bringing back Impact, and I was like, well, fucking Impact is insane. Like, that's maybe the best signing. Like, I think people slept on how big it was bringing Impact back to Team Liquid.
I
to
agree.
be completely.
Oh, how insane is Impact? Like the difference between Impact and Summit. Summit is like a player that just adds a bunch of variants to your games. He doesn't play like what he did. He wasn't even playing well with leads. He wasn't even acquiring leads at a consistent pace last year. Like he was just kind of average and then a liability the entire time. Impact is just insanely solid all the time. Plays every team fight well. Like Impact is just the GOAT.
To be honest, having Impact and Core on the same team means that you have complete direction through every stage of the game. And I think that bringing him back was awesome. And then when I first met Umpty on the call, and I think there's interviews about it.
How
like,
dog shit must Prince and Vikla have been to go 9th place with Impact as their top laner? God damn.
I really enjoyed his personality because I'm a super serious guy.
Yeah.
And he's super lighthearted and can add that kind of environment, this spark to make people laugh, to like make people forget about stuff for a little bit. So I really valued that. So I thought our ceiling was we could win. And then the thing is like, again, maybe it sounds arrogant, but like I trust myself to bring the ceiling out of players. Like I always say, like as a coach, I'm not the smartest League of Legends mind in the world. That's not what my job is. You know, that's why I've got people like Rain over people like Hatham helping out. But my job is to get the most out of the young men that have been put in front of me. And, you know, the clash you have sometimes is, you know, that's in and out of game. You know, we have like policies on being late. We have policies on, you know, dress code and what we wear to scrims. Like I'm a very strict and serious guy, but what I think that does is that makes a unit that then is willing to go out there and sacrifice themselves for the team, or to take on responsibility of themselves for the team. And I think that that's what I wanted to be able to do. I wanted to hold each individual accountable, and I think that we did that well, and now we've
Yeah, why not, bro? I don't mind it.
kind of peaked at the right time.
Two more. We'll
Yeah.
start with the first one. TL fans, what'd you like to say to them?
I mean, thank you so much. Honestly, like, I think that Team Liquid fans have a really, really good balance of going for the jugular when they think there is an apparent issue, which is good because, you know, you want those kind of fans because that means they're passionate.
Yeah.
Because then when on the flip side that you do
Really have fans, bro?
well, they come out of the woodwork and they're so celebratory of the team as well. So I'm a huge like fan in a lot of sports as well, and I'm like that as well. Like when my team is playing bad in sports, I'm one of the angriest fans ever. But when they're playing well, then you know I really respect and appreciate the work and effort that goes in. So I would say like thank you so much to the Team Liquid fans. Like I mean, we couldn't do it without you. You know, the reason that great brands like Honda, Alienware want to come on board is because we do have the best fan base, I think, in the LCS and maybe in esports. So, yeah, we definitely hear you and see you, and hopefully we've done you proud.
And then finally, let's end it where we started. What do you like to say to your family that obviously have been very supportive and understanding of the work that you've put in, and you could see the toll that, I mean,
Because like the way that I kind of see NA fandom is like people just like players. Like I don't see that much like team fandom like the same way that there's team fandom in EU. Like when I look at like Mad fans and K Corp fans and even like Fnatic fans and G2 fans, it feels like there's more fans of organizations in Europe. But in NA, I just kind of see it as like people like players. You like players? That was like your favorite player. Okay. Yeah.
literally see the toll that it takes on you.
I'll just finish this in that new
despite,
draft.
one of the happiest moments that people would think that you would have.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've got them tattooed on me. My first son was Jasper Fox, which is why I've got a fox here. My second son is Henry Michael, which is why I've got the Archangel Michael on here.
Yeah.
And then I've got planets tattooed all over me because my sons love planets. So I feel like I carry them. They're on my left arm because that's the side of my heart, you know? So I carry them everywhere with me, but I'll be home soon. I go home Monday, LA time. I land on Wednesday, Australia time. And I cannot wait to see them and just hold my boys. It's going to be great.
Jake Spawn Tiberi, everyone, now the most successful caster turned competitive side talent in the space, going international and one step away from an LCS championship. Congratulations, man.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
All right, good interview.
Really coming strong into
Hey, I mean, Wink is on his best champ. Okay, maybe this is a game that Weibo could lose.
So I like it.
Like, they're going all out, bro. They're going all out.
Putting on some games in solo queue, so we'll see if he can adapt well. The Renata, of course, something we knew would come out for Weibo once the.
Oh, Papa Smithy. Papa Smithy was never really a coach, was he?
Because, like you said, long range engage, level 6. Wink sets it up on able to.
Been like a GM of like teams in LCS for years. Yeah, for like 4 years.
I will just give a caveat. Crisp is
Yeah, he's not really on camera. He just does like roster decisions and stuff.
And
And then when he puts together a roster like FlyQuest with Vikla and Prince, hunted down mercilessly, and then they get kicked from the team, comes out like, we lost as a team. Like, not like he just does the PR tweets. Yeah. Yeah.
So they're gonna be on some.
Yeah, no, I would just go out. Like, if I was a GM, I would just go out and be like, these players have no value. Don't even sign them. Like, I don't even want to sell them to you. Like, I'm gonna take the L. Like, I sign these players. Make sure these players never play again in the space. Like, no one wants to watch Prince. No one wants to watch Vikla and Prince play. I call them Vince.
Just as much as
A GM. I mean, I think it would be for the good, like the greater good. It's like, we'll take the L. It's my bad that I signed Prince. You should not sign him anymore, even to an academy team. Anyways, okay, what do we got? Renata. I feel like this is such a hard lane for Kalista, bro. This is gonna have to be a Xiao Hu carry, Xiao Hu duo carry. This shit looks unplayable. What do we run here if we're ZDZ? Is it just Aatrox? Generally, the call is Aatrox here. Aatrox is pretty good later in the game against these champs. So I think you just take the L in lane, and your lane is hard, and then you just end up scaling. Aatrox. What a surprise! Put me on the stage. I'll draft and flame players.
On Aatrox today, it is gonna be here for the third game, and it's ZDZ piloting that one.
Yeah, so gonna have his opportunities. I think Rek'Sai should be stronger early and be able to take a lot of those winning trades. So now we're just gonna need jungle and mid for IG, and this is where I think Cryan can really be struggling to find something.
I don't think I'd be. I don't think I'd enjoy being a coach at all. Like, I enjoy like the strategic aspects of League, but one thing that I have very low tolerance for. It's the same reason I always rant about Piglet. I absolutely hate trying to fix problems that people like self-imposed problems and like immaturity of players and teams, like people just like sabotaging the team because it like feels good or they're selfish or they can't control their emotions. Like, I have almost zero tolerance for that shit. So like, I think it would just be a miserable experience where it's like, I don't want to solve like a problem that somebody else created for themselves for no reason because they're like a fucking 19-year-old like little bitch who was like sheltered their entire life. Like, I just feel like that is just such a not fun thing to do.
I think a big thing I always focus on is we do have a lot of Nidalees around, but I feel Lilian is the Nidalee. He's had over 50 games played. He has an over 60% win rate on the champion itself. You bring this guy in to press into the face of the opposing jungler. That's not something that Xiaohao has had to deal with at all this series yet, and we'll see what his answer is.
I mean, hell, he actually played this exact jungle matchup a week ago, though. So at least, again, having the recent experience to be able to lean into. If they haven't done it today, they are used to it. Standoffs could be annoying, though, having to deal with those Nidalee spears and not having a very easy way of being able to force outside of...
I mean, this game is winnable. This game is winnable for sure. Like, the Poppy is not even that strong in this game.
So this
like, the bot lane is gonna be really hard to deal with. I don't know, bro. I think IG can win this one, to be honest.
We gotta see on and win.
I mean, if they can't win this one, then it's completely fucked. But I mean, they're essentially just playing like, I mean, they're playing what? Poppy, Talia versus not many dashes at all. Like, Nidalee dash is not that important. Tristana dash is not really important either. It's not like things that are guaranteed to dash into you. Like, you have Ashe Draven, you can play 3v3 strong through bot side. Definitely a winnable game for IG.
For over 1,000 days. That in and of itself is an award, but they would love to keep this series going. They'd love to make Weibo sweat. So let's hear those Gios for game number 3. Love to hear the crowd alive and love to see IG going for a level 1. They will be spotted out here by Xiaohu, though.
Man, if they hit that
Volley hits, they
W
probably
first before the
down.
spear,
Crisp
Lane could have chased this guy.
poke back and IG able to make a little bit.
Yeah, is actually sneaking behind for a ward. They're not going to know this ward is here.
Gonna sneak
Is he actually going to look to start
behind.
Raptors? That's
Nice.
insane.
So, Jungle Camps potentially just
Actually, so good from Xiaohao here.
with IG getting this control. And I do gotta say that to look at this this game holistically, in terms of drafts, I think this is IG's best setup, and a lot of that coming from the Weibo side of the longer this goes, right, you're gonna get outranged by things like the Tristana, the Nidalee spears, the Ashe.
Ooh,
Logs that you won't
okay.
be able to run forward.
Try and actually look for him.
The thing is, can they get through the early game? Can Weibo just be the better
'Cause
team?
Xiaohao would
Raptors
like to
side
start
won't matter.
Raptors here, but
Also throws into question just Weibo's
he actually
right
would have
side
got
threat as
checked,
well,
so.
right? Maybe it's not Loyan coming in or Weibo getting over.
Let's see how Lian pats it.
A lot of their good draft
This
shooting
Poppy
stuff.
positioning could win the whole game, though.
They did still have pick available.
I don't like Rek'Sai as a front line. Wait, why not?
That worked out.
Champion is like unkillable.
They found themselves on the blue side for the first time. A little bit
Like
of
Rek'Sai,
advantage.
Udyr, these champions are like some of the best pure frontliners if you just are talking about like
Pressure onto the
being a frontline as in taking damage.
And let's remember that IG still don't know what's
But
up with Xiaohao.
they're just not as good as other champions when it comes to like providing like massive CC for the team. But in terms of just taking damage, if you understand
Curious to see if
what you're
Xiaohao-
doing,
I'm
these
curious
champions
if
are
Jungler's
giga OP.
interacting at all. Like if we actually get Xiaohao
They're trying to
playing
crash
Ganker on bot,
third wave here.
too fearful of this
Didn't crash second.
The funniest part is gonna be
It's gonna be impossible. They can't dive this, which is really bad, I think.
Even more
Oh, this could be
surprised.
timing. This could be timing.
All right, he's gonna come around the corner. Sees Xiaohao there.
Ooh, Xiaohao
Has ensued.
He's in trouble. He has to flash here.
Lian
Flash?
is powerful here. He's gonna look for it as well.
He hits that spear, it's
Now,
GG.
steadfast
But he
presence,
didn't.
that Speed, giving him an easy way out. Now Lian gets a speed up when he goes through.
He should have saved his auto here. If he saved his auto here, he could have blast coned it maybe. Like if he canceled that auto and then autoed the cone, kill.
The jungle, and now they're gonna go back top.
It's tragic for Lian that none of his spears connecting so far. Not the ones level 1 on Xiaohu, not any of these on Xiaohao.
Well, I mean, he hit a spear there. What?
How insane base rush is with that movement speed. That
Wait,
Xiaohao
did he
got.
not just hit the first spear? Like, are we watching the same game? He hit the first spear here, and he also hit one on Xiaohu early.
And also, top lane is going as we'd expect. Yscam able to maintain.
And that's not like an easy spear to land. I don't know. Do people like play Nidalee?
Mind games with Cryan here. He does have the rocket jump to get out, but he can't do it in the worst ground. And now he's in trouble. He's gonna flash. Xiaohao wants it. He can't get over. Xiaohu's gonna get him.
I mean, if you die here crying, you're like just Giga reported. All right, he's not Giga reported. Oh, Xiaohu has to TP.
And he has
Xiaohao
TP,
is gonna have to E the minions to live.
He might end up going down. Okay, so does have that to be able to dash.
He
away,
smited
but
one. No idea why, but
unlocked by
okay.
Weibo. Mid lane Xiaohu losing both summoners.
But again, IG finding a different way to make something happen. Honestly, the most proactive early game.
There's a worse than Yankos. I mean, I don't think you should ever be landing those spears, by the way. Like,
I mean, the most. Actually, I'd probably say it's the most.
what happened to
proactive early
Wait,
game.
Cryan just had no
IG
W, okay.
Forcing them into this, right? With
But yeah, the E into Poppy E is actually a pretty nice combo for the guaranteed stun. If Xiaohu was more ready, like, I don't think Xiaohu even realized what Xiaohao was going for because he could have W'd off that and it could have been a free kill.
Killing Xiaohu on the inside, who once he spots the Ashe has to TP away, feeling threatened that he might go down if Wink decides to just path back down towards him.
You get more movement speed from Smite. I mean, he has Phase or Nimbus Cloak, so yeah, but like he was already out, right? Like, what is Ashe gonna do? Ashe is gonna kill him there somehow. Like, Ashe is literally like 3 screens away after he eased the wave.
A big one towards bot side. Xiaohao gonna stay around doing his Gromp as well, but you gotta wonder how quickly these teams want to transition towards these neutrals.
Land still isn't based.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Weibo should feel fine. Not feeling pressured to go for anything as of just yet. Give time for things like the Weaver's Wall, especially, to be able to become a factor in this game. I think seeing what Lian can pull off is going to be more interesting, right? Especially when, like we said, your CC is somewhat conditional. Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Matchup's really hard for
set up for an easy
ZDZ
clear.
early.
That's about it.
Like even if he hits, like that's pretty much as hard as he could outplay the Rek'Sai, right? And the Rek'Sai is just gonna keep on grass procking and keep on sustaining.
Very big differences being gained in the first 2 series games, but
I don't know why he potted though.
more even states across the board and even a little bit of a lead for Lien.
Like you hit full combo as Aatrox and you still get out sustained. Like the reason you play this lane as Aatrox is just because once you get like two items or like an item and a half, you can just absolutely destroy the 80 carries of IG. Like the triple 80 carries, like all of them get one shot by Q3. Profane Hydra pretty much.
So Weibo looks like they're going to consciously give this one up. Ooh, Crying.
I was coming around the corner here. Yeah, Crying was going for the engage on Xiaohu. They also have presence on the bot side with the push into the turret there by Crisp and Light. Xiaohu's looking for something down there while the Telegrubbies are being watched.
This is game losing. If they die here, the game's like lost completely, I think.
They're going to try to go to On, and they do find him. Chris tanking up here. The bailout's going to be available, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean, they lost also. That's like pretty much game winning, I would say.
And look, Xiaohu's even leaning down on the map. He has Weaver's Wall now.
Somehow they were up a base too, and they're just getting abused this hard in lane. Like, I don't know. Like, they used to be really good at these lanes. I don't know what happened to IG's bot lane that they are now, like, unable to even play Draven Ashe into Renata.
They know was a weak point last game. They consistently hovered bot side. They consistently found advantages there, and they strike first in bot side.
Obviously, the gank is good from Xiaohu, but that's not a gank that's, like, possible if your lane is laning normally.
Needs to be won with early gold.
It feels like a lot's gonna have to come online once.
Noom Nita can't hit spears on water walking Poppy with 3 pings. Like, unironically, that's how people are like talking about that situation.
Much of a wave, but they got enough heavy trades to make.
And that's actually how people were talking about it now. They're like, what? These spears. They know spear is unhittable on a player that like has hands, right?
Good combinations early.
At that range, like somebody who's walking away from you just trying to dodge spears when you're no movement speed early game, it's actually impossible.
Up there later on, but right now they are positioning for Weibo around the Dragon Pit and around their bot lane.
Now having serrated Dirk on the Callista. Ooh, again.
Oh no, you might be a predator, but there's 2 hunters waiting in the bush. On and Wink.
If On gets a reset or a kill here, it's winnable.
Stacking up with the Ren stacks. Lien is scared to go in. You can see the hesitancy, but if he can hit the hook, he goes in, or at least with the spear. They do end up finding a decent amount of damage onto Crisp, but Lien can't do it. Flash forward from Wink. He's gonna get him.
Oh, big.
Goes down and gives
huge. Wait, there's a solo kill mid too. Crying solo killed him too.
Gets Crisp, but that's 2 kills to On, and now Lien
that's actually huge. That's huge. That's huge. They're so back.
To another one, and IG have a lead for the first time in this entire series.
Crying, cutting off Xiaohu as well, preventing the Weaver's Wall from being able to come out and find a solo kill. So this time around, IG able to find success in 2 of their lanes.
Might he's W on himself. I mean, it doesn't matter who he W's there.
3K in favor of IG.
I mean, Crisp, if he W's Poppy, Poppy's dead anyway, and then he's dead too. Like, they're all dead. They're just getting ran down.
A lot more aggressive, a lot more in your face. And
I'll watch it again. I'll see if there's an angle where he can actually like save the Poppy, or like Poppy will be able to do anything off of it.
And right, I feel like that's the difference this game is we're actually seeing Weibo play a lot more aggressive with how they drafted, and it's turning around.
Atlanta is level 6 here. He has double buffs.
You're isolated. Just take all of these free autos out from Wink. The spear connects,
here, like, the reason why spear is hittable is because Poppy is against the wall. That spear should never be hit by Light, but it was through the wall, so it's like it's harder to see. I mean, I don't know. They lose that no matter what. Like, maybe they get 1 kill back. Did Poppy have E up? Yeah, maybe they get 1 kill back if he W's the Poppy, but it's like they're losing that situation hard as fuck.
Ooh, we're getting a combo in mid lane. Xiaohu goes into it, but Xiaohu doesn't have much damage just yet.
I mean, they're up like 3K gold in 9 minutes now.
Increased, or at least decreased cooldown for it. No other objectives are going to fall during it, but we're getting a lot of scuffles. And in the draft, I had talked about kind of IG maybe wanting to bring Weibo down to their fighting level, and Weibo bought into that. They went with the early game scuffling comp, and it hasn't paid up for them just yet. The Enchanted Crystal there are coming down.
They're trying to get out the Callisto ult.
Pay up for IG's bottom lane as Fate's Call does end up getting used.
Crispin to be able to get away safely, it does end up being an ult for ult, and with Xiaohu being around this side of the map, nothing more going to be able to come from this. But it seems hard for Weibo to be able to find anywhere they can attack. Crying's doing a great job of just keeping momentum and pressure in mid to not allow Xiaohu to be able to roam with the Weaver's Wall. Anytime he does see him hover down, he's following. It's leading them to have success in the spot lane 3v3. They're winning the top lane 1v1. Like, game plan just going so well for IG right now. As we see Crying, again, doing exactly what I just said, matching Xiaohu, making sure that he can't find any of those
What the hell is that?
to find numbers and create picks.
That pick is so big.
Was Crying just dead?
So low, but now Crying actually caught his own. He's gonna flash.
Got a heal or what?
Xiaohao does
No heal?
and does end up taking him out. Thought he didn't have.
It's actually really sad to die. Oh, and he loses flash too like this? I don't know. It's really depressing.
But even then, like, look how hard that had to be for Weibo to find that kill. You don't really have any
20 CS lead for Tristana.
You need to be able to hit that seismic shove, or them just be next to a wall for Xiaohao to set up. So I don't think these opportunities are going to happen all too often, but it's good that Weibo found one to capitalize on.
Actually, take a look back at the replay here and see the transgressions that Crying had done.
doesn't even connect the seismic shift to start off with.
No.
Just ends up getting baited. So he walks into Xiaohao getting that CC up, and even then, it was almost not enough. But Xiaohao going to be the one to get that.
And just a 3-man hitting the bot turret.
Pressure IG are using on bot.
Okay.
They've already taken multiple plates there as well. They still have some time to take more. We get a third for On and Wink in the bot side. And this is more like it for Draven lane and for IG's bot side.
Yeah, being able to lean.
Bro, also it's like Kalista is going like Q-Max with a Dirk.
Having a
Seems
strong,
really hard for them to play.
punishing a lot of Weibo's aggression. And IG so far seem to say, hey, we don't even care about top side. We don't care about those grubs up there. We're just going to keep hammering down on the spot lane 2v2 and not let Light and Chris play the game.
Lian trying to take that ward out. Weibo.
Italy's up 30 CS, barely up half a level on Poppy. Yep.
We'll end up getting their back off for On and Wink. On's going to be very happy about that. I'm sure he's going to be able to buy himself.
I think BDS and Fnatic win today too. No, I think G2 wins.
As he does, Essence Reaver is acquired.
That's what I think.
Yeah, so IG still going to be playing through their strengths of this 2v2. We have seen, it seems like Weibo make an adaptation, though, of we're starting to see Xiaohao be like, hey, I'm not going to hover around bot and try to 3v3 you. When you're doing that, I'm going to hover around mid. I'm going to try.
I think BDS and G2 win.
Who has room to move and Crying can't follow, and that's how they'll try and dissuade those bot lane plays. So we'll see if that can find them any success against this item lead, this gold lead that IG are already starting to find.
Are you saying that there's an opportunity?
I think G2 is kind of trolling lately.
Yeah, there is.
Sure.
one.
I mean, so is Fnatic, right? Fnatic had a horrible last week.
Oh, no way! Oh my goodness. Thank
No.
you. Thank you, Lyric. But I think that
I
first
set you up.
satisfies
I gave it to you.
Yeah. You had to. As you do see those first item spikes coming across, these two ADCs are going to start ramping in pressure because they are very early game based. It feels like, obviously, Kalista does have a lot of strength to say when those Ren stacks start stacking up later in the game. But the presence is going to be needed to be used at least through here as a frosty wave brushes across Xiaohu's front door in mid lane.
Yeah, now IG.
What's the opportunity? What are you seeing? You're seeing the lethality Kalista that literally always loses.
And it's hard.
This shit seems so bad, especially when you start trying to do Baron. This champion looks absolutely useless. It's like normally Kalista is really good at doing Baron, like Ginsu's Bork, like secures Baron, all this stuff. It's one of the huge strengths of the champions is securing objectives. And everyone fucks up anyway, but it is a huge advantage. And you watch this from a lethality Kalista, they do 0 damage to the Baron. What kind of sucks is like when you have this team comp of like Renata, Poppy, Aatrox, Talia. Normally the Renata and the Talia are going to be trying to like zone, so you need your AD carry to actually do damage to Baron to do it ever. It's like you pretty much just need to ace them in order to do Baron.
Yeah. He's been able to play around the map well again. I think a lot of it is kind of down to how Weibo drafted as well. We can give credit to that for Lian too. Why not?
True.
You know,
why not?
He came in and I mean, hell, Weibo felt the need to draft a
Who kills Rek'Sai on Weibo?
And he's
I mean, the Rek'Sai doesn't really need to die.
And leaving YScan,
It's more like Aatrox is going to try to just kill the backline.
a lot of investment. Now it's about how they use this Herald with Dragon coming up.
Crisp was seen here on the first ward.
It's going to be a player gold graph that you screenshot and send to your friends if you're IG. It's going to be very nice. Handshake does come through as Weaver's Wall comes across from Xiaohu. Not going to catch anybody there. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be utilized backwards now. As
Hey, TP.
then Xiaohu needs to get out of there. On does a lot of damage. Fate's Call going to be used.
Good ulti from Renata. They have to give Drake now. They probably have to give this Drake no matter what, though. They're down 4K, so like,
Their stuff here. Try to take
it is what it is.
And now Weibo have used everything. They're gonna lose this tower. They're
gonna lose this turret. They're also gonna lose Drake.
If anyone oversteps, IG are gonna feel completely confident.
Honestly, I think that Rek'Sai should drive this. I think he should have went for bot turret here. I think he could have driven it through the jungle. Now he's not going to be able to crash it into the turret, I don't think. I think if you take this path, you can't crash it in time. Oh, he could actually. Never mind. Like, yeah, I mean, he got it. It was like the last second of it. Yeah. Taking it bot was good, though. This cannon. It's fine.
Almost 5k gold lead for IG. 2 dragons up. Weibo don't have any fantastic scaling to lean on. Lethality Kalista. I mean, Talia late game, right? Like, she has some solid damage. She has some presence, but nowhere near enough to deal with IG. And like I said, you don't even really have the lockdown or the CC to ever be able to isolate someone from.
Ryan needs to play safe, bro. They have no vision on this side. His full team is bot side. He needs to play really far back until his team is able to take over top side. Just wait for Draven to be on mid wave and Ashe and Italy to be up here.
To find the engine here for themselves, but it's an IG who maybe had taken the mantle of Weibo, but in the series holistically, taking a couple games to really warm up the fact, and honestly, Lien coming in to light the fire. They have found a lot of advantages off the back of Weibo's mistakes and as well as the way they drafted for this game number 3. So we'll see if Weibo find that ticket here. They are getting those first item spikes for themselves. They have that Seraph's upgrade there for Xiaohu as well.
Match fixed. Match is fixed 80%. Early plays, like what the fuck? Dude, this is like the most normal match ever when it comes to like, yeah, the Draven Ashe just like one lane hard with like the Niddle, like, yeah, IG should win early really hard with their comp.
IG gonna move their pressure up towards top side.
This is just how it should go.
Down an outer turret here.
You're playing Draven Ashe into Renata Kalista. This is like the most standard way
They're not gonna be able to keep this up, though.
the 3v3 bot could go.
Here, just kind of using this as the threat to dissuade Weibo from ending up saving this turret. And Masai got a bit of a theory.
First 2 games closer now? Not really. I mean, game 1 was like kind of close on paper. Like the gold lead was close, but IG was playing a Draven Pike Rengar comp and they were like even to behind, so it never felt like they were going to win the game.
But I want to believe it's a sealed deal for IG.
They were giving Lien 2 games to like dial in Xiaohu.
Oh my god, he just got knocked around. Is he going to live it? Does he just live those? Oh my god, he actually dies. Huge for... Okay, huge for On to get this kill back. He hadn't got a kill in a while.
It felt like we almost cursed them, but IG just too strong, having too much damage. And again, Weibo not really having a way to solidify a kill, relying so much on the seismic shrub or Xiaohu being able to find an angle around them. So I love the punish coming out from IG. They pick up a turret top. And why a scam on the Rex side?
You like the early playing bush? Like, how do you try to gank there in a standard game? Draven had prio, why fight? The level 3, I mean, he's not actually trying to fight the Nidalee. The reason he's starting enemy red side jungle is because his jungle is being invaded, right? Like his IG is trying to split the map bot side, so it's actually really smart by Poppy to take Nidalee's red side so he doesn't get 3 quadranted by the enemy jungler. And he's not actually trying to like fight the Nidalee. The Nidalee is trying to go back to his jungle and find the Poppy, and the Poppy's trying to just survive. The Poppy's trying to escape. And it's better for him to blow his flash and live and get the full Nidalee quadrant than it is for him to just only do his top side or even like split the map top. Because if he just only plays to split the map top and they're able to just play Draven, Ashe, Nidalee all the way at the Weibo turret the entire time, it's just completely fucked for the bot lane.
Early on in the split, and it really felt like they were the players to watch on IG, which felt weird after committing to this bot lane for so long. You know, of course, having Xiao UAG in there as well as the other AD carry kind of swapping back and forth. I think a lot of people question of like, why are IG investing into their bot lane? And both last year and this year, the early starts of the split, you can start to see why before they really begin to taper off. Now delivering here in playoffs once again.
Pretty sure Weibo still wins this game.
Staving us from a
not easy, bro.
Into the first round. Weibo now.
It's really up to the Aatrox, but Aatrox actually went Sundered Sky this game, which I think it's a really bad Sundered Sky game. I think that you need to go Profane Hydra in order like Profane Hydra into Edge of Night to really be able to flash on the enemy backline and kill him. Xiaohu might have to ult out.
Xiaohu getting collapsed on by Lien here.
Oh, really good try by Wink. Tried to time it, ult him out of the wall.
Yeah, that was close. I mean,
Good hit.
Being a kill. still, it's going to allow IG to be able to keep up their push. Shoshana is just going to have so much pressure inside. So I love that IG are constantly looking for picks with this Ash, and they just got to keep rinsing and repeating until they can.
They literally went for 2v3 against Draven and Ash. You think it's a legit game? 2v3, wait, when?
Confident enough to look for a Baron. I mean, they are actually running triple marksman, so you know it's something they can do quite fast.
At one point, one day, we're gonna.
I'm pretty sure that just never happened.
Tuple marksman.
I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like it's happened. I feel like there must
Probably.
be a game where it's happened, where it's been like, I don't know, maybe Kindred or Graves, and then this.
Quinn top.
I mean, you don't
And
need
then
5.
this.
5's too much.
No, 5. I want 5.
I mean, it would just be bad, so it would just be
Okay,
really
well,
bad.
no,
It's one of those things you
probably.
think you want, but then when you get it, you just be like, oh, why did I want this?
I find that happening a lot. Anyways,
It's like
2
me with
items
Little
com-
Caesars.
Oh,
Sometimes I think I want Little Caesars, then I'm like, why do I want this?
come on. Nobody's going to understand what Little Caesars is anyways. But YSKM goes into the engaged position on Weibo as he kind of face checked. Oh, nice little move from Xiaohu. Gets him away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. A really big keeper's verdict actually separated IG here. Weibo able to fight back just a tad.
Oh, and they both died?
Look at why.
I mean, it's like very obvious what like they were going for there, right?
We're gonna chill
Like,
out, we're gonna find out what's up.
I mean, I can
But
show
just
you
wanna
guys.
point out that last fight, like,
Pretty much.
Weibo is up front all by
Whatever, we can do it
himself.
on bad
Like,
quality on my
the
YouTube
enemy
stream, it's
throwing
fine.
at him, and Weibo just don't have the damage
Pretty much here.
to do anything.
Or was it?
To this tank Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it's a Thorn.
They burn
Bell
Draven Flash, right?
Star.
They make this play, they burn Draven Flash.
No AD today.
And they kill the
Any of that help.
they kill the Ash.
This,
So they're just gonna try to gank the Draven because Draven has no sums. And he's walking up to CS the wave.
Very nice.
So they're just waiting for Draven to walk up and then they're gonna try to gank him.
That was not the case against ZDZ in the first 2 games.
But Nidalee susses it out and they're in the bush here. And Nidalee just
Being on the
is
side of the 1v1 and
able to counter it
really
so that they can walk the lane.
Being there from either the Aatrox or the Rek'Sai, I think, is working out well for him. So I gotta say, Mazel, IG bringing us into uncharted territory of the potential.
It's not even like a hard lost fight
Maybe that's
unless they get chased down like this. Like they also ate free spears.
What's going on?
I mean, I think it's just like pretty standard play. Try to gank the Draven that has no flash. If you get it off, you win the game.
The keeper's verdict just yeeted them off of Summoner's Rift, and now they gotta find a way to get back on.
Could be.
That's what I would go with, because it was like right after the keeper's verdict.
It was, it was like a solid 5 or 6 seconds. Are you saying
I just
IG
like
need
the
5 or 6
cinematic-
seconds to figure out where they are?
I just like the cinematic shot of somebody getting yeeted off of Summoner's Rift and not being able to get back on. That almost
Weibo?
happened to IG.
I'm still just so built in with how Weibo haven't really smiled at all this series. Right now it actually makes sense. It's a little bit suspicious, Mazel.
Do you expect
up.
them to smile? I don't feel like this.
Well, you have no prio on bot. Why would you ever go for that play? Dude, do you not? What are you talking about prio for? They're not. It's not a prio situation. They're trying to gank the Draven that has no sums. If he walks up, like, it's good to gank people when the people you're ganking have prio. If it's a 3v3 or it's like a jungle fight, then prio matters. But here they're just trying to gank the Draven the second he gets back to lane. They just dove and they got both of his sums. And in this situation, like if they didn't get hit by 2 Nidalee spears, they could have fought it. They think that it's worth the risk to try to gank the Draven because he has no sums and he's pretty weak at that point compared to Callista. And 3v3 is not hard losing. Lan showed up level 6 and actually like played the situation really well, and because Lan played it well, then they lost it.
Goes over to ZDZ.
Huge pickup of the big Raptor by Weibo.
What are you talking about, prio?
Oh, another huge pickup by Lian onto the Krugs. We're going to try and build some artificial tension. As maybe we actually don't need to build artificial tension because Weibo are trying to
Like, what type of jungler are you if you actually play the game and you're like, yeah, I can't gank this because we have no prio? Like, somebody's pushed up in the lane, you're like, he has prio, he's ungankable. Like, what do you think prio is, bro?
Man, that's not the kind of things that we feed to these animals.
Oh,
But you know what we feed? Meat.
Riz?
And Lugan's looking for it here. He's going to go over the wall. The hostile takeover from Chris, trying to buy some time.
Oh, ZDZ is in trouble here. It's pretty hard for him to
He's trying to take down On.
play. He doesn't have to flash at least. Crisp is 100% dead.
Will find an exit, but it is only to the gray screen, and Lian claims that one.
They start Baron here? I think they have to start Baron. I think they start... Oh, they're not going to?
Ooh, their TP.
I feel like here starting Baron is really good. Draw them in, turn.
Crying will be there.
But actually, I mean, they have, it's pretty hard for them to turn, so maybe not.
Surprised that IG weren't
I guess
more
you just play
confident
Soul.
trying to look to bait the Baron. I mean, they don't have an Enchanted Crystal Air to fall back on, but YS Game has Flash. They do have ways of starting up fights, and here we go.
Gonna start it up now. Xiaohao is still around. There is the potential for a 50-50 unless IG want to pull the trigger on a fight. Already going down as the Baron. Xiaohao's not even there. YSKM gonna
Good zoning from Yushinomi here.
Baron secured by Lian. YSKM is in there. He's gonna get in there with the Void Rush as well. He's trying to heal up. Look, he is untouchable. Look how much he heals. In IG, they get the Baron. They get out with all 5 purple caves.
Chemtech Soul's in 50% of the games, I swear.
Really
Yep.
just does not feel like
I think
that
that's
is
fixed.
forever gonna have the damage.
I think Riot fixed Chemtech Soul.
Oh,
Oh, Lian actually gets caught.
They find a handshake. They actually find
Doesn't matter, though.
That's a big amount of damage, but you gotta watch on.
ZDZ is getting
On his
murdered
side,
by
he's already
Cryan.
got 1 kill as well. Nice little explosive charge there
Jesus.
with the combo.
Cryan's doing damage right now.
IG find another. That's 2 for 1. And at least now they have the siege potential on a tier 2, but they'll back off.
Just having so much damage to work with themselves.
Rek'Sai is unkillable. Yep,
And
broken
they've been
champion.
at some point now for a while.
Really
That's
weird
great.
direction for Riot to take on Rek'Sai, but I mean, I guess they like just thought that Rek'Sai needed to be played again in the meta. They just decided like, oh, Rek'Sai hasn't been played for like years in competitive.
Oh, yeah.
Let's make him played, and they just they just hard forced him into the meta.
Pressure too. We'll take a look back at that replay.
Her?
Lian gets
Sorry.
completely caught out, but the strength
You her?
of IG
How do you know
already-
that that's Rek'Sai's
It's one of
pronouns?
those
Or
things
you're
where
just
they're
assuming?
so far behind, they need to find
Yeah,
any
but that doesn't mean
opportunity
like
they can.
she
And
can
that's a
choose her
great
own gender.
opportunity, like
I mean,
isolated
just because she.
ability, but you don't have anything
Or it's up to
beyond
her
that.
to decide what her
IG with the
You knew
advantage
anything
of
about
the
gender?
players. I don't
What?
know why they're
I'm
calling
just
out
saying what
Mark
you're
like
saying.
that.
But,
He
like,
wanted to
I'm-
kill for himself. He deserves a bit of
Like, if you knew anything about gender theory, you'd actually be able to like understand the level that I'm on. But it's fine. Like you just actually just don't care.
Also about a minute away.
You're
from
just-
the
yeah.
soul for IG. Weibo lacking in answers.
I kind of feel like we're at a point in the game where, again, I don't know really how their comp can come.
She need to abuse you.
Find some kind of insane
She does
player.
actually need to abuse me.
No flash on, maybe the cool.
But I just-
trying her down. Insta burst their character.
Yeah, that's.
There'd be
I'm
too
just
many
one of those.
ones
That's gonna be the
out,
thing that
right?
comes out about me. My name is IWillDominate, but I'm actually just like
To his jumping.
sub the like so wear like the fucking mask and be tortured or some shit.
Yeah, a
The
lot of
trouble
tools
is
there
as
for IG.
well, Baron's still available.
All right, Cryan is coming in from the side.
Kick it off now. Cryan's coming over the other side though, and he's gonna rocket jump his way to victory. Big Hoss
Yeah, that's my
over
sister.
onto On. ZDZ
Oh,
can't
On
get
actually
him.
lives.
On gets
Well, that was the
kill.
play. That's the Aatrox play.
The rocket jump six
Imagine if he had
for
lethality though.
IG, and
He
they
kills.
take
All right,
Zoom
this game is over. They just end bot, I think.
victory.
Mm,
That's
yeah,
a
yeah.
full ace for IG, and we have a series on
Did I
our
not
hands.
turn into Gilius?
IG actually coming out with what's been the fastest game of the series so far with this performance against Weibo.
They're going to try to finish it off here about 10-15 seconds on the closest members, but they are barreling down this. They still have 10 seconds on the Baron buff, and they only have 2 towers standing in their way. They have woken up from the grave. They have staved off the
Really think
darkness,
IG can win this
and
game?
Lian's shining light on the
Yes, I
coast
do.
comes clutch.
All right, we're getting a
IG
Nidalee ban
pushes
for the next game.
score.
Again, I think IG are going to look at it the same way. They might be kicking themselves of, hey, why didn't we start this guy sooner? But again, I feel like Weibo really dropping the ball in terms of the draft they came in with this one, even just individual mistakes, but IG doing a great job. Their bot lane doing a lot better this time around. And then, I mean, the signature Nidalee, he's just going to come in, it's going to work, and they get themselves on the board.
I am still happy that they've given both their junglers their comfort champions, right? You come out the gate with the Tienza and Rengar, but look,
You date Rachel because she reminds you of Gilius, or are you good friends with Gilly because he reminds you of Rachel?
Times that Xiaohao was forced into pressureful situations that was not the case. in game one and two. We're gonna see what happens for game number 4 after a short.
It's either or.
Do
This is how chat gets you. They do either or questions. They just ask you like either ors and you just have to pick. Yeah, they're like, are you gay, or is IG gonna win this series? And it's like, I guess IG is gonna win this. Like, you know, like it's really hard. No, nothing's wrong with it. But it's just like I'm factually. Unless you're a man. I know your pronouns. Actually, what are your pronouns? Your pronouns are fuck you. Okay, nice. IG and Weibo are bad. LPL is not the same this year. LCK has better teams this year and might probably win MSI and Worlds. You realize this is 7 versus 10. You're watching the equivalent of Fox versus Bro. And you think that Fox and Bro are better teams than Weibo and IG? Like, I don't know, bro. Seems a little bit of a mentally ill comment. Or maybe you're just like, Weibo used to be good. So the fact that they're not good right now means that LPL sucks. $11-1. Did you forget? You forget? 11-1. He won 11-1 versus L at MSI. Did you forget? Did you forget?
Stop it!
God, did you forget 11-1? Did you forget 11-1? Don't forget. This is. Don't forget 11-1 ever. This is the emotional abuse. Living in Shiv and Dom is done caught. This is the emotional abuse. I just pin her down and yell 11-1 into her face.
No.
Hey, you have to say it louder. They can't hear. Yeah, I just yell T1 statistics at her. God. Tom is done. Look at all the cots. Oh no, our girlfriend. What, you don't like that you're being shared by my entire chat?
Stop it!
What, I was tilting it at me. Emotional abuse. I'm fucked? Wait, how am I fucked? I'm ready for a new Reddit post. Did you forget? 11-1. 11-1. You forget? 11-1 versus LPL at MSI. Oh, wait. Did
No.
forget.
Okay, no.
Wait, what? They thought I was in the bed because she was moving her legs. Nice. What am I doing in the bed? I wasn't in the bed. I was making muesli. Mm-hmm. Roll up, you're not gonna believe the message. Oh, just a bunch of Drake wides. Nice. Wait, let me change the settings so they can hear you. You're not gonna talk anymore? Okay, good. Thank God. Once.
You're the ones.
What'd you say about me? You say I'm a yapper?
You yap all day.
How do I yap all day? I don't yap all day.
Yes, you do.
I provide insight and analysis to my viewers that are all extremely cultured and intelligent individuals. Yes, you literally yap all day. I don't yap.
Yaps and all.
Yapping is literally your job. True. Can't believe you said we were cultured. Fuck it, man. Bro, ABA is just an LCS champion. That's crazy. That's so crazy. He was literally... So when I met APA, he used to just snipe me and like flame me in all chat when he was like 15. He was 15. This is like, I think it was 2016 he was 15. Maybe it was 2017 he was 15 years old. But he was just a 15-year-old, like, and he would just flame me and then all chat me like while I was on his team every game, right? And then we became like friends. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, in high elo, you just see people long enough that you just start like becoming friends with, like, at least you recognize like players, and then like the new players are the ones that you flame. So you eventually become friends with the people that you flamed for years because you just see them so frequently, and new people like show up that everyone flames, because like at some point like everyone just wants to win and you try hard and you're like, oh, at least we're getting like other high elo players, and the new players that haven't been high elo for a while, they come in and they run you down. So eventually we became friends and we started like duoing in like season 10. Yeah.
I love Chris with the finger wag, but that was not the case here, as we have gone to 4 games in the last series of our first round of LPL playoffs here in spring. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and IG were able to retool themselves and add in a little bit of spice with Loyen to push us to 4 and have an extremely strong showing on a composition they know.
Wait, how old is Chovy?
Yeah, right. We see Loyen come back in, gets his hands on the Nitter lead. The bot lane aggression is able to come through to enable them. Cryan has a push in mid. Cryo in top side.
You haven't heard him
We've
before?
never even got a chance to show again really the one consistent aspect of their gameplay of the split, which has been how they're able to play the map. That was never able to come to fruition because of how IG were able to come so strong early on in the game.
And Loyen able to use a lot of that early tempo, but honestly, a big saving grace for them was On and Wink's presence in the bot lane 2v2.
Oh, nice.
So that we knew
Kobe is 1 year older than APA.
coming into this one,
GG.
They were second highest KP at 15 for bot lanes, but it was important for them to have a confidence building game, and Loyen facilitated that a lot while carrying on his own.
I'm kind of surprised that Wink didn't pick this one up. Like, he had a really solid game on that Ashe to enable everything. But Loyen, I mean, no slouch, right? He was following up with the damage early on, wasn't able to find any spears, but the longer the game went on, he was really just packing in with all that damage. I mean, look at this one, connects right onto Light, make sure that they can continue running down the fight. And IG might be kicking themselves after this.
Serious question, IWillDomination. Does kissing men turn you on? Because I seem to have this problem.
They did lose to Weibo with Loyen a week ago. They got 2-0'd. But this time
Why did you just roll your eyes?
not even really changing things up. Going back to the same IG blue.
I don't know, bro.
This time around it just worked. Again, showing the inconsistencies of Invictus Gaming.
I have not tried.
Showing that Weibo
I would assume not.
maybe raising some question marks of their own here. We saw them be so dominant in the first two games, but they
I don't know,
did not
beard on
have
beard
the
action, like the
that they had for this game number 3.
I don't know, it just it feels like it'd be really uncomfortable, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think their draft was kind of suspect into what IG had laid out. They were really trying to force a lot of these early fights, and once Weibo fell behind it, it seemed like they were just going to dig themselves deeper in the grave. But I don't think Weibo should be feeling too worried after how dominant those first two games are. And really, I'm just going to be looking at how these drafts pan out, especially in terms of the prios, right? Can Weibo actually get themselves some lanes that have some push, have some pressure to be able to sit up for these roams? Again, Crying able to consistently shut down Xiaohu's attempts to move.
Monte Cristo with the tweet. Too bad Team Liquid missed their chance to sign Double F this year. I'm sure they would have placed higher in LCS. Steve and Dodo really kicking themselves right now.
I'm very curious.
OG League bets. I've never seen someone so consistently publicly embarrass themselves the way Double F has done over the years. It's almost impressive.
Weibo on the red side.
Somebody actually had this clip,
Composition means a little bit different, but
this picture.
it's curious to see. And now a game number 4 where IG still find themselves
Oh, let me
on
find
the
it.
cusp of losing and going home for spring split, but they have a little bit more gas in their tank.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to
It's such a perfect picture, bro.
Into this
It's
one.
such a perfect
A lot of
picture.
reflection gonna be there for Weibo in terms of what
Jesus.
through. It's still just gonna be interesting going into the draft, right? Because IG and Loyen still might not just care. They might still just gravitate back towards Italy. They might just keep falling into these comfort picks. And if it worked in one game, it can work in 2. And then suddenly 2 becomes 3, and a reverse sweep happened. And we're all like, what is going on here?
Yes. I love the highlight on Crying and Xiaohu. Again, a big storyline coming into this one. Two mainstays of RNG having won an LPL title and an MSI title together. Top and mid, respectively, for Xiaohu.
They should have won
and
that Worlds,
Crying.
too.
Should have won the Worlds. But
I predicted it. Didn't happen.
Crying has definitely turned up a little bit heavier in the latter half of this series so far. First 2 games were very rough. Felt like Xiaohu was able to get him at every turn. But here, this turnaround has been very nice for Crying.
Yeah, just giving him something again that kind of.
I listen to that guy all day.
Right? Keep pushing mid, follow Xiaohu.
Yeah, he normally is screaming like most of the day, yeah.
The Weaver's walls can't come through. We're going to go back to Weibo on blue side. Blue side is 100% win rate in this series so far.
All right.
Wow.
Nidalee, Rek'Sai,
from Weibo from their first 2 games.
both banned.
Bans, right? We were having
I like the
fun
bans.
with the Kalista before now.
We need
Rek'Sai and Loyen,
you should know me,
huge
Cassante
reaction
on 3.
to the last game.
A needed reaction. It feels like those 2 powerhouses.
Maokai banned versus Xiaohu, okay. Rumble banned versus ZDZ. They want the Cassante on 3. You know what would be a really insane play? ZDZ 1, 2, 3 and Cassante himself here.
The Rumble also a respect ban towards ZDZ.
And now it's going to make the first pick even more interesting. I'm curious which of the bans Weibo holds through from their earlier series. It's going to be the Nautilus. I think it's a good call again when Wink has been a standout this split for IG. It's his most played champion. It's giving you something with a lot of onus to make plays. Taking that one away is ideal. I wonder how much Weibo value the Nico that they've been banning all the previous years. But no, with both Ashe and Varus open, seems like this is the right call.
Rivera has been consistently banned as well by IG, but slinking on through here.
All right, first pick. Varus.
Chains of Corruption.
I don't mind them running back Ash Draven though, but I don't think it's actually good here. I wouldn't be mad at them running it back because it's literally like their best things, their best champs. So yeah.
Yeah, again, things like the Nico being left open for the first time this series can really throw a spanner in the works if IG just want to go towards that and have even more playmaking ability
It's
in
a
the early
tangle
game.
barb, not a spanner. Okay, really.
All right. You know, but there's also like, how much did it devalue Le Yen's champions, right?
Ooh, yeah.
The Graves, the Brand, really being the other big things that he knows how to play. But no, they're actually just going to go straight for their bot lane 2v2. There's really no fear of the Draven being taken away, obviously, because
Oh,
the bar
shit.
has already been picked up. But just wanting to make sure that they can get their hands on that strong 2v2 once again.
Honestly, like on 3 games on Draven,
Heimer?
pretty impressive that he's gotten this one.
No, Heimer's not the pick.
We'll see though. This would be a huge lock-in, a tried and true pick for Xiaohu. He earned, I feel like, his.
Wait, is it
name
not
Tiger King was
just
on picks like this?
a straight up Cassante angle?
A lot of onus being given to him on this.
I mean, you should know we can only
Maybe
play
a
it, bro.
potential last one of this series.
The thing they're doing now is, even if they fall in the hole early, it doesn't really mean too much.
Viego,
Now,
all right.
They have an Azir that they can fall back on. They're going to have a lot of range to be able to play it around to make it so even if an Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits, they can still end up backing away to deal with it, and even to get their hands on a very powerful early game jungler like the Volley Bear. So Xiaohao maybe going to be given another chance to shine, like Game 2 where he was a standout.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the Viego, give him a little bit more power for the reset potential there, but a little bit more stability and tankability there for the Volley Bear. A lot of choices to be had by Cryan. He's trying to take his pick of the litter. Some smiles, maybe leaning.
Nidalee
This Nico that you
ban with a Nico.
set
Was he
up
playing?
is King and Cryan
I don't know if I like
might be
that.
Just the king of that.
I feel like they should have just went Cassante.
We'll say more cheeky support picks from coming.
Like, what else can you should know me play? It's getting banned now for sure.
Xiao was flashing it on that 2 pick of things like that can contest Prio, or if they feel a big.
Volibear is decent.
YSCam in a comfortable matchup because we've seen.
I mean, they can gank.
Whether it be like this.
I'm just looking at you because you haven't heard the screamer.
They're putting a lot of.
You haven't heard the screamer just chilling.
ZDZ. His most played champion in solo queue is Twisted Fate. So we know Weibo played it during the split in top side, but also not afraid of bringing it there. Hell, actually even theoretically could be put down towards bot if they were willing to do something weird like moving Varus into the support role, which, maybe hasn't really happened much this year, but was a staple early on in 2023.
And this is also a situation where Weibo didn't really get to play their strengths, where they do have a lot.
All right, Graves ban.
Success playing through side lanes, playing through macro decision making.
Do they care about Brand?
On the map, we saw that in the first
Because Leanne likes playing Brand, but it doesn't look like a good pick here. Do they ban it anyway? Probably not, right?
Going into the second phase. Now the Graves prio ban towards Leanne. The other thing you think of here is the Brand, another big one.
Yeah, the only other
Ban Cassante, bro. Just ban Cassante. It's the only champion they win with.
Even then, I think he's 2-4. Yeah, he's 2-4 on the pick, so it hasn't been something IG really found success on. But those
You gotta just ban the Cassante, man, please.
We know Leyen though can play things like the Lee Sin. Hell, even this split, he's 2-0 on it, 17 KDA. So there's definitely still some options there. And IG are just.
He's talking a lot, bro. Is he trying to convince them to leave the Cassante up? Oh my god, bro.
These first 3 picks, so it seems like rounding it out with something like that.
Cassante on 4.
Mesh quite well.
I feel like that is such a crazy draft blunder, bro. That's such an insane blunder.
We actually saw it banned in the first game, but both these guys, EDZ and YSCam, love the Cassante, and it feels like it's been one of the most stable picks for YSCam throughout this season.
I mean, 16 games, 62% win rate. That is huge for YSCam.
It's just gonna be Jax.
Some pressure in the 1v1, but also being a frontliner.
No?
Confident playing, and Weibo actually going to go back towards the Poppy again. Not too many dashes or anything like that you're dissuading, but this time around the key
Is it gonna be a Volibear top?
You have range to play with, right? You have
Probably not, right?
So
Probably just gonna be Poppy top into Cassante. Some people like that matchup.
Dashing into you, you can still play Peel to allow for your carries to take over.
And you can deny a crucial component to IG's composition with a big keeper.
Chris Bard, that's a special, bro.
Weibo wants to grab in as
I don't know about the Heimer. Heimer sounds really bad. Like, why would Heimer be good into Ashe? Dude, I think IG is gonna win this game actually.
Hasn't played it this split, but again, gonna do really well in the 2v2. He's played like an adjacent style earlier. I think they were playing they played Varus Zyra earlier in the split, so we're going to see them try and be able to contest this pressure in the 2v2 with those turrets. Now, IG, I'd be a little bit surprised to see the Nocturne. He'd really be diving in alone unless Cryan can find those great angles and flanks to be able to get in there. But yeah, IG, once again, it feels very... you know,
Nocturne Eagle. I mean, I like IG's draft better. Let's see.
They can find that early game lead, or they will just
Let's see.
Hold over. Weibo coming in with a lot more scaling under their belt, but this time also trying to draft for some prio with the Heimer Varus in bot lane.
The bar of execution for IG is pretty high. They have a lot of pieces that all need to sync up together, but when you look at it, maybe close your eyes thinking about it, right? Leyen turns off the lights, then you have Cryan with a big flank engage, the Pop Blossom. You had the Enchanted Crystal Arrow maybe leading all of that off, and a lot of vision being gained to utilize that. So that is how the composition should work, but we've seen the execution bar has not been met every time.
Well, also, it's very feast or famine, right? All the things you're pointing out, if it gets ahead, playing against it can be so oppressive.
Well, I like,
because, I mean,
I like Impact's tweet. He says, I'm the GOAT. Just like GOAT emoji. It's true. He is. He's just the GOAT. He's just 29 years old and still just beating everyone's ass.
So we're going to see if IG can have the same explosive early game as they did in game number 3.
No.
Tempo
No, it's not inspiration
in that game.
for me.
Leyen coming in swinging to put Xiaohao under pressure consistently. See if he can do that yet again with a little.
Hang it up for this game? No, probably not. Probably not sacking it for this stage. We'll just do sack for
staple. It feels like in the tankiness of this roster for Weibo, but it's still a game that IG need to win. They want their hopes to continue.
I think we just sack for LEC.
Weibo looking on the cusp of facing off against LNG in the next round. Let's see if we go all 5.
IG trying to find something to get themselves off to a good start, and I love it. I love looking for level 1s, especially in series like this. Level 1s are some of the easiest things to invest in to try to find bang for your buck. Not able to do it this time. And both these teams, I mean, coming in, wanting to make it to the next series, very different journeys, right? IG, not making playoffs since 2021, hoping to go on for some semblance of a run here, even if just making it to the next round would be huge. Weibo, again, made it to finals. Last year, World Finals. So not wanting to really drop down from that precedent.
Okay. ZDZ actually came all the way from top for this. This is like game-winning play from ZDZ. Leyen is just going to die.
To potentially decide game
Leyen is dead.
5v4.
He better die. If he doesn't die, it's crazy.
Oh no, Leyen, you gotta get out
Okay.
there first blood.
ZDZ just sacrifices lane for this. He has to base in the TP top.
It on someone else, but this was just
He can't even TP top directly.
of Weibo being
And he started
on the
E
side
as
of
well.
He did not start top lane, so it's a trade, right? Weibo find this kill, they find some.
But I mean, this is actually really good to do versus Cassante because Cassante has trouble punishing people early. Gaming is not that strong early game anymore.
Now, when your top lane is Cassante versus Poppy, I don't think as Weibo you care all that much.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think the ZDZ's chilling right now. Does end up losing a little bit of that level 1, but it's fine. Now, Wink and On have gained a bit of advantage. We've seen them do this in the last game that led to a lot of good decision-making from the rest of IG, but that's where I want to check in on these junglers, where they will have the mirrored starts here with opposite side pathing.
Yeah, kind of interested to see if Xiaohao, I mean, if he would even attempt anything bot at this point. Weibo should know that there's that ward bot side, but still going to walk through, it looks like.
He's going to be spotted out there. A couple pings going his way. Wink's not actually going to step up to stop a back there, but a wave will crash in the end. Actually, maybe stopped by that turret, so really nicely well done by Weibo's bot side. Try to stave off a little bit of the pressure, maybe get some of the CS lead under tow.
I'm going to try and find something, but it is going to be rough for now. I mean, that's the difference.
Yeah, I just listened to like a guy screaming the entire day. Yep.
Starting on that wave first and keeping up that level.
I literally just.
But again, Weibo this
She
time
can't
around
believe that I
being
actually just listened to a guy screaming the entire day, but that's what I do.
wrong or getting a little bit tough earlier on. Their composition definitely holds up way better the longer this game goes. With the
Yeah, so do you. Yeah,
players
true.
that they do have. So it's nice that we can see IG finding pressure.
Wait, what happened here? How is Xiaohu getting so fucked? Level 1 or something? Like, what even happened?
Of the series leading into this, and Cryan hopefully can show us the reason why.
Okay, Crisp just has to flash. It's like that. Dude, why would you ever pick Heimer into Ashe? Dude, why not just, like, take Rakan or something and just suffer a bit in lane, and then you actually have Rakan later on, and he can smurf?
Like we said, this is not something Chris has shown us his split. So we're going to see how proficient he actually feels on this champion. But On and Wink off to another good start in the 2v2, going back to IG's win condition like they showed us at the start of the split.
You wink and you'll miss it was the tagline we gave this bot side. The 2v2 always coming up clutch for them. So far, though, that one kill going over to Crisp, even though some of that pressure in the lane has gone On's way. We now look to some proactive jungling here as first pats have come to a head. A back coming out from Lien means that his first strikes will not be there. He'll be looking for that level 6 mark for the paranoia.
Yep, that's what it's going to be all about. And I mean, hell, it could go either mid or bot, right? Having the options available to you is... I'm actually surprised. I thought Weibo might try and commit up topside and take that Scuttle Crab. They should have the knowledge it hasn't been taken.
Yeah, it seems like so unplayable bot lane. I must be missing something. Also, are Heimer's first iteming a Kindle Gem? Is that a thing?
The objectives are going to be
first item Kindle Gem
right now.
Heimer support.
They also have been moving On and Wink up here. They are spotted out on Vision, but this could also mean they're trying to make a play towards these telegraph.
Yeah, I don't know what the build is. I mean, I assume it's just like some proto belt bullshit. Seems weird, bro. Seems bad.
Yeah, this is reminiscent to, I believe it was game 1 when Xiaohu, right? He kept knowing T-Engine was going to gank his On.
Oh, Crisp.
He got into that bush, it would have been huge.
A little bit behind, but Weibo forcing On to walk the wide way around to get.
I mean, this is actually really sad for Draven.
I'm
they
surprised
had pressure in lane, and they just like dropped all their pressure to try to like go mid here.
Lien should have showed on the vision or on top side. I mean, definitely shows now. He's actually sitting right next to a ward. But so I feel like On's getting off a little bit easy, just being able to.
Oh yeah, he's gonna rush Mikhail's, I guess. First, I don't know, bro. I really don't like it. I'll be honest.
Right now. He is terrified.
You just go Mikhail's rush. Wait, Mikhail's rush Heimer support. Wait, does Mikhail's?
Again, taking advantage of some of that pressure.
Does Mikhail's even build out of that anymore?
We ended up taking all 3 of the telegrubbies, so he's the only one watching those Saturday morning cartoons. Xiaohu, though,
seems like a really weird idea. I mean, I guess it. Mikhail's. I'm getting the wrong item.
We're out of practice. It's okay.
Kindle Gem and Forbidden Item. I mean, that looks terrible on Heimer, bro. It has 0 AP on it.
This isn't just
yeah, I don't understand it.
I'm gonna assume
I think if you go 0 AP, 0 Leandri's, anything on Heimer, that sounds like really disgusting. Like, I just don't see why we're picking the pick.
I'm fine with that, you know. We can.
Why not just go something else at that point?
I do want to highlight though, we've gotten to a pretty.
Because it's not like you're winning the lane with Heimer. You don't have like you got first blood level 1. You still have not been able to do anything with that. Your arrows are, or your her turrets are outranged.
Unstoppable his way out, but gets yeeted anyways.
ZDZ holding it, trying to guarantee that he gets that one.
Good hold by ZDZ.
Is going to be able to get this lane in now.
No mana on Cassante. Cassante needs the base. Yeah, I mean, the Poppy didn't lose anything for the play at level 1.
This is where
Lan is level 6. No flash on Heimer. Let's see.
Cry and Lan both having their ults online.
Gets it online at the right time. They finally
Lan dead? Nope. Draven cashes in. Huge.
Cashes in. Big money for IG.
Almost able to find a return kill onto Loyan, but not able to do so, and Draven being the one to get the kill. Exactly what you want from IG. Great job on punishing the flash, which is almost up, so nice timing for IG.
Timing coming in key, and the hawk shot going to spot out Xiaohu. So IG can play a little bit more safe around the bot side of the map too. Level 6 has been achieved by Xiaohu though. Xiaohu trying to find the backing Cryan, does end up stopping his back there too.
All right, Zhao can start Drake off this. Draven has summoners and just got first blood, or got his cash in. I mean, really good.
And now Weibo taking advantage of a timing their own to get this Drake. One of the nice things about Heimer, right, with all those turrets, really solid at being able to take the neutral objectives. And here, I mean, Paranoia comes online and they can easily run him down. Still had no flash. Again, light there, hit a Q, almost found a return kill, but not enough in the end.
How much does Mikhail's cost? 22?
It's like
2300.
level 6, let's go bot side. And I think that was the difference in last game that Loyen presented over Tianjin, and that could be the difference maker in this game.
You off to a nice
Am I playing any Nocturne on the ladder? No, I don't like playing Nocturne in solo queue.
Ryan has ult, so maybe some
Feels like there's so many games where you just like can't do anything. I don't like playing a lot of champions that are like limited in solo queue. It's the same reason I don't like playing Xin. I like playing champs where you actually have like the ability to like outplay situations. Whereas like Nocturne, you're pretty much just like farming 6, and if your team griefs before then, you're just completely fucked.
Yeah, it gets even worse as you start piling things on even more and more. Wink gonna be very close to that level 6 mark with Loyen pathing down towards bot side. It's like we can see the harbinger of destruction in the distance for Weibo's bottom lane. See if they can get path down here or do anything.
Was Heimer picked? It's picked into Ash. I think it's a terrible pick.
Rift, IG, they already started stacking the first 3 grubbies, but there's a second set of grubbies coming up, and we'll see if Weibo wants to deny them that.
Yeah, looking at their top side 3v3s, maybe there's an angle. If Xiaohu gets opened up to get jumped on by Krine and Lian, IG obviously win, but I think if you walk in a correct way, it should be hard to 3v3 them. You have Emperor's Divide to be able to force them off. Rotating your bot lane over looks like it'd be impossible.
Then his counterplayability, no? Not really.
IG actually could even move their bot lane up first.
Xin has no way to really like exit fights.
So definitely seems like there's more options there for IG.
And like you can't like easily get over walls and stuff. You're extremely slow as a champion. It's a good competitive champion because when you get 2 items, you're like what you provide is very stable. But in general, the champion is like really limiting. But you don't see a lot of people play Xin. Like a lot of the people at the top of the ladder are playing things that are way more versatile than Xin. Look at all the people on the top of the ladder. It's like how many of them are actually playing more of their games on Xin than like other champs.
Yeah, I think like if standoffs like that happen where both junglers are just looking at each other, I think Weibo feel all right. They're like, hey, no
Like,
paranoia.
people would much rather play things like Bel'Veth, Graves, Kindred
All those grubs you just hit on,
than play Xin, even if Xin is like a better champion.
That insurance policy though, man.
Like Razork, what is it? How many games of Xin does Razork have?
It just feels
Like he just played 1 game of Xin and lost it an hour ago. He has more games on Gragas, Lee Sin, Brand. Plays a bunch of other stuff.
Didn't really have the angle, and now Loyen in some trouble. ZDZ has found him and stopped him from taking the 5th and 6th grubs, but they do get
Okay.
more.
Yeah, Weibo.
No
What a weird
shot.
Oh.
No way, right?
Shot Xiaohu.
Christmas
He
here
wants it.
too.
He wants
Christmas
it.
ult.
Oh, they're not gonna go for it.
Lackluster, but they wanted it. I could see it.
All right, deny the grubs here. Don't give them 5 or 6.
They knew that Wink should have been close because they hadn't seen Wink on bot wave for a while. So even just, you know, maybe they go in, get Enchanted Crystal arrowed, and it turns into an overcommit. I think that was the thought process in Weibo's mind to why they wouldn't look for an aggressive last plan over.
Ooh, there's a combo.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh,
Lian?
Lian. Taking a couple extra turret shots.
Okay.
There. Gets,
That's Merc Tread's gap right there.
Those 2 grubs finally fall to Weibo. Xiaohu stops the advance of a multi-ulted mid lane direction.
It's pretty big. You can probably get Drake off that. Gonna be no ulti on Nocturne for it.
Lian definitely gonna need a new watch. But at least no one died. Take that.
True. He just used 3 ultis. No big deal. Luckily, they're decently short cooldowns. We are looking at first items coming up for majority of members here as the Yumus for light. As we did not mention earlier, but it is the double arcane comet bot side, so a little bit more of that poke lethality build from light.
Which I think makes a lot of sense, right? You already have
Maybe root before ult. I mean, he had no root, right? He just eat the wave.
Later on, as we're gonna see here, just great.
And that that Ash arrow lasted literally 0 seconds. That shit didn't even stun. Brand's still good in the jungle. Some people still play it. I don't like it. You can play it. I'm not a fan.
Poke back and almost kill him too. Little things can start to make the biggest difference. Now we're 20 seconds away from another dragon. Weibo had gotten the first. We'll see if they were willing to give up the trade of those. Why is Cam Gonna get a big trade on the ZDZ. He wants to go all out. Will do so. ZDZ is gonna burn the flash. Here's the keeper's verdict, and
Oh, he got outplayed.
anyways, the unstoppable.
Well played by You Should Know Me. Dude, they should have banned Cassante. I can't believe they let You Should Know Me have Cassante. It's like the only champion that he's actually good at. You look at his, I mean, he's, I guess he's good at Jax and Camille, but those champs just suck, so. All right, they get the Drake because the enemy team has no Nocturne ult. They should run immediately.
Maybe the engage afterwards. Xiaohu does have his combo. Oh,
Xiao can ult. Worst comes to worst.
Double stand aside by On. Decent chunk onto Crisp with one auto attack. You start seeing the strength of the Draven.
Trying to find something there, but still 2 dragons up for Weibo. This game so far is so different from anything we've gotten. This
Crisp is just dead.
Just a little Yordle, and he's gonna go down easy.
Didn't go to Draven, though.
Strength of IG.
Draven getting that would have been huge. He's sitting on a lot of stacks right now.
On was running up, really had nowhere he could go unless he was willing to flash over the red buff wall, which honestly in hindsight,
Bro, I hate this Heimer pick, man. I hate it so much.
Ends up going down, another kill for IG.
That's such a big pick out too, and IG gaining some momentum.
You Should Know Me Fiora is good. What can you play Fiora against right now?
I mean, so nice. TP's back in, full HP, has the advantage, just honestly running him down. I mean, I think we all know what the big part of this play is going to be. After getting this ult, I mean, just great timing with the W to make sure that he can't get knocked back. There it is, the recast, and finishes it off. I mean, hey, with the fact that he's played 16 games on the, like, this is 17th game on the Cassante this split, he should be able to pull off those 1v1s.
You're going to be wondering, and were those bans worth it? Towards the Nidalee and the Rek'Sai, if you're going to let these
Doesn't even help you in late game. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. Like, does it actually make the lane that much better? Because it feels like when you play against a champion like Ashe, you can't even put turrets down in the lane. Like, Ashe was the original Heimer counter. So I don't know why it would be better now to play Heimer into Ashe than it was before. And that was when Heimer was, like, broken and then Heimer got nerfed.
Has been in the second set of bans, but there has been opportunities there for YSKM. Just IG not opting into it so far until this game. But like you were saying, now it's about seeing if either of these teams can start getting towards this Rift Herald.
You first to 5? Yeah, they can get first to 5 here. It's a pretty good bet, I think. This Volibear is looking really out of place as well. I don't know. I just feel like IG just is going to win.
We're going to have that same combo. Wink setting things up, Lien following through. And then that can really work around either Cryin or On, right? Cryin would definitely be the cherry on top with even more CC with the ulti, but even just the damage from On could be enough to allow Lien and Wink to find the right play.
Wondering how they can try to find these at least advances in the downtimes, because we have about 2 minutes spurning on till a third dragon will be available for Weibo. They have had really consistent objective focus besides those 4 grubs going to IG. Looks like they're going to start that Rift Herald already, but pull off of it. Is now in the mid lane focus because of Light and Crisp versus On and Wink.
Things like this Rift Herald are incredibly important for IG, right? Because you do have some wave clear with the Azir and just a lot of ways, a lot of short range for IG. It's going to make it hard to siege down any of these turrets without things like Rift Herald or Baron.
Hey, Poppy is still winning the trades, I guess.
The receiving end of ZDZ's ire.
It's kind of good. I mean, Poppy will be hard to deal with for Draven. Draven just needs specific items just to be able to play. He needs an LDR, IE. Until then, he just doesn't do enough damage to even touch the Poppy, really.
Composition apart, because I feel like Cryin is such a big piece of the puzzle if they find the big engages there.
All right, Drake in 1 minute. Does Weibo contest it? I mean, they got to be really careful of giving Draven stacks. It's like the objective of the Drake fight is not actually to get the Drake, it's to kill the Draven.
Definitely being harder. And now at this point, they, Xiaohu. So Weibo already starting to show some of this cleverness, some of this outthinking the enemy, knowing that this invade was going to come through.
Trying to stop the bot side tower from falling. They have Wink over here. Crisp on his way, but IG pull off in a setup that might have ended up bad for them, but they do need to get this vision, which they have consistently gotten around the bot side with the dragon spawning in about 30 seconds, rather.
And now it seems like we're gonna get a fight. I'm actually surprised Weibo ended up diverting so much away from mid. It is giving IG complete control to try to find this pick, and that's what they want. They want to catch someone out before the fight ends up having to start.
I mean, Weibo's just going to try to force IG mid with Herald here. It's going to be the play.
Towards mid and push
Force the
up
mid with Herald and then try to enter afterwards.
Actually, might be able to make the play before any of this happens with CDZ on his way as well.
Oh, it's Edge of Night actually from Light.
But there comes the Rift Herald, some poke coming out. Barm is going to connect on a Xiaohao.
Yeah, force the mid with the Herald. Now you enter.
Efficiently.
Zante's getting top turret for free though during this. Like Weibo's sacrificing a decent amount.
Herald not going to be driven in there.
If Draven gets a kill, IG is okay giving third Drake.
Dragon has spawned, and Weibo realized that's where they need to put the pressure. YSKM's taking an outer tower and top side.
I actually feel like Weibo are taking this way too slow. I feel like Herald should have been dropped earlier with the wave and just immediately turned towards Dragon. It's given... Hell, it gave YSKM enough time to get a turret when he's been pushing...
Light is looking to poke over the wall.
IG now?
TP here too.
Okay, TP from Cassante.
This is a fight IG won.
Oh, On got chunked really hard. On had the flash and... Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Oh, is Xiaohu just dead? What? Damn, huge. Cash in, cash in, cash in. Okay, they denied the cash in. Holy shit. I mean, they still lose the fight pretty hard, but denying the cash in is actually like, it makes the game still winnable.
Again, it just felt like they were way too hesitant around this sequence. It gave IG so much time.
Yeah, this seemed really weird.
They wanted, they're gonna pick up Drake and deny soul point. Is Light.
Looking for the poke.
Trying to force them away from mid so they can get mid turret.
Arrows, but the dragon goes over
Yep.
IG.
I mean, the Cassante looks like a huge issue. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have called that the Cassante might be an issue? Definitely not me.
I really feel like Weibo were sitting on their hands here. Look at the minimap. You already have the Nico TPing from behind. Sure. On has to
What?
flash away.
Do I
But
want a
now the
cookie?
positions are just
Yeah.
So awkward.
Cookie would be nice.
Xiaohu dragged
Mato was telling me about how he has a biscuit with his coffee every day. And that's like one of the things he looks forward to the most.
ZDZ
Aware.
actually does an admirable job.
He does.
Like,
Yeah, that's what he said.
on down, but then Xiaohao gets way too greedy committing to that one. And, you know, again, we get the replay of the fight, but it really felt like for Weibo was the things leading up that ended up doing them in and letting
Get good boy, get a cocky.
10K gold lead.
What?
If it would have been the Weibo from game 1 and 2, they pull off.
No, I don't want a fucking cocky. Jesus Christ.
From Chris, right? But Xiaohao buying into the pressure a little bit, buying into the moment a little bit, going too ham, and IG will pounce back. They are a gritty team. We know them to take early advantages and carry them home. We'll see if they can continue to do so here with about a 3,000 gold lead.
We need to remember though, this is the Weibo comfort zone.
It is.
Weibo win about 40% of the games where they're behind, past the 15-minute mark. Again, second best in the league.
I see feet.
So this is not
Lick a
position
homie.
you're unfamiliar with whatsoever. But now you're worrying about Cry and being able to get there with the rocket belt, the stride breaker on Leyen.
She says she's flattered.
Driving your back line. Listen, like, look at YSKM with all these skills. Already 2 items finished up. It's really going to be hard to get past IG's front line.
Okay.
You also have so much dive. You're having.
Bro, this is just looking like a loss, man. How do you win?
And the other thing
I feel like Azir needs 3 items at least to be able to play. I don't know how you can win.
Going even further, Wink getting closer to that, but their cooldowns.
If it makes you feel any better, they're sniffing as well.
Right, the cooldowns are not very long for the Nocturne, for the Nico, for the Ashe as well. So their engage tools up a lot.
And we're going to have to start looking at IG playing for flashes, right? Because especially when you're running things like the Varus, IG are going to be wanting to force earlier, get those flashes down.
How long for Muramana, dude? Weibo needs to scale for a long period of time, bro. This game is going to be a long-ass game.
It's going to be a key thing moving forward, making sure that Light, even potentially Xiao, whose flashes are down.
Frozen Heart for Lien, second item. I like it.
Wanting to make sure, you know, getting as tanky as soon as possible, denying some of that attack speed from being able to come in and make a huge difference in these fights.
I think a big difference maker can obviously go centered around Loyen. After he came in for that game number 3, it's been a different IG team. And that
Oh, imagine if they played the whole series with Leanne.
dividends for them.
Imagine they played the whole series with Leanne and they didn't just let Tianjin run it down.
Leanne was not playing this heavily around bot side during the regular season. He wasn't playing it in the last Weibo series. Really
Also,
no point at
how
all.
far behind is Xiao?
Playing for himself or
How does he even play
somewhat
this game?
playing around top
Ah, they
lane.
look so
Top
weak, bro.
lane
This game
was
is like
so
100% IG win.
It's nice to see the shake up.
They have to win it.
Coming back.
They're gonna catch him out. There's the combo.
Okay.
Luckily, Xiaohu does shifting sands his way out of that one, but that's the scariness that you have to deal with, and that flash gonna be burned.
Right, that's what we were just talking about a moment ago. Getting these flashes.
It feels like they're so weak. Like they just have no items.
It can work.
It's gonna be so long till they actually have items to do anything. Oh, they go on.
Off a little bit more.
They stun him.
There, but maybe just enough.
He got his cleanse. TP from Xiaohu. I mean, he was gonna go back top anyway, I guess. Not the end of the world.
Scared there,
And they break
sure.
mid off this.
They did try to get a catch out, and that's some proactivity back from Weibo.
That's a chill mid. I mean, yeah, they just need so much damage to kill Cassante.
That could have been a huge one. Then Xiao could have just tried to find easy access to the backline anytime, but Weibo gonna finally be able to pick out this mid lane outer turret, and with having Xiaohu, Sundisk to keep pressure up. Dragons
Dropped wave top for this though.
seconds, but Weibo actually valuing control over the top side.
I don't know. It just looks like you're gonna end up in a situation where 3 of your champions are useless, or 2 of your champions are gonna be useless. Heimer and Volibear will be completely useless. And it's just all up to the Azir and Varus to kill the whole enemy team. Like the enemy team is not even easy to kill.
Definitely there for IGs.
I don't know how.
Are gonna love that one.
Oh,
That is a nice little pop.
Varus ult was huge there.
Actually, a huge piercing arrow back, and now Weibo
They potentially start Baron off this.
Light is doing so much work.
Like enemy team has no like. Do they start Baron or do they try to like play into it? I think it's actually not a bad decision. And force them to Baron here pretty easily, I think. Yeah, they put down the turret. They're forcing it.
Oh wow, wow! They do just full on send it. Livescan has TP.
It's scary, bro. It's scary. But I think it's the right call. Just flip it and as many people live as possible.
He's there. He's in there. Paranoia got it in as well.
They got him out. They have to finish. They have to finish. They have to finish, and they have to just call it.
Out of there. So there's no 50-50. Xiaohu just needs to stay alive.
Okay, they got it. How many people can live?
Baron goes over. Nice little engage from IG. Are any purple capes gonna make it out for Weibo? ZDZ once weak. He can't get him. The flash comes
Cash in.
through, and everyone's getting
It's not an insane cash in.
IG. They're
Light is still on the run.
some more kills, and they
He's still on the run, bro.
Everyone off the table here. Crisp, ZDZ gone. Light
They
takes
lose.
out
Okay, so
Fury.
2 people died. They get 3 Barons. It's actually really good.
For the base.
Light, you have to go a different way, I think. No?
Makes it. Light makes it.
Oh, that hitting would have been huge.
From Light to be able to
That's good for Weibo, bro. That's good.
I'm gonna make a trek around the world.
Can use this Baron
Had to do that a couple times
to
now.
get mid and bot turrets potentially.
Both themselves fighting
You can even get. I mean, you didn't even lose Drake.
pastime for them.
They lose flashes on. They lose flash on Light, which is pretty big. It's pretty scary when they go to siege a turret now.
No idea what Weibo were thinking. They're taking that.
I think they should just go hard mid. They should just like soft contest this Drake and then have Light just go mid. That's the play here.
So now they have to try to contest.
Like you just kind of like watch them here. Just look at them, bro. Spectator gaming. I don't like the fight. They're trying to fight. I don't like it.
IG forcing this.
Oh, he stole it. Oh my god, he stole it. That's crazy.
Shining light from Weibo.
Oh, and you can actually stop them from going through mid and you get tier. That is such a robbery. They can rotate top as well. They can actually rotate top here.
The Baron wave push going is nice stuff.
Like they have a good wave top.
Like Weibo Gaming starting to look like the protagonists with how many miracles are showing up.
They had to give IG a little bit of give, and they did. They were pushed all the way to
No
game
flash
four.
on here.
Isn't that the most main character energy? Literally escapes through enemy jungle, runs around the whole map, and then steals Dragon for soul.
Hey, they get mid turret.
Insane.
And Poppy's pushing bot. They're going to rotate to bot after. Ooh, they're out macroing them. And enemy team has a Draven Nocturne, which are falling off. Wow. I can't believe Weibo actually got out of that situation. That looked impossible.
Really made a big splash for LNG when they were making their miracle.
They look like they were just so doomed. But like the influx of gold is the most important thing. Like it's not necessarily that they get super ahead with like the Baron. It's that
Yeah, really.
as they get more gold, they get to points where Azir is actually going to be able to do his job. Like Light is actually really far ahead as well now.
Doing a great job of being able to barrel.
Because they were farming
That's why Weibo
at such a low rate.
Does a lot of damage to ZDC here. How unfair
As
is it?
LDR.
Oh. That's a big one. They're gonna try
He's
to fight
dead.
back here, though.
Leave him, bro.
CDC
Leave him.
just has to watch as his health bar gets taken out from under him. As On actually gets the big.
They have to walk all the way.
Try to chase down Weibo, who have no outer tower down here. Loyen has paranoia. All of the combo.
Crisp is
for
probably
Ryan
doomed.
Is available as well. They have the angle. They could
Just let him die. Just let him die. It's fine.
Little legs. They don't run fast enough.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Another kill to On.
Yeah, overstay.
Couple kills for Draven. I mean, Draven is really strong.
Kills. And a big thing about, especially that first one, right?
ZDZ griefed.
Was able to finish his Lord Doms before this pusher on bot ended up.
They're gonna lose bot tier 2 off this.
Has his ult.
Xiaohao will spot him out, but a tier 2 is in the eyes of IG. They could even push this a little bit further too if they want to. Pop Blossom still available.
Could be okay.
Brian wants to pull
They shouldn't lose anything more.
in
IG overstayed, crashing this wave.
do
They get
back
enemy global red though. Global red is really OP.
I'm surprised they weren't willing to dive. I know ZDZ was up.
All right, enemy gets global red.
You had a big tank in YSKM. You have things like the.
Oh, Xiao stole it, bro. They're stealing so much random shit that they shouldn't be getting.
Do it. As it feels weird, right? Because even with the Baron, even after this, like IG are so.
Game's still
much
over?
up 4 or 5K.
Or who?
ZDZ being a little bit
I don't think the
too
game is
far.
over either
Not
direction.
that
It's actually a pretty close game.
Dominic's, like I said, really being the thing to deliver for on here in terms of damaging the ZDZ. And man, he just doesn't even get a chance to run away. They're chaining CC over and over again.
Really some big enchanted crystal arrows from Wink. And,
Have Void Staff on the Zir. You're gonna have Sorelda's coming in for Varus. Not that much time.
Game 1 and 2 was far.
And you should know me is going a ton of MR. I mean, it makes sense, right? In his mind, the only thing that could kill him is the Azir.
Very hit or miss.
Like, a lethality Varus is never going to really kill you. It could. Depends. If you all out early, he can kill you.
So it's nice. We've really been getting that good side of On and Wink and the drafts to enable it. Loyen coming back in and readjusting how he's playing to make sure it could work.
Just got the Bloodthirster completed for On there as well. 5, 1, and 3 going to be a big component to IG's success here. Don't have anything going on the
feel
map.
like
They do have about
Nico has not got a big ult
Weibo Soul
ever.
would be that Cloud Soul for them. But until then, it's looking where
in this
IG
game.
wanna pull the trigger.
Oh, they're pulling the trigger.
Everything available,
TPing.
including the enchanted crystal arrow. They want to make a play onto Weibo.
They instantly TP'd themselves.
I wonder how much she'll be able to contend in terms of damage until Xiaohu gets a death cap. You know, has the Void Stuff, has the Andre, definitely has ways of dealing with YSKM, but YSKM being on 3.5 items, Light really isn't going to be able to touch him.
They were hoping it was going to be anybody but Xiaohao that stepped up there.
On can't walk that way.
So they back away.
Full sums on Draven. He's got BT. This is really, really strong.
Back on the map in about 20 seconds will be Catacorner to the
Thornmail's such a bad purchase from ZDZ. Like, he should just be going Randuin's.
Has the enchanted crystal arrow available.
And IG are trying sort to find a pick right now because they know that Weibo are the ones with options, right? Weibo can lean to whichever side they want. Like, they could lean Baron and be like, sure, get Dragon, or vice versa. IG hoping they can find a pick first, so then they could just go take the objective of their choosing and not have to give away the other.
You wonder why maybe there's some reservation being played from both sides. A lot of pressure being mounted into this game number 4. This is a do-or-die series for both these teams. IG, they have been on the cusp of losing for 2 games in a row.
Draven soloing it. Trying to force him towards Baron.
Push us to 5 and give us silver scrap.
Oh, he just like one-shots the Drake.
IG taking advantage of their pressure around the map to
All right.
this Dragon deny the soul from Weibo.
Soul denied.
Keeps ticking.
And this is the Weibo we've come to know, right?
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
So they know that Crisp isn't here, but I mean, that shouldn't be enough for them to like really force Baron, I don't
That would
think.
have been a kill. That would have been the Baron. Now they're just going to go right on it.
They're going for it though. They're going to try to rush it. I mean, Draven does so much damage, but I think they're compromising their position pretty hard here.
Careful though, because a 50-50 could flip this game on its head in a game that matters all so much. IG, they are in the pit. They are trying to stop.
Jungler is
They
still
were
in.
successful. That
They hit
is
it. They hit it. No,
front line
hit it.
gone, and they are off of the Baron. Here comes Xiao.
Oh, they get it. They get it. Run, 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 run. Oh, On is actually getting one shot by Poppy? Wait, what's happening? Poppy is just one-shotting the Draven? Wait, that's a 4-item Draven. No, bro, no. Poppy just soloed the Draven in between 5 people. There's no way that's possible.
And now they can
Nah, they're just the main characters. They were just destined to win the game. Yoshinomi's dead as well. Dude, no way.
Because they're gonna know him enough to put him in the grave. That'll be a big kill to Weibo, a big Baron for Xiaohao, and a complete.
Bro, the 4-item Draven just got soloed by the Poppy in front of his entire team.
Weibo again, it's the decision making once you get.
No, this is a situation where the Baron buff actually matters in terms of stats. Like the Poppy getting the free like AD actually helps him so much.
Poppy looks like it does more damage than any Poppy I've ever seen. We always cut to him winning 1v1s against the Dragon.
Thornmail actually care. I mean, Thornmail, he didn't have a Thornmail. He went Randuin's, like I said. Wait, he actually just went the correct item that I said, and it actually made him significantly more tanky. They're pausing the game because they can't believe that the Poppy was able to 1v1 him.
Cut the lead. They've completely evaporated it, and they've taken.
People want me to be wrong so bad. They just make shit up. The Thornmail is carrying, bro. Just like you said, the Thornmail was dog shit. That he should go Randuin's. Which he actually did, but the Thornmail is carrying.
I mean, but you have to be able to peel around him, and I feel like in that last game, the last fight right there, that was a big difference maker.
That was just so chaotic. I'm excited to get the replay of that one to see how things got so spread out. Because at first it looked like Weibo actually a bit too hesitant. Like the second you send the Cassante flying, I feel like it's like, yo, let's get this going. Some people start engaging on their carries. Jungle goes straight to Baron. But it was a little bit slower, and somehow it still ended up working out in Weibo's favor.
I'm just surprised they went for the 50-50. Like, I'm very surprised that they left it up to that.
I think that the logic from IG starting it makes sense. Like, you know crisp recall. You shot the arrow, you knew he was there, you know he was gone. You have that timing. You're trying to pull Weibo in to where you can maybe start off that engage a little bit quicker. But, yeah, I think committing to the Baron, not going for the turn, ended up fighting them.
What are they studying here? What ended up happening? What is the bug?
They probably should have started off the engage already at that point, but this is where Weibo really going to thrive, and I want to keep my eyes on ZBZ. Oh, actually, wow. He just walks forward. On kind of just walks forward, and it leaves for him to get locked in. Cleanses so late, to where so much of the damage already came through, and then just getting absolutely run down.
The flash play from ZDZ, knowing he needed to make the difference there, really clutch factor for ZDZ as a whole, especially in those first two games. And the Poppy starting to come in clutch. And I was gonna say earlier, like, how unfair is it that you just get to tell one person on the enemy team you don't get to play the video game for like 10 seconds? And I feel like ZDZ has used that very well.
I gotta say, wait, I'm just so happy that, you know, I actually thought we were getting back into the game, but it's like, whoa, we just have replays appear now when we're in these breaks?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
We have no control, but we're here for the ride.
Now, it feels...
We're getting in it.
It definitely still feels doable for
Yeah.
IG, but I mean,
Huge.
now we're at a point where, like, the Azir's coming on live.
Is BT too? Yeah, but the BT like doesn't do much. Because he has Bramble. But that's the reason why you go Bramble into Randuin's, by the way. You're significantly tankier and you have the healing reduction. Like the damage, the extra damage that the Thornmail does is not that important. What's important is that you're taking less damage from crits when the guy has 80% crit. So it's a good build by ZDZ. I like that he did it. I mean, he just did the correct thing. Then completing the Thornmail here, I don't hate, because like, what else are you gonna buy? You're not gonna be able to buy anything for this push. You have Baron. You're gonna be trying to like end the game, or at least leverage your yeah, you're trying to leverage your power here. So I think it's good.
Into this one, when we were looking at a lot of the ways that the win conditions work out, we called it kind of the tortoise and the hare, where Weibo were the tortoise. And it's funny how we've seen the stories kind of work out in that fashion in a certain way, right? I think IG took a little bit to get warmed up into the series. The hare was a little bit cold. But Weibo themselves, they are always so strong when it comes to mid, when it comes to late game, and how to move around the map. And IG have not shown us that. They show us all that proactivity in the early game.
Ryan has no flash for this fight. It's pretty easy for them to siege now. Yoshinomi's flanking behind. The arrow ends up hitting the Poppy, so no one cares about it. They're going on to Light. Light has no flash. And they just kill him. Good peel from Xiaohu. Good peel from Xiaohu here. Does he die for it, though?
Now
It doesn't matter.
Cam on the back line too.
It doesn't matter. They can't kill.
They're starting to wipe the floor with them.
Poppy wasted his ult before the fight, so they pulled the trigger and killed him.
Does end up getting on out of there. Why is Cam getting a little bit low? Xiao Ao is still alive.
Oh, he dies.
Finally going down to Lian and IG. They bear
Damn, bro. This is all because Poppy had no ult. This is all because Poppy had no ult.
Actually having to TP away 4 players.
And they had no zero turret to build.
And this game so back and forth. IG trying so hard to send us to a game 5.
They want silver scrapes. I want silver scrapes. The world wants silver.
I mean, they can't
scrapes
end here.
in our first
They can't
round.
end. I mean, I don't even know if they get an inhib. They probably don't.
Giving Weibo a run for their money.
No flash on Light ended up being huge. I wonder if Light needs like a stopwatch or something. That looked brutal.
So much the upper hand over IG, but a change up of roster, a change up of feeling has IG on the cusp.
I gotta see how Xiaohu ends up going down. Great flank by YSKM. Coming in from behind it. I mean, hell, I mean these flanks are.
I think the biggest thing is that Poppy wasted his ult. Like he used his ult to try to zone off the turret. It allows him to like full engage, and he can't peel.
Onto the Varus, but Xiaohu ends up saving it. End up being pop blossomed.
The zero ult actually made it so YSKM could ult through for like a long distance,
So low by that pop blossom. I mean,
and he got on top of Light anyway.
damage being dealt with. YSKM, especially with that ultimate, to be able to get back in after he got yeeted out was so massive.
It's such a big moment too.
Damn, Heimer is just such a useless champion, I swear, bro.
The desperation there, IG. ended up
Another
right
pause.
there.
Hell yeah, another pause.
Man.
Let's go.
As the lead has flip-flopped 3 times in the last like 8 minutes.
You mean GA? Zanya would be suboptimal? IMO? No. I think he needs like to buy a. I think he needs to buy a stopwatch. Where he can't play.
I mean, now those opportunities are always present.
Why would
right?
Zanya's be bad on Varus?
Front to back, that's where Weibo feel like they thrive. That's where you have things like we saw at the start of that fight, right? Emperor's Divide able to help peel for Light. You have these big frontliners in your top in jungle, in the Poppy and the Volley Bear. But yeah, the second those flanks come through, and especially in a position like that where you're pushing down bot lane, and it's not like around Dragon where it's such a limited area. It's very easy to mark your flanks. It was just great by IG to find that window to set up for the big play, because that was probably the hardest setup for Weibo to have to counteract. So it was huge success.
It truly was. And I'm just glad we're
DDZ injured forearm? I have no idea.
And giving Weibo a bit of a run for their money when it's a team that on paper should have had all the utmost success, but had a hard time even getting into this position and being their 7th seed for LPL.
AP Varus needs high AP. I mean, you don't buy the Zanyas for AP. You buy it so you can stopwatch
For Weibo, right? Because they were another team
for the active. I mean, I don't know if there's another. Like, I don't think GA is really gonna help him that much here. I think he'll just die after the GA.
Teams like that, right? Like, there's gonna be some teams that do not pass the you must have this good of hands to ride this ride. Weibo were taking down teams like that, and every now and then you'd see the map play, you'd see a bit of the brilliance, but are not always able to get themselves there. We saw a very different game 1 and game 2 than I expected from Weibo, very dominant. And now this game I think looks like the most expected version of Weibo. It's really coming down to the wire now. Another dragon.
They have to give
on the board.
third Drake here. Go mid, I guess. What they're planning? I don't know if it does anything.
Xiaohu getting the TP
On his flash.
Dragon already gone. That'd be a 3rd in a row, at least in the
Still no death cap. Wait, he went Zanya's here? Wait, Xiaohu went Zanya's here over death cap? I think that's crazy, bro. He needs a death cap so badly.
Pull of the trigger is a little bit worsened by that, but they still have a lot of options.
I mean, Weibo
1 minute until Baron. Do they flip? Do they win a Baron flip for the 3rd time? Like, how do they actually play?
So I like this. Back off, get a few wards down, take away some camps, and just wait for the next one. Like I said, I'd really like for Xiaohu to be able to have a bit more damage under his belt. He prioritized the Zanyas over going for something like the Rabadons earlier, which makes sense, right, with the amount of dive that IG have in their comp. But I think it also means that in some of these situations, if he gets focused down early, you don't have a ton of the damage there to be able to deal with IG, as we can see on now, full build with GA finished.
That's so big.
Game finish. I mean, I think the fight is less about Draven at this point in the game. The fight is more about can ZDZ and Lian actually kill Light.
Right now, Weibo,
I think that's the issue.
a very contested game on the cusp of potentially winning. But IG want to push it to 5. We have tied up dragons. We have tied up that entire game where it's got back and forth over and over again. But we're going to have some big decisions need to be made, especially with the Baron coming up.
I think Xiaohu might not
And you could tell
even
that
play to
he seems
save
to
light
know,
here.
like,
He probably just has to play to
can't
position
play
himself.
Maker, because look at Krine's inventory having that
Look at the tankiness from You Should Know Me without death cap.
So knowing that, hey, being as strong as I can when the next fight breaks out is just the most important thing. Maybe we could barrel down mid and find the win. But so far, Weibo doing a great job of denying any vision into this river.
Cam has a little bit
I mean, you should. I mean, they could pull onto Crisp if he splits that hard. There was a split second where he's just pretty much guaranteed dead. Yeah, who's dead? GG.
The combo, it's hitting, and IG, they are hitting.
Wait, is Nocturne dead? Nocturne's not dead, right? Yeah, he's fine.
Is nice separation. Weibo, they've only lost Xiaohu so far, but maybe they could stave off a little bit more. Cam, full health, ghosted up once more.
Alright, just go Baron here.
Do it. IG, they get one, and honestly, that's enough to turn towards the Baron.
Nice play, nice play.
That's all they needed. They got it, in my mind, on the most important member in the Azir. So they're going to end up going for this. We'll see if Weibo end up being
Yeah,
wise
Weibo
to
can't
it.
contest. I don't know, bro. I don't know how well Weibo play anymore.
Not gonna be the case. The Baron over. We're cresting over.
I feel like the full tank Volibear, like plus full tank Poppy plus Azir Varus. Just there's too many useless champions that Weibo have. They only have 2 champions that are useful.
They'll use that Baron buff easy.
I love it because I knew this engage was going to happen because right before this, Krine finally popped the elixir to get it right on, right on to Xiaohu. Who
I mean, Leanne is playing. He's playing Nocturne and tanking 3 people by himself late game. That's just crazy.
That they know that he's the main target for their Fury.
Also, I don't know why he has a Randuin's on Nocturne. I mean, the only idea would be to like have a slow when you go in with your ult, but Stridebreaker already does that, and they don't have crit, so it's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad Randuin's.
And it makes it to where the damage has to hit, or you're going to be left wanting. Weibo looking for a play on in mid lane. Not going to pull the trigger just yet. They had a multi-flank going.
Azir no death cap is crazy.
You know, On still has that GA, so even if you find the opportunity to pounce on him once, that might not be enough.
Chance of Crystal Arrow has been used, but again, that cooldown is so low now, and you can feel.
Are people so bad at itemizing? Because they like don't end up basing on the items that they want to have, so then they just end up building other things. Like they like.
45 left on the Baron buff.
Yeah, they're just like so obsessed with power spikes that don't matter. They just want to be as strong as possible all the time, as opposed to like have a better build. It's not good.
Between these lanes, and it's nice. Dragon's up in 50 seconds, and it feels like this game might be decided by a soul fight.
Soul fight. I mean, I just don't know how Weibo can win.
Me a 50-50 soul fight.
Just can't imagine like what a fight looks like that they actually win.
Stepping up there,
I think as Weibo going into this next fight, you have to really not care too much about the Drake. Like you said, IG obviously love getting Cloud Soul, but if you can wipe them in this fight, you just win the game. There aren't too many structures that you have to be able to get through, so I think prioritizing the fight is the most important thing.
You need like an insane Poppy ult, like split the fight. I think that's the only way you can win.
Out of the base, get back down towards this bottom side of the map. They actually do see it. We still have to think about the way that Weibo can approach this because they don't have a lot of vision, and IG do.
Yeah, really.
They can't even give up mid push because the enemy team is Baron. They're actually so fucked here. They just have to give the soul, I think.
It's so hard because there's so many angles you have to worry about being able to get on your back line.
Oh my god, Xiao is gonna have to ult out of that one. ZDZ is in some trouble on the other side now as well. They actually
On had to flash.
Flashes. That was a really clutch flash from On.
I mean, he's gonna heal to full off the Drake though. I mean, it should still be unfightable for Weibo.
Lots of ults used.
Look how much damage he does to that thing, man. Xiao's here though. This could be a 50-50. He's looking for. Sky Splitter comes down. He's in the pit. He's in a little.
Hey, they get it?
He does not get it. On is the one that secures it. Paranoia coming out. Is it going to be stopped? No. Keeper's Verdict does hit, and that is on to Lian. He's still in there. He's tanking up a ton. But that Keeper's Verdict.
How can play? How can play?
Like, I'm just curious about what spike Weibo or Weibo.
Yeah, now you're against Cloud Soul against these champs? No. The game should be over. It's impossible for Weibo to win.
But even now, just sitting on the Oblivion Orb, so.
would just need to be the most insane like Poppy ult of all time.
We don't get much stronger from this point for Weibo. IG is gonna be able to keep doing what they're doing, and now having the.
I actually think Weibo get a lot stronger. They get so much stronger when Xiaohu just builds a death cap. But without him having a death cap, like he just does no damage. Or like no meaningful damage. You gotta be able to like one-shot people. You completed a Morelos.
Not very much. I'll be looking to see you to capitalize on that though. And yeah, I mean Weibo, maybe some of that gas they were using to rev up their engine in the first 2 games running out.
I'm saying it right now. We're going to Game 5. This feels like going to Game 5 energy.
I believe, but would you expect that we'd be here as we were coming into this series? Like that's the craziest point.
I fully expected a 3-0 for Weibo, which it makes it so much more impressive for IG.
Yeah, I expected a 3-1 for Weibo.
When you're such like a young squad.
5 item, no death cap. I mean, I assume he'll sell the Morello for a death cap when he gets money for it.
Potentially bring us to a Game 5 is already impressive in and of itself.
Like I don't see like he doesn't need a Morello when his support has a Morello already.
From the Draven yet. Again, they were at least able to get the flash in the last exchange thanks to ZDZ, but Weibo need to take.
Like he just like Morello was just cheap, right? So like he was sitting on Oblivion Orb, and he's like, okay, whatever, I'll complete the Morello. He didn't want to sell Oblivion Orb for just a large rod.
Ton of damage from that arrow, but the speed at which IG can go now, and especially off the back of their engages, is so big.
And again, the problem is like as Weibo, you're just worried about so many different things in these fights, and always feels like Xiaohu especially has just been a little bit too far forward, potentially maybe looking for like a Shurima Shuffle-esque play, but it's always just left him out in the open for really Cryin or Wink to just find an easy engage angle. I
think Weibo need to find a way to kill Cryin. I mean, it was really easy actually before he had Zhonya's. Now that he has a stopwatch, it's a lot harder. Well, I know LDR Varus, it's late game. Ay, man. Ay.
So I don't. It feels like with the position they're in, like there isn't too much he's going to be able to do here. But I agree, just in terms of
leave our girlfriend alone.
Comfort, right? Like I said, we haven't seen him play that.
I don't know why somebody said that in the YouTube chat. Leave our girlfriend alone.
They have multiple wards over there, but he is not going to pull the trigger just.
Are we still in game 4? Been a long ass game. That's how. And there's been some pauses in this game as well. So it's a long fucking series, boys. It is what it is.
What should finally be the final fight, baby.
Oh, there it is.
Arrow
for Mikhail. I mean, that was not one that you Mikhails, by the way. I don't think you Mikhails that ever.
They are looking for more engages. Sky Splitter going to connect on. Oh, pop awesome.
Xiaohu actually lived, kind of. Actually, not bad. This is actually not bad for Weibo. This is the best thing that could have happened for them. They still probably lose the fight hard, but like, it's actually the best fight that they could have had. Oh, Xiaohu got hit. Cloud Soul diff was so OP in this fight, bro. Cloud Soul was so OP in this fight. That was actually like the best the fight could have went for Weibo, and they still didn't win it. So, how can win?
Right there and then, not able to bring him down. That was probably the best they could have hoped for with having members of IG isolated for the 1v1. But it looks like now with so many of those ults down, Weibo are going to go for this because IG's comp is way more reliant on ultimates.
I don't know. I don't think they can do anything here, bro. This is such cope. They're coping so hard here. Xiaohu's just dead. Or is he dead?
He's going to go golden. ZDZ is still here. He's going to push YSK back. Shifting sands gets Xiaohu out of there.
Xiaohu's alive? He's going to need the base CP, I think. No way he's alive. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. No way they can win it, right? Light is dead. Light is dead. ZDZ is trying to kill on, though? Oh, okay. Alright, they can end, they can end. Jesus. Poppy almost just killed people, bro. Poppy almost 1v5 the fight. It looked impossible, though.
And they're doing it. They're bringing us to the game 5.
Almost 48 minutes in. The death timer's too long.
I mean, Lian killing Xiaohu, finishing off Xiaohu was huge. And then the kill onto Light was also big.
Start up the reverse sweep. and they find themselves one game from completion.
Imagine they just played with Leyen the entire time, bro. Imagine they played with Leyen the entire time. What the fuck?
Bringing it back, being so decisive in these fights. Weibo on the opposite side, feeling hesitant. I swear I've never seen in a
50-minute scrapper? Yeah, it was a 50-minute scrap.
like that game. Anytime Shao was involved, again, this Cassante isn't getting hurt. They aren't taking down Leyen.
I mean, to be fair, that, like,
the drawing board for them, but
in the last situations, the fights are so much easier for IG than Weibo. It felt like Weibo was playing the positions better given their comp
Different IG. What
than IG was. Like, IG were struggling pretty hard here
of the LPL spring play
to end the game,
Go ahead and hear those.
but they ended up getting it done.
5.
Fuck, I abandoned this series. Game 2, I thought it was so over. It was looking pretty over. Now it's looking not so over. Also, are we just going straight into LEC then? We just go straight into LEC? Yeah, I think it's just fucked. Unless I could figure out a way to stream different audio channels to different platforms. I don't know. I would probably have to just kill off Sosa. Rest in peace, Sosa. It was good while it lasted. Maybe I ask Joe. I mean, I think the way that he does it, like, would be to... I mean, I think it's like something you have to, like, stream your stream to a, like, server or something, and then you can do it from there. It's, like, way too complicated. Force having a normal one. Yep. I think Force had minus 1.5. I had minus 1.5 as well. Lost my bet on this series. I thought that Weibo would 3-1 them. I was wrong though. Let me see, maybe Joe can help me figure this out. Just buy the rights. Actually, how much I would buy the rights to Sosa? Like, if it was like a couple $1,000s, I would buy it. But I mean, it would be insane. Oh my God, it's still going on. Jesus. Wait, apparently Joe knows a way to do it, but I have to set it up after the stream. Okay, let's see. The place you see. All right, okay, there's probably a way to do it. Nice. Joe fixed Sosa, but not for this stream. Maybe for the next streams we can Sosa it. There's a way you can change the audio setting to FFmpeg AAC and then stream it at a certain bit rate and audio channel. They just play Silver Scrapes for 10 minutes straight? That has to be a war crime. They can't hear you. Only I can hear you sing. Oh my. Oh my God, this is worse than them. Has anyone told you that you have a voice for silent movies? I have a face for a no cam stream. I mean, you're stuck with it. So, like, that's really on you, to be honest. All right, is it over? No, not over. Wait, is there no sound?
Oh, welcome everyone. We are here and welcome back for a game number 5. I hope you enjoyed that Silver Scrapes because we have our first game 5 of the LPL Spring.
No, not. What the hell again?
What a road it has been. Weibo
It just never ends?
pounded IG into the dirt for 2 games.
Why Dom is co-streaming? Yes. What?
Yeah, and you know the craziest part?
you don't like my chat voice?
The last time they won a playoff
Why
series
Dom
was
is
when
co-streaming?
IG won playoffs back in 2019 spring. Like, it has been that long since IG have won a playoff series. It is ridiculous. The Team Liquid MSI loss haunting them all the way to this day. But this could be the retribution.
The fucking voices, Jesus.
That's what's crazy. We came into this with so much time saying, oh, just making into the first round for IG is a nice award of its own right. But now they are going toe-to-toe with a Weibo team who felt like they should have had this one in the bag. They get 4 Cloud Dragons, and they propel themselves to multiple engages.
Why are you co-streaming, Dom? Answer the question. True.
Getting the better of his former mentor.
Yeah, I feel like YS Scam and Crying really.
Why am I not spending time with you?
Games, like
We
said,
are
like,
spending time
taking
together. This
advantage
is
of Xiao Xiao.
quality time.
I feel like really had a stinker.
This is a-
I did
yeah,
like
this is a
Bill,
date.
Like I said, it felt like he didn't have any damage by the end of that game. Needed to go for the death cap, even ignoring items though.
Oh,
Some
and-
of those
oh, and
fights,
LEC is
this
tomorrow
man
as
can
well.
hit by absolutely everything. The angles he's looking for aren't there, but great job by IG taking advantage of that.
You're doing your
Crying
face.
in, setting it up in
You said you're gonna
YS.
go on a date with somebody else then?
They gave
Well,
him
okay.
Kasante. They
Nice.
should have known. They should have known.
Well, at least you get
Kasante
emotionally
was
abused for a reason.
deal breaker.
Now the question is
Fair trade-off. Okay, true.
On the other side of it, I'm gonna guess not. As it was a pretty clutch play from YS Cam, consistently in the top side against CDZ. The biggest thing came in the later parts of the game when he was just getting backline access consistently.
He always did a great job with his W's, though, being able to make sure that he wasn't the one getting taken out of the fight. I believe only one Keeper's Verdict ever actually hit him and sent him flying. So great jobs by him. And yeah, always finding access, always finding a way. I remember there was a fight topside where he got pushed away a little bit. I think it was by the Emperor's Divide. And then he saved his ult, used it to ult
that's
right back in.
insane.
Like, so many good moments from YSKM. And a lot of that off the back of Weibo changing bans, Weibo changing their strategy a little bit coming into this game. And you know, Mara sent us a message during the break that I love. And it was just, you know, for Weibo, tree, smile emoji, no tree, you know, sad face. And that's how it's felt. Weibo winning both the games with Maokai, losing both without. Is that really what breaks Weibo in this series?
So, bro, it's just a Xinjiao pick. He says it is what it is.
I wonder what happens with the priority in that one, but it's a game number 5. It's Silver Scrapes. The smiles are plenty on IG, but the pressure is on. It's a final game to decide, do you move on to an LNG roster lying in wait, or is your season over?
And I feel like winning, if a series goes to 5 games, winning game 4 is so important, right? Like, momentum, all these intangibles, like whatever, but in a high-pressure 5-game series, it really can just mean so much. Weibo, off of 2 losses when they
Dom, this
flipped
guy
it
on the
first
right
game.
looks like
Both
me.
game 1 and game 2, they won in
Does he?
29 minutes something.
I feel like he looks nothing like me.
They're really going to be kicking themselves. What
Yeah.
they're probably going to feel like, hey, Weibo could've just done better than
Chat
that.
says that this guy
would've
looks
been
like me.
over already, but
Do I
IG
look like that guy?
showing resilience somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, IG could be kicking themselves too. Of hey, why didn't we start low yet? I think
True.
both these teams maybe could look back on this series so far and be like,
Nice.
"There's
They think I look like
we should've
Mazel.
done differently."
And I want to take a look back at a season as a whole. The reason
You don't
why
think
we
so?
got it right, our 4 teams in the first round.
From what we're used to seeing with Lillian on the roster.
Yeah, I can play music.
Has
You get
been
copyright striked a
Weibo
million
gonna
times.
Stay on bot side, and once again, I like that the bans are changing up this time around.
No.
Take away that Ash, you're not playing it yourself. Again, the Enchantress Arrow cooldown gets so low. Having that vision, denying all of it, I think is a great call by Weibo.
Coming into this one, the Tortoise was Weibo. They are slow to start, but they are
All
strong
right.
to finish.
Let's see. Okay, so we have
decision making always comes clutch. They always take
Ash,
control.
Nautilus,
Doesn't matter.
Ban, Rumble, Maokai.
They did not.
Banned
IG, on the other
versus
hand, has
ZDZ.
always been strong,
Is it like a
early
first pick
game
Tristana
team.
angle or
Teams in
something?
bot lane have been there
Ban
to
Draven,
stay,
bro.
and Lillian's
Okay, they're not banning
aggression,
Draven. They banned
Nico
Nico instead.
so strong. See what picks they're able to garner this time around. The big ones off the table are the Nautilus, consistently banned away against Wink. Crying, getting the respect of his Nico ban. The Maokai and the Rumble already gone.
Jesus Christ.
And maybe a ban that Weibo can look back in hindsight and say we should have taken this one off the table. We banned it in game 1 and game 2 for a reason, and I love that they're bringing it back. So these picks still taken off the board. I was wondering if the Cassante Prio would shoot up and if Weibo would look to take that
All right.
this early. Looks
Ferris
they're
first
still
pick.
wanting to
Bro,
leave
can we just
out
draft Cassante 1, 2, 3? So why should so why is Cam can't play? Like, I don't know.
light on the
Seems so
bars.
weird to just give him Cassante
Contemplating
for
it.
free on 3.
Thinking what could be the other
Just on a first pick, okay.
something that worked very
But is
well.
Xiao just gonna play Rel, or will he just play something else? Like, how are they gonna get
Number one,
magic damage
Xiao
into their
really
comp?
put so
That
much
is my
pressure on
question.
Brian. They are going to lock this one in with a lot of flexibility available.
Exactly. I love it because it not only plays to that whole like map control, focusing on turrets and neutrals style that Weibo like to do, but it's also the champion that does that also pretty much guarantees you prio. So I like that they actually shift the
Damn,
focus.
Rek'Sai 1, 2, 3. Okay.
They don't actually care about that Cassante. YSK going to feel just fine on the Rek'Sai and the strength that it could bring early. Again, could set up Weibo for potentially trying to match with the new Deer and just having another tank themselves and having prio top for their side. But IG here, the Varus that Weibo are thinking about is over.
Shouldn't Cryan just play Talia?
Rek'Sai felt nigh
Shouldn't he just play Talia? Or should he just play nerfed Karma, maybe?
Banned immediately the next game.
I don't want to see his Azir, bro. I think it's not good.
He is locked in for Cryan.
I do gotta say though, in that game with the Rek'Sai, it felt more of like, you know, that was the comp where Weibo didn't really have great ways of playing into what IG had. So I don't think that Weibo should really look at that game and be like, hey, Rek'Sai's a problem.
Jungle and Cassante. No, Rek'Sai jungle is bad unless their whole situation is perfect for you.
Leading IG to success early on. They were definitely one of the teams that were hurt by the global ban of it on 14.5. And now we're going to get to see if he can put up a better performance than he did earlier on. Again, he did have a...
Okay, Varus. Are we going like Heimer again?
Exactly. There's always time to show
I mean, they
up.
don't have Ashe in. I mean, if you thought it was super OP last game, would it not be like
It's a
good this
one-game
game?
series. It's a best of one
I don't think it's actually good, but I'm just trying to follow their logic. Why would this be a Rakan game if the last game was a Heimer game? I don't understand how they think, bro. I literally just don't understand how they think.
See the advantage of it, but the sustained damage or the lack thereof was definitely felt as time went on. I love that Crisp is back on Engage and back on this.
Okay, Zeri.
Yeah, I don't necessarily feel like Crisp needs to be on Engage, but I like to see Crisp on Comfort. Getting on
Hear my
his
stomach
most
there?
champion of the split.
Yeah, my stomach is
feels
doing
like a
crazy
great
stuff.
Bounce back from last game. Again, a champion he hadn't played.
Have you eaten anything the whole day? Oh, you had a protein pudding.
So having a
Yeah,
lot
okay.
of, like, now they have things that we weren't seeing.
You're set
in
for the
last
day?
games. They're
Okay,
having,
good.
like,
That's what I like to hear.
Engage, concrete CC coming out from the Rakan. They're having Prio and DPS coming out from both mid.
What is happening to You Should Know Me? I don't know, bro. He's tweaking.
Though, Lil Yan gonna dip back into the Lee Sin. It's something I'm incredibly excited for, especially with how aggressive he's been being. Has played it twice this split and
Udyr ban.
wins. So a lot of
And what is
potential
EDZ gonna play?
for
Does he
Lil
just
Yan to
play?
suffer on bot lane once again?
And I go back to the major factor why it felt so dominant from Weibo in those first two games is there wasn't pressure being put on Xiaohao. These last couple games,
Making her starve? Yeah, we gotta up the emotional abuse to
We'll see what he grabs as
physical abuse. Yeah.
his way potentially.
Starving our girlfriend, I see.
Immediately
Chatting.
against EDZ would be just as annoying as YSKM's. The Lucian
Bust out the AP Varus. I don't know. I mean, Rumble's banned, Udyr is banned. I actually don't know how we get magic damage in this comp.
I want to see here though, are they going to ban away the Blitzcrank?
Like maybe it's a like Xiaohao brand.
Yeah.
They go
I
like
don't see-
engage top. They go like some
I don't
type
really see
of
much of a reason
bruiser top laner with a
for
brand.
having a mobile AD carry.
Maybe that's it, bro.
Fine, can play far forward and lane and always just E away, and then having your other carry so far being mobile in the Tristana. I like the Cassante ban because I think for Weibo the best thing in the
Gwen into Rek'Sai seems absolutely unplayable.
Here in my mind would be ideal because of the prio he can give you. But now you're
I mean,
gonna
they're
be
gonna
forced
pick
to
Gragas
get
here, but I don't know if that's enough.
Potentially, I guess just the Aatrox for Weibo. We saw last time around that wasn't able to have a great deal of threat. Callista now being highlighted. I mean, really only that or the Zion with Rakan being taken off the table. Maybe just going towards Callista plus either Renata or if they have another tank in mind. Would be solid for On and Wing to keep up that 2v2.
Renata. It's gonna be Renata Draven.
Again,
They're actually just gonna run back the Draven. It's gonna be 4 games of Draven in the series. Holy shit.
On and Wink are that now for IG. You can say YSKM as well has been leaning into that. Lian back, I feel like, as being a core developmental piece of the past of IG's success, but it really feels like On and Wink have become the faces of IG.
Yeah, at least, you know, like the combined...
Did Lian just
On
swap in and win
and
2 games?
Lian,
Yep.
like the bot lane and Lian really being...
They have to go Gwen then?
Combines his team right now is actually Sejuani.
They have no AP.
And like I said, with the other bands taken out, Aatrox really being the only thing that
TF.
stands
It has to be TF now.
they're hovering
Like, we
between
need
taking
some
the
magic damage.
Sejuani
I mean, what?
right, the melee to be able to
We're just
keep
drafting
together
full
with
AD?
that Sejuani passive. But once again, I like that they have the Sejuani. I like that they're getting more engaged. They're getting more CC.
Huh?
When last
Doesn't
season
this
we had so many
Rek'Sai just go
rapid
Sunfire into
fire
Randuin's and he's just unkillable?
That's what I'm hoping for a game 5.
I don't know, bro.
5 on 5s, right? It all goes together.
I don't know.
Another
On
game
Draven
of
again.
Hans
I got
Draven.
no idea about
Look
this
at
one,
that
bro.
smile. He knows comfort is king.
Holy
when it comes to
fuck.
Brass tacks of a game 5.
I mean, yeah, comfort is king. If IG do win though, LNG are gonna have a really good idea about what they could ban in that next series. Like,
Does
hey,
it start with a D and end with
Yeah.
a Ven?
exactly. So, a lot, like, still some aggression for IG to play around. They should be able to maintain prio top. Bot, they'll be able to look for as well. Especially if Lian keeps playing as heavily around bot as he's been so far. And you wouldn't really expect...
It might be AP Varus? Nah, there's no way he goes AP Varus. It'd be probably Poke Varus in this game. I don't know, bro. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Right back. Wait, why did I mute this?
Line, but this series has delivered every step of the way. Weibo had such strong strengths in the first 2 games. They dominated the map, but IG turned the tide with Lian coming in and leading from the front. His Nidalee started a wave that has led to a potential reverse sweep. Loser goes home, winner goes on to LNG. It's IG's first time back in playoffs for over 1,000 days. It would be their first series win since they won the LPL almost 5 years ago. It's a game 5 that nobody expected, but it's a game 5 we all welcome. Weibo have been pushed to the brink. Can IG bring it home? Let's hear those Dios ring one more time for our first 5-game series here in the spring playoffs.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，免信。
What a world, Lyric. As we get down to it, no spicy level 1s this time, maybe a little reservation coming out in a game 5.
I gotta say, like I've been swayed. Earlier in the day, you know, Nymera pointed out the Maokai thing after the first loss, and I thought, no way is this true. But twice in a row, I might be on board with no tree equals sad face.
I guess so. We're gonna find. I mean, honestly, results-based analysis.
Look.
We'll know the exact answer after this. There will be no other questions.
Mazel, in Game 5, you throw out logic, you throw out any analysis or anything about League of Legends, and it all comes down to the vibes and the simple answers. Now, you know, to actually focus us in the game a little bit, right? Light is going to go the on-hit route this time around, or at least bring more aggression
All right, boys.
to that bot lane with the Hail of
It's time.
Blaze. But I'm curious to
Where is Dom? What is this? A Hassan stream?
So wanting to go with more of that
I
bot
stood up
lane,
once.
aggression.
4
I
hours.
think trying to outmatch range, though, even
Nice.
I think trying to
Right there.
Well, before game 1 ended, is this really going to be a 2-0 Weibo to a possible 2-3? I think, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a scrap.
Outrange you on the opposite side, but they do have a Renata too, so
I'm a little bit scared. I don't really like how Weibo drafted this. They just decided to go with just a full AD team versus a full tank Rek'Sai. I mean, they think that full AD doesn't matter because they have 2 AD carries, so they're gonna have like LDR and stuff, which eventually can get through armor. That's the idea. I just think it's really risky.
Focus is gonna be, and we already see some of the strength of the pathing coming out from Xiaohao. Actually, interesting here, a back from Lian.
gonna go for that and head straight down to his bot lane.
Just a full clear. Full clear is so OP in game 5, by the way.
See if they can find much. IG doing a great job of keeping the
Because everyone just gets like so nervous, like everyone's trying to cover everything. Full clear in game 5, so OP.
And Weibo with their draft once again.
I like IG's comp though. I don't really like IG's comp, but I think it's better.
Through hitting those turret plates, but IG actually gonna be the ones to start us off with that in this 2v2.
I feel like actually, I mean, Xiaohao's already gonna be done with his clear pretty soon, so he'll be able to maybe be the first one to respond down here to the bot side. I do believe that also showed a little tag of YSKM's 100th game in the LPL. Would be really cool if that's it, but congratulations if it is. If it's not, I'm sorry. And I do see now a wrap around from Xiaohao coming towards this Scuttle Crab, so he's gonna try to use this level 4.
Renata pick looks good. It doesn't look that insane here. Like the enemy team is like full diving or something.
One another. No, Xiaohao just gonna go straight for the play first.
Hey, reaction from Cryin. Forces the mana out though. He's just gonna cross for top crab.
Lian taking the back end of that one. We'll take the Scuttle Crab on bot side. Will be traded off with the other one on top side.
Okay, good trade from ZDZ. Doesn't matter though.
Like
Enemy's playing
knew
Rek'Sai.
exactly what was gonna happen around that bot lane and hoping to just make the play in mid and go for the cross. Might even be able to steal away these Raptors. I'm actually gonna look for the play on mid still,
This
probably.
is actually huge. Okay, Lian gonna go in for it.
Go back. They're gonna do their
Rebuff set.
camps.
We'll stop the
Technically though, Land up in tempo because he's already based for a longsword.
This game being played in a game 5 that's of most important.
Of course, I mean he should be playing Lee Sin versus Johnny. And
Not
Xiaohu's
be able
gonna
to find it,
base.
but still doesn't set him back at all.
What is he
Both
base for here?
players, going on to their next
Just
camp
Vam
at the
Scepter?
same time. And the name of the game is still just about the pressure being.
What's
put
the
up
angle gonna be?
2v2.
A little bit of engage on bot side. That's why Crisp on the recon can be so lethal. But he also has a lot of roam ability on this pick. We'll see if he can actually get out of lane when On and Wink are just pressing him in so much. A big wave crashing onto YSKM up here. Even though Lian is there, he will just complete his back.
I mean YSKM is up
Coming
CS.
now, though, Lyric.
Just a bit. I mean normally the way this works is that like Rek'Sai can get a couple plates. It's kind of like old Udyr matchup. You can get a couple plates as Rek'Sai and a decent lead. Like you can get a little bit of a lead.
Well, Yen doesn't
in
look
terms
like
of
he's gonna be
CS,
able
maybe
to
like
grab.
10,
He's gonna
15,
head
and
down
then
the front
Aatrox
line.
outscales you.
Right,
So
if the opportunity to
not really
dive
outscales you, just becomes
go for
stronger
it,
later on in the game.
for Drake. IG are gonna want to find heavy trades though.
Like he just like outscales other things in the game.
Diver player on bot, which doesn't
But I think that
look
Rek'Sai will have really high value versus
Light
full
doesn't
AD,
have much
or
mana
yeah, versus a full AD team essentially.
out of its cove, and Leyen gonna start that one up with the movement up from
Did all 3 grubs?
the telegrubbies have been watched. What do you think that Xiaohao learned? Is it a lesson in patience, resilience,
I
pathing?
think Xiaohao probably learned nothing and is focused on, hey, when is it time to fight? How do we win this game?
Well, he's gonna have to find the answer for that. 'Cause
How does
it's gonna
Weibo
be
play
a
mid game?
key
They just split.
mid-game for Weibo.
They split and then they try to land on LDR for Xiaohu. Xiaohu's just gonna like
Decision-making
try to
into a
just
composition where if
get
On
through
gets
the
caught,
Kraken
Brian gets
Navari
caught, a lot of that
to
damage
LDR
can be
spike. Once he
sucked out of
hits
the composition.
LDR, he becomes really strong. And then you can
I think
actually
this
kill
time around,
frontline.
though, Weibo are set up a lot nicer to be able to just hit frontline.
Dragon Slayer is the worst item in the game.
Tanky, right? Having
Why?
so many Aatroxes compared to Rek'Sai Lee Sin.
Oh, it counters you?
You
Oh,
can
okay.
disengage some of the range
Good
there
one, Kraken.
can be the hindrance.
Great one. If you were to throw this cup at my head,
Does not
that would honestly be content. That would get me on LSF.
Healing up. Was on a bit of a roam.
Like, no wonder Dom is so toxic. He gets abused at home.
And I like this, right? Because you think about.
Yeah, they'd
past
probably
two
just say I
games, a
deserved
lot of
it.
things
True.
to bite Weibo has been the aggression in the 2v2 and 3v3s around
Ooh.
bots. Is crying.
Pushing him back. The Emperor's Divide.
Gets out the ult.
Actually,
Not bad.
Light's recall getting stopped. Yep, Observer's great job of catching it to make sure that he isn't going to be able to go.
He has
for
to base all the way.
Oh,
6.
man. Yeah, he is. If Light steps out a little bit too far, Leyen not gonna
Ooh, he's gonna have to catch the wave.
on his way here, so Light should be a little bit.
I mean, can they even catch this? This looks kind of scary.
Xiaohao up here on the Chicky Nuggies. He'll heal a decent amount from.
I don't think Varus can catch this wave.
He actually could
Show
be
bot, show bot.
in between turrets.
He's getting denied like 55 waves, bro.
Look at the minimap. They're also zoning off the Weibo bot lane still, so they're
It's actually just like one wave right now, but still.
for the IG bot lane. And okay, looks like Xiaohao's finally going to start reacting and moving down now. Isn't going to go for any more counter jungling in that top side.
Pretty big for Xiaohu. Oh, he faked this. Actually kind of nice. Oh, good flash.
They missed the combo.
What was that flash? Oh my.
No way! He just made it out with 20 health.
That is so
Brian
unlucky.
staves off his old mentor, and now Leyen forces
No
the
way.
rocket to come back.
Xiaohu actually went for a flash auto attack to try to like ensure the kill. Ain't no way he lived like that.
Trying to follow that one through, but Xiaohu going for it, trying to find that kill. It was so close. Again, though, does ended off getting weeded off in the end. Oh, and okay. For a second there, Light actually bought double serrated Dirk. Ended up selling one. And we're gonna see here again. Ult doesn't connect. Xiaohao flashing forward. It seemed like it was.
Damn.
Try to tank
He was
that
trying to
first
get the
tower shot.
flail or something. Or
Yeah.
maybe the
Really unlucky there.
Maybe both, right? Because he did try to go for the flail. He did tank the first one and hold it for a second, but sadly, Xiaohu not having that damage. We can see now Light readjusting his buy. One serrated Dirk, also having the tier and long sword off of it. So he's really going to be on his own this game, unless, again, Weibo do opt to play front to back, which I think they could with how these comps are set up. But last game, we didn't see them really opt for that. Xiaohu was always trying to jump.
Your sleep schedule better in EU?
Fights, and a lot of the times it ended up biting him.
do wonder about.
How do I not respond with an asshole comment?
Leyen is on his bot side, has that entire side cleared, but we do have the next Telegrubbies coming up. On's going for
Yes.
the aggression on the Light, and I love the assertion.
Oh my god, that's kind of close, bro. He had execute. Kind of close.
Yeah, I mean, you traded a flash for a cleanse, right? You love that as the IG.
Already full build.
And now it's a bit of an.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be
right?
really
Light's
strong.
coming back,
When
you
he
feel
gets
like
tabbies,
you have to
Sunfire, Randuins, he will be unkillable for a long period of time.
Come up, and that could be, the potential 5-6 scrubs for Weibo.
Would be really big too with their composition with Xiaohu, and not only that, but the way we've set them up to play through side lanes. We haven't actually seen a lot of focus on the grubs. A lot of times we haven't even made it to 5 for either side. So
Yeah, I don't think we have. I don't think we have it all this series,
Yeah.
right?
And we've had a lot where it's just like 2 or 3 get taken, the second spawn never even goes.
Knight's Vow completed. It looks fucked up though. Like when one jungler is sitting on completed Knight's Vow, the other guy just has like Tuttler longswords.
An insurance policy.
It just looks fucked.
The decision of defending
Looks like ZDZ's actually laning this pretty well.
Call, especially because IG have shown they don't need to care about that. They'll just go to re-dive or kill Light now that he doesn't have flash. So I think Weibo's staying cautious. For IG, maybe the second you see Sejuani cross up towards that top side or go on Grubs is when the play comes through, because look at the minimap. Lugan is still bot.
6 Grubs would be absolutely huge for Weibo, by the way. Because Trist wants to be splitting in the mid game in this game. It would actually help them so much, like get through the hard part of their game. And to just like generate more gold would be huge for Weibo. Because they win when they get to 3 items for a period of time. So as fast as they can get there, the better. That's why he's going like Cull. That's why they're prioritizing Grubs. Try to play for plates mid.
We've had what, 2 or 3 of those already?
Willing it into existence right now, my friend.
I'm not willing it.
Yeah,
It's been
you
happening.
are.
It's been happening. We've had 2 or 3 of them.
How OP is Renata at killing the Drake?
I love
Actually,
that.
even more pivotal, I feel like.
And it'd be
The
great
game
if
soon is going to be about can we kill the Draven? I mean, that's how the games always are, right?
On the opposite,
Game is
can
played
put
around
ourselves
can we
more
kill
dominant
Draven?
on Draven.
Yes or no?
We'll be able to hit those tanks, but Sejuani, Aatrox really going to be able to take advantage. Especially for Weibo, who haven't taken the Drake yet. If they can just start stacking up from Mountain Drakes only, would be huge.
I will also say
Ooh,
that
300
something
stacks.
IG, yeah, it's something IG did well the last couple times with Draven is kind of facilitate stacks, facilitate ganks down there. It's been a very quiet early game, and those stacks are starting to stack up here. As On needs to get a trade in and a cash in. He does have the Essence Reaver now as he comes out of base.
Oh, yeah, it's going to find ZDZ.
Just immediately kicked into the Wombo combo there. ZDZ is still pretty healthy and looking to trade back with those Q sweet.
Chillin'.
Not having enough damage to be able to take him down. In the end, they have to back off because they do not know where Xiaohao is. With ZDZ queuing forward like that, you know, Xiao could have been waiting in the wings. So, like, the respect paid is corruption.
Pretty unlucky there, man.
But nothing really coming from it.
Well, not unlucky. I mean, it's pretty good play from On. Being able to E the Rakan engage could have been huge.
Honestly, being able to kind of deny Crisp's engage with the Grand Entrance, always going to be...
Yahoo almost says Kraken Slayer.
But I want to harken back to that first game, to that...
Is that even good to waste Leo like that? I mean, it's not good, no.
So well.
Everyone was playing so safe in this game.
So a little bit different. But it was primarily Xiaohu that led the charge with a lot of that. And moving him to get plates and side lanes, to break down outer turrets. I think
Sundered Sky again in this game. I mean, it looks like he just wants to build it into Rek'Sai. I just don't know, man. I feel like you just have to go Profane Hydra and try to one-shot. I don't think the Sundered Sky really helps you that much in terms of like how your lane plays out, so I don't really see the point of it.
In these standoffs, or at least easy targets, as Xiaohao has his ult.
Oh,
He's hungry. Oh, he's found On. That's a cleanse immediately. About half On's health down. Oh, trying to get...
Good flash from Light. Counter engage. They missed Varus ult here, though.
Quickness and that Grand Entrance, too.
Crisp had to flash. Oh, man, they lost all their sums here. A lot of sums were used by... I mean, there was 2 flashes used on both sides.
I love
Cleanse, heal, and ignite all used.
That rush dodges out on the Renata ult, but maybe...
I mean, Draven still has flash, which is really big.
Light and Xiaohao really not able to follow him forward, and the quickness actually not even connecting onto On.
I mean, this next Drake is actually going to be really big for IG. This is when they should just be winning. They're all going to be on their spikes.
Draven still hasn't found a kill, but my god, when he does, those stacks are going to slap.
Oh, yeah. And they're going to fill his pockets with a lot of gold. You see, Lien really wanted to play, but Light actually making the heads-up flash play.
Oh, man, if he hit that, Light hit that, he might have been able to return. Would have been really close.
No world where you were going to find a kill onto Light there, especially with Xiaohao being in the way, being able to body block. And then again, I could see how Crisp's angle looks good, but...
Right, Drake 130.
Not really being close enough to follow up.
Tristana in side lane versus Rek'Sai. Can he actually chip the turret at all in this matchup? That's going to be the question here. Can he chip the turret? On has no cleanse.
Feels like a pretty big thing for the Sejuani.
Everyone's got first.
Oh, he just canceled Zhao's jump.
Stoppage down
Big.
here.
Zhao's
YG,
jump just gets canceled.
Trying to take down Xiaohu, though. The Kraken Slayer going to be doing some work right back into him. And be a little bit careful for Xiaohu in the side lane, but the Rift Herald could be the
Rek'Sai Gaming, nice.
Yeah, Xiao has to be careful. He needs to remember.
Full play style,
A
man.
bit lower. That ult's gonna come through. And sure, he has his own ult, but cannot underestimate this Rek'Sai damage. And look at why Skim on the minimap. He's actually following him around and canceling his recalls.
The Prey Seeker, pretty nice for that fact. A lot of poke coming out from Light onto On, but IG will turn onto the Rift Herald.
On no cleanse.
Okay, we see it.
On no
TP
cleanse.
comes out from Tristan, and it does.
They got on with the.
Glacial Prison's
Oh,
already
he got.
Xiaohu's gonna get scooped right back in.
Oh, Renata got the kill. Renata got the kill.
There you go.
Oh, Draven didn't cash in.
First blood of past 15
Wait a
minutes. Now
second.
afterwards,
They win the fight hard, but
way
like.
in, and ZDZ
Okay, they win the
tries
fight
to play
hard,
out,
but the
the
Draven
one
didn't
is
cash it. That could have been game over. If Draven cashes in there, the game is over.
And honestly, huge.
They get third Drake off of it though. I mean, it's still a huge win for IG. It's just like that could have been even bigger than it was.
Around to help him out, especially super distinct with where ZDZ is on the map, and now it's gonna open up IG.
That's so fucking sad. Holy shit.
For a 16-minute.
I can't believe Draven didn't cash in there. That was so unlucky.
Insane. IG, man, what a story in this series alone.
I mean, they get third Drake, they get 4 kills. I mean, it's still good.
Winning a single game in 4 series into the playoffs, and here they are going toe to toe with Weibo in the early game.
And Weibo really collapsing. I mean, again, Xiao going in, Light zoned off, ZDZ still making his way down. Xiao Stevie gets in there
Damn.
after he dies. Like, they pretty much just ran in one by one, giving IG the perfect setup. And again, I'm not really.
I mean, I just don't think that in this game, Weibo's going to be strong enough for the soul fight. I think that's the main thing.
We aren't really seeing Light find an impact in these early fights. We'll see if he'll be able to find something later and be able to play around the fact of that range from Cryan, but not off to a great start.
I'm a fan of Light when he's on sustained damage dealers. I obviously not going to rebuff his attempts on a lethality Varus, but the difference we saw when he's on Zeri and he's on this lethality Varus is night and day. And that's not just because his name is Light. As Xiaohu is going to need to get out of that one with the rocket jump. IG have collapsed. They will
4 minutes, IG should be stronger. I don't think so.
Pressure from this.
I think in 4 minutes, Weibo. Or yeah, in 4 minutes, IG should be strong. Yeah.
We're gonna see what they end up going for.
That's why I think Weibo just lose, right? Because Weibo is just not gonna have the items that matter.
Wave clear, right? Having the Shoshana who's gonna be able to play around here. Varus gonna do fine in that mid lane.
Like they just need LDR on Trist pretty much. Without LDR, I mean, even with LDR on Trist, it's really not that easy to play. I mean, I feel like Weibo draft is just terrible.
You let on an IG push up and you try to find that angle to engage. So I think plays like that are probably.
Like also, how are you supposed to play this game as Sejuani? Like, it's such a bad Sejuani game. Sejuani with a champion like Aatrox top. I mean, Sejuani with a champion like Aatrox or Renekton, I mean, it's fine, but it's predicated on the fact that you can actually do something to the enemy top laner. You can pressure the top laner, you can like kill him post 6 or something like that. But in this game, you're playing Sejuani versus Lee Sin, which is just like a whatever matchup. You don't have like any like real angle to pressure or scale or anything. And then the top laner is Rek'Sai, so how do you ever get a lead on Rek'Sai? Like, how do you ever kill the Rek'Sai? Rek'Sai is unkillable. Full tank champion.
Yeah.
I would never want to be playing Sejuani in this game.
Broadcast way of putting it. Not seeing them be able to take advantage of their strength.
Oh, really insane move from ZDZ there. Oh my god, he played it so well.
Oh my god.
He's a beast, bro. He's a beast.
He still gets the kill.
How good is he, dude? That step back on the zero ult, like the spacing around the zero ult, and then the EQ2, like that was really nice.
So it's gonna lead into a turret for them. We'll see. No capitalization able to come out from IG on the opposite side of the map. So it's just going to be kind of pure profit for Wave.
That looked so like, yeah, that was just
anything for IG as Yscam finishes off his Thorn.
What a fucking monster.
I think we're still obviously waiting for a big cash in.
So good, so good.
On the Draven, but the fact that other parts of IG have still been able to stay consistent is huge. This
QW walk back EQ2. Oh my god, he just did it to him. Land flash too.
Finishing it off. with an auto. Really nice from ZDZ.
Yeah, I mean ZDZ, now that he had, like, that kill is actually pretty big because it gives him Profane Hydra, so he can threaten the Draven. And Draven is not that strong. This game is not over. This game is not over. I think that Weibo can fight Soul.
Maokai presence he had was insane, and these are the two pickups from anyone's legend, right? Like,
Dude, why did Yushinomi go Randuin's or go Thornmail this game and not go Randuin's though? So bad by him. In what world? I think that the only time that like it was actually good to complete Thornmail is back when it would actually give you the healing reduction on your CC, so you could then apply healing reduction. I thought that was actually pretty significant. But now that it doesn't have that anymore, I just don't see why it's good. Fudge Factor does that? Yeah, Fudge could do that on Aatrox for sure.
We do have a little bit of vision clearing to have cleared up here, I feel like, as it's been consistent that IG just throw a ton of vision around the Dragon Pit so far. And with about 40 seconds till that soul, you'd expect to go back down there. Now, Collector has been completed for On. That's a big item completion in the damage department.
We'll be matched with Light picking up his opportunity. Now Navori.
You def overreacting to that play. You'd crucified the Azir if that was a different region.
I mean, the only fight we've seen them lose so far again.
Wait, why?
Really much of a fight with
Like that was an outplay by Azir. That wasn't a misplay. Like, or that was an outplay by Aatrox. That wasn't a misplay by Azir. Like, what did the Azir do wrong there? Like, he just walked up and like he got bush camped.
IG getting a big snowball advantage.
Like the spacing around the ulti was the outplay.
In the mid lane from YSKM. IG are going to have to move there, but Weibo are already in point.
Try and find their way in. A lot going to be on Loyen.
Down here, Loyen maybe going for the
Van can steal here potentially.
Pushed out of the right side of the pit. They're in there. Glacial Prison onto Cryin. Big Emperor's Divide, but it's going to go wide. Chris trying to get on the other side, but you got to look at the
okay.
The Dragon is
ZDZ got onto On.
Can't keep up the
okay, On cashed in.
no longer there. On's going to go down too. ZDZ's finding
Lee Sin died. They got Drake. It's actually a pretty big win. Oh, ZDZ is carrying it. ZDZ is carrying it. ZDZ is carrying it. They get Baron. Oh my god, they're going to win the game. They actually win the game. They actually get Baron. Holy fuck. Even though Crisp really suicided for that, he did well at like, he went around the Renato ult and then he just got the knockup because he knew that ZDZ would be able to flank in that position.
So much pushing power with this Tristana. It's going to be massive. I wonder if Wink tries to go for anything cheeky. I don't know if a Renata Q or anything can end up stealing there, but he's going to go for it.
He is. He doesn't end up getting
big.
Secure that one. I will also say On was able to get a kill there for himself. We'll take a look back at the replay.
So we're going to see Shao start this one off by ulting Cryin, and it looks like he was thinking about going in.
Damn, they both like used Azir ult. They thought that Chris was going to snap, and he actually just went to ZDZ. He eat to ZDZ.
Play spoiler. Huge, and again, I can't talk up ZDZ enough because I think for most people, he would be called the weakest link on this roster. Player's been very criticized over many splits in the LPL. And to step up here in playoffs is huge.
Damn.
As we're going to see Xiaohu be able to
Trying worse Azir. Yeah, he's not good at Azir. He's not good at Azir. I mean, he's the weakest player on the team for the most part. I mean, Yushinomi has champion pool issues, which is definitely a thing. I mean, IG's bot lane and jungle have been the strengths of the team. Cryin was, I guess, decent at Karma, but Karma's not in anymore, which is actually a thing, bro. There's a lot of people that are actually bad at Karma, surprisingly.
And now, like we said, with the pushing power, with the Tristana, they're going to be able to...
And they're going to get LDR for Tristana.
ZDZ is a handful they have to deal with. Weibo trying to get themselves into a match against LNG. Again, the team that thwarted them in summer playoffs took them to 5 games. Which was impressive. They want to make a go at them once again, and they're on their way to doing so.
But you also have to remember on IG's side, over 1,000 days since they've even been here, but also almost 5 years since they've won a series. They're on the cusp of a reverse sweep over
almost 5 years since they've won a series in playoffs. That's actually so sad to hear.
They have a retooled roster.
Wait, really?
Pieces are still on this team. We see them reset. We see the dust clear. We still have a lead.
2020. Surely they won a series in 2020, no? They didn't win a series in 20. No, they must have won a series in 2020. I gotta look at. I don't know, bro.
This is for Xiaohu and how important this is for Weibo.
I feel like they did.
Now we're going to see them start making their way in this topside jungle, setting up vision and looking for these picks. Even already having the wave starting to make its way up here with ZDZ.
Nope, they lost
I wonder how
summer,
wait up
spring.
Okay. He's just hanging down on his control.
They, I mean,
You know,
the thing that's unfortunate is like because of like the old playoff format, like they got like 4th place, but they didn't win a series in playoffs, you know?
And honestly, every domino matters at this point. Now the 6.
But yeah, I guess they technically haven't won a series since 2019.
On to YSKM. He's going to heal a lot, and he's very tanky as he has so much armor. You look at his build, my goodness.
Again, we're not going to see Light doing anything to him, but I feel like what we can see from how Weibo are utilizing Light right now is his job is push minions. Go mid, you push mid, you rotate up, and you know, if you get here in time for a skirmish, yeah, your ult's going to help us out, but it seems like they're really not
where you
factoring
want
Light
Light
into their plan.
though?
No, I'm not. I'm going to be honest. I hate it. I hate it. After this, give him crit marksman, give him on hit marksman, give him things that can take over games. Because, yeah, we are not seeing that here or last game.
And that's where Light has found his strengths, those big game team fights. And here he is against On, who has really stepped up in this series. Now on 3 items his own right. Lord Dom's completed there, going to be doing a lot of work.
Yeah, LDR is huge for this game.
40 seconds for a dragon would be Soul, a mountain at that for IG.
We're going to see if they can find a way into River. Luckily, there's
All right.
timing where a lot of reset.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like now IG actually just lose. Bro, IG not getting that cash in was actually so big. The fact that Draven didn't just randomly get a cash in when 4 people died around the Herald fight, that was like super sad. That was super sad, bro. Because if he gets a cash in there, like, it changes everything. If he gets a cash in there, then they're up like 4 or 5k, and then more importantly, the Draven is the one who's going to be like dealing damage. If you watched how these fights actually went, he would be able to kill ZDZ in some of these spots. He'd be able to kill the Rakan in some of these spots because he would just do so much more damage. Like, he was literally going to make what, like 1,400 gold off one of those kills. Like, he would be so insanely ahead. It would change so much in the game. It's actually really, really lucky that Weibo got away with it.
Look to fight later, but I don't really think it gets much easier. Especially if Xiaohao can do a good job playing this frontline role, really doing a nice job with these ultis. A lot of targets on the side of IG.
Just got a Shrelda's grudge.
Shrelda's.
IG are on the prowl right now.
Shrelda's completed for Aatrox. Hey, Aatrox has flash.
They have TPs available. There is a Baron up in about 45 seconds. Maybe we're going to try to get some vision around this, though, because it's the only objective that's up right now. And a double marksman comp takes that real fast.
And we've seen, I mean, hell, we've seen even in the last game, right? Weibo rushed it out of nowhere. Ended up losing 2, but they did get the Baron. So right now, feeling the need to go for it. But look at Xiaohu. Still not showing on the map. So IG maybe have to be a little bit dicey. I guess
game is still open if IG takes Soul. Bro, how does IG get Soul? They can't win a fight right now. They're outscaled.
His side lane pressure is
Like, this Aatrox is like insanely scaled, by the way. Like, people think about Aatrox the wrong way. Like, Aatrox is a hard scaling champion now.
Weibo just playing here.
It's not about like, it's not like a bruiser where you actually like need to win lane. Like, Aatrox used to be a lane bully. It used to be picked into things like Orin, right? And that was like the whole idea. It was like, oh, Aatrox needs to get ahead. Orin's gonna outscale and be better later. Now it's completely different. With like lethality builds and Profane Hydra being in the game, Aatrox is a hard scaling champion. It's like one of the hardest scaling top laners in the game.
There it is, the speed of that.
Like, if you get 3 items on this champion, you are just Thanos.
They do end up getting one.
It's a little bit scary, bro. They should just play for like top turret or some shit instead, I think. This is really crazy to me.
Stop it. Crisp has a flank.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh,
flank.
Crisp.
The monster
Crisp, insane from
is a
Crisp.
champion for a reason, and he might just guarantee
Oh,
Weibo
Aatrox?
the spot.
Yeah,
And
Aatrox diff.
ZDZ
GG.
finds the back line, and here
GG.
comes
They just
Weibo.
end.
Oh my gosh,
Or do they end?
Xiaohu.
Maybe not.
He fakes them out. You look left. He hits you with the right, and Weibo are gonna.
Oh, they kill him
dominate
there. It's over. It's over. It's GG.
And Weibo takes
It's-
it slowly, Crisp setting it up, but especially ZDZ being
We have a
the only
GG.
one to be able to follow through and find that back.
Oh
line.
my
It's
god. That's all I get. You said.
What
GG.
a world
all she said.
Weibo.
What the hell?
Push one more time and they break apart the armor of IG. They were pushed to the cusp, but they won't fall to a reverse.
Bro, this
sweep.
like, dude, they should have lost this game though. They actually just should have lost this game.
As they will eliminate
Oh, it's
Invictus
super lucky.
The result.
Super lucky they ended up winning this. Big from ZDZ though. ZDZ actually carried the team. Like Jiahu carried the first games. Like Jiahu was really good in the first games. And then ZDZ, like when their back was against the wall, ZDZ pulled it out. Okay. What do we got? We got LEC coming up.
For even bringing it the distance like this and putting
Well,
us to a game 5. Our first
I guess we just stay on stream because
Not
that's
last.
in
Weibo,
12
they're gonna be
minutes.
Happy to have scooped by with this one though.
Yeah, I mean Weibo. I mean a win is a win, right? You're gonna have a lot.
12
of
minutes.
to take away and learn from, especially in that third and fourth game, right? Hell, even something.
IG played with the end from the beginning. They would have won. I mean, I don't know, bro. I feel like they could have like adapted way better. I think Weibo's adaptations were really bad throughout the series. Like game 2,
I think a lot
giving
of
Ash
Weibo took
Draven,
away from the series to
like giving Ash to Wink doesn't make sense, number one, but just giving Ash Draven and then trying to play Heimer into it was like horrible. Like I did feel like Weibo was the better team. Like, but Weibo was better at making decisions over the course of the series than IG. I felt like IG needed pretty significant leads to be able to, or like comp advantages to be able to win.
The IG winning roster at MSI, not able to win a playoff series.
Like I thought even the adaptations going into game 5 were not good.
Again, in the first time in a few years?
Yeah, is that like the first time ZDZ has ever won a playoff series? Is this the first playoffs ZDZ has ever played in, actually?
Subbing in for game 3.
I'm trying to think.
On and Wink finally able to kind of show their stuff that we've really been harping on for them for a lot of this split. And I think we got to see some of those shiny moments. Even YSKM actually having some good moments towards the end there. So it does feel bad for IG, but this was Weibo's series to lose, it felt like. And they were close to losing that. And I think they might even come out better for it.
Yeah. They were close to losing it again. Maybe it is a bit better being pushed to the edge and having more things now that are on their radar. Not to say that they wouldn't have been on their radar before. Again, I think even some of those drafts in earlier games you could really question. But,
Guess we stay online for LEC.
yeah, at least just the refreshers being in your mind.
All right, YouTube friends, I have to end the YouTube stream. It's not worth me doing YouTube streams on for LEC because it ends up just using my live view site, which uses my Twitch anyway. So YouTube friends, if you want to join, you can always wait. There's an end stream button on YouTube. Really?
Very curious to how
What?
Weibo kind of tool some of this.
Why are you laughing at me?
They did lose a couple of those early games.
You can join me on my Twitch channel. Why are you laughing at me?
Bridge that gap into the mid game where they are so strong if they fall behind.
Wait, what did I do?
A lot of that centered on pressure.
Why am I getting laughed at? All right, you can join me on my Twitch for LEC. All right, let's go get water or something, make a coffee, then we'll do LEC.
Man,